it before, and we can do it again. Let us on Monday exorcise the ghost of Ayawaso West Logan. My name is John Dramani Mahama, and I stand for peace. Let there be peace in Ghana. Let there be peace in Ghana before, during, and after the elections. God bless our dear nation, Ghana, and God bless.
This is the third time I've participated in this ceremony. The first two as leader of the opposition, and the third as President of the Republic. On both previous occasions, I've held to my part of the peace pact. And on this third occasion, as President of the Republic, I will do the same.
As Christians, we will continue in our God-given mandate in praying for the leaders of this nation, from the president to the opposition, the legislature, judiciary, security services, and the entire nation. More importantly, we expect our politicians and their supporters to aim for peace. Make the peace of this nation your topmost priority, as is mentioned in Hebrews 2 verse 14. Follow peace with all men, and holiness without which no man shall see the Lord. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make us great and strong.
We lift up prayer right now as we put our hand. We pray for the lady. We pray for all that are on the field, our security agents, the police, the army, our doctors, the nurses, in the name of Jesus, the Electoral Commission, the staffs. Father, we intercede. We pray for mercy, 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 divine protection, 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 protection for all. In the name of Jesus, that there will be no strange happenings doing, and after the election. Amen.
This is Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo. We had a small technical challenge which we have rectified, and so hopefully between now until elections election results are declared, you're going to have uninterrupted coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. Abrantepa is still with me here, and the interesting thing is that on social media, John Dumelo is in the trends, and Hohoi is also in the trends. All along throughout the day, we've been mentioning Hohoi as one of the constituencies to keep an eye on, because the Energy Minister, John Peter Amewu, is promising to make history by becoming the first MPP candidate to win that constituency. It's one of the strongholds of the NDC. It is currently being held by NDC's Member of Parliament, Bernice Adiku Hello. She won that constituency by over 82% in the last.
What's it? No, that's your call.
Well, this is GhanaWeb Election Desk. My name is Lord Harry. Currently, we are at the home care polling center here at the Absmal, where the incumbent of Trouble Esla. As I speak to you, counting is underway in all the polling stations. The result of the presidential candidate is being counted, and that is almost done. And when they are done with that, they're going to continue with the parliamentary. So, life is not the center now, and so if you look directly behind me, you see that the light from the parliament, Madam Kufu, in addition to the light that they have to provide illumination to help them count. Giving you what is actually when the result is linked of the presidential candidate gets a vote, just a very loud applause over here. Because it's good. But yeah, that's here at the polling center at Jansuman. few figures that have come in so far for one of the polling centers under the presidential. The NPP got 299. The NDP got 257. That is for the presidential. For polling station B. Now, when it comes to A, NPP got 375, NDP got 172, Groom got 1, and then there were 5 rejected ballots. Hello? I'm going to look my work consistency. Copy and let's have it. Here's the Twitter ballot, and then this A and B. Okay.
So, do I need to? Hello, Lord, can you hear me? Hello, Lord. Lord, can you hear me?
Avanza, hi, yeah, I can hear you.
Right. So earlier I heard you mentioning some figures. Can you mention them again? Can you take us through again?
So here at the home care polling center at Ablukma West in Gansuman, for the presidential result, the incumbent NPP got 350 one of the polling stations. A that got 172, and for the parliamentary, still at the polling center A, the NPP got 340 and the NDC got 189. For the polling center B, the NPP got 199, while the opposition NDC got 270. So see, for the parliamentary, the MPP had 271, while the NDP got 148. The counting is still ongoing as we speak, and once they are done with the entire procedure, I'll be able to get the provisional results. Can you hear me?
Lord, I can hear you now. So what I'm seeing on my screen, is it a lantern I'm seeing, or what is it? There's lights out where you are?
Fortunately, no, there isn't light out, but the lighting here is not the best. And so all those on the tables where the counting is taking place, we got lamps that is illuminating the counting procedure. Parliament using her light, the highlights to project when the counting is being done, that can help them to count properly.
Okay, right. If you could get a bit closer so we see how the counting is being done, or are you prevented? Are you supposed to be at a certain distance away from what's happening?
For now, yes, that is what the Electoral Commission officers tell me. They said you can't get too close to the counting process, and so I'm maintaining my distance. And when the presiding officer tells me now, unless the exercise is done, then they can finish the assistance. Now I can't go into their immediate proximity.
Okay, right. So as you can see on your screens, that's the is it Lord Ablikuma West, I guess? Yes, Ablikuma West constituency, where our reporter, Lord Edu Asare, is giving us a report on what is actually happening. So counting is ongoing. We're waiting for the officials to finish counting, and then we'll get to know the results, provisional results for that matter. And we are also trying to get you some more information from other polling stations. Before we brought in Lord, Daniel was asking me what was happening on social media, and Hohoi is trending, and John Dumelo is also trending. Well, we are yet to confirm results from Hohoi, but then the reason Hohoi is trending is there are suggestions that Honorable John Peter Amewu, who is the energy minister, is doing some wonders out there. So this is a comment from Coke Mosdem. He says John Peter Amewu, then there is the fire emoji. It says this man, Hohoi for MP. I thought the MPP hope for them was to fix the Hohoi Jessican road. If they did that, like hands down win. That is from Alex PD. There's also Rue, that's his Twitter handle. He says, isn't Hohoi in voter region? Now NDC them a stronghold way NPP the pool numbers who? Sehini Boy also says, how is NPP winning Hohoi? Things have really changed. Team Melody says Hohoi is turning blue. Akuma APC, that's his Twitter handle. He says, Peter has done a lot of work at Hohoi. Playboy Young is also saying, how is NPP winning Hohoi? Things have really changed. Florent JB says, the same Hohoi for Ghana here. He's expressing shock that things are going well, or things seem to be going well for Peter Amewu, who is the energy minister, trying to pull some surprise there by winning the seat for the NPP, so that the NPP will have an increased number of seats in the voter region. This one says, I said, Spirit of Hohoi Alavanyo is really backing chairman. Abdul says, Hohoi, Christ the King. Someone wants to go Hebrews. John Peter Amewu turning Hohoi blue. That is coming from Kofi Chumberima. This one is coming from AMG Lamai. Says, this Hohoi be voter region in own, or it did somewhere cause a kind of loss. So he's also expressing shock at the figures that he's hearing of. Like I said, we are here to confirm the figures that are on social media. Of course, we don't want to make any mistake and put that out, but we will be reading comments and reactions from people. NBA says, looks like John Peter Amewu is bringing Hohoi home. Joel says, NDC is still winning Hohoi. If you didn't know, now you know. That's something to counter what some people are saying about John Peter Amewu winning the Hohoi seat. This one says, do you know how NDC is losing at Hohoi? And that comment is coming from Kobe Senses. This is coming from Joel. It says, NDC still win Hohoi. Relax. The witty dude says, nah, must be some error. You mean Hohoi H. Okay. Salt Pond Marcus Gavi says, Hohoi figures, no, are they real? Well, we'll factor that for you very soon. Option GH says, Hohoi is in voter. This news happening. Okay, so that's also from option GH. We understand we have a correspondent in the Volta region who is joining us to give us some figures from the polling station that he finds himself. Hello, Peter. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening, Peter. So which polling station are you?
Actually, okay, let me get the name of the polling station. I just arrived at the polling station.
Okay.
What is the name of the polling station?
So Peter will be getting the name of the polling station for us. He's confirming it from one of the officials. I guess Peter has the name now. Peter, are you able to tell us which polling station you are?
Yeah. This is the Old Cemetery polling station.
Old Cemetery.
In the Ketu municipality.
Okay, so what is happening there? How is counting going? Has there been any announcement of results?
And Abragan, the officials are busy counting the ballots.
Okay, so are you able to tell us when exactly they started counting?
I think they started counting some 20 minutes ago, because if you see, there are still a lot of ballots yet to be counted.
Describe to us how the situation is. Calm, a bit chaotic from the time you got there till as you are reporting.
The police station is relatively calm. There's absolute peace around, and there are a lot of voters here witnessing the counting. So everything is okay at this police station.
There are some centers that do not have, well, there were lights out. They made provision for generators. Do you see any generator around? How is power supply?
Oh, power supply is stable. So far, they have no light out recorded in the district. So as for power supply, it is on. It is on. Everything is on the power supply. I've not seen anybody or at any place that are using generator.
Are you seeing any of the candidates around?
No, currently there's none of them around. But in the afternoon they were roaming about. So in the afternoon they were roaming. You see them in the night. There's none of them here.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Peter. I'm sure we'll come to you some other time to get a report on what is happening where you are. John Dumelo is also in the trends. He's actually trending #1 on Twitter. And it has all got to do with some of the results that are coming in. We have our reporters there. We'll get you the results. We wouldn't want to rush in putting out any numbers, of course. But let's see how people are reacting. It appears John Dumelo is being mocked, is being taunted, and people are shocked about the results that are coming for him. Kojo Bank says, I also West Wogon, people be wicked past. John Dumelo, them show John Dumelo Pepe. Young Rich says, John Dumelo for fear human. Nana Ado says, pray for Dumelo. Slacks. He says, your eyes go past. Then he puts a laughing emoji and says, Dumelo, international man teacher says, I also make hot rough. Dumelo versus Ma Lydia. There is also this one coming from KNUST DJ Safety. It says John Dumelo Amanihunu part 1 and 2. T bled. That's how he has spelled it. Right. So okay. Right. So we are getting a report that someone has been shot dead at Ewutu Senya West. The same place where we recorded a violent incident earlier. It's okay. So I guess I'm told it's a different place where we recorded that unfortunate incident in the afternoon where 2 people were shot. Fortunately for the first incident which happened away from the polling station, there wasn't any fatality, but this one, we are told 1 person has been shot dead, and that's an unfortunate report coming in there. Let me still continue with the comments on social media. John Dumelo is still being trolled, and this one says John Dumelo most preferred wrong party. Original Fantasy says John Dumelo rest. Kweku says, so John Dumelo still go share the laptops and Remember, John Dumelo was sharing some laptops to tertiary students, and he was posting pictures of some of the beneficiaries on social media, and people were commending him. I think around 4,000 or so. I'm not so sure about the figures, but it was around 4,000. And so people were actually looking forward to seeing him get more votes with this distribution of the laptop. Remember, before the laptop distribution, he had started the dredging of gutters in some areas at the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency, and he had been engaging the people there and trying to convince them to give him the mandate and unseat Lydia Al-Hassan, who took over, I should say, from the husband when he passed. This one says MPP4. Okay, I can't read this one. I have to skip. He said, Ayawaso West, Dumelo, please wait for the next pregnancy. Ketri Yao says, God says, don't touch the widow. Dumelo Nkwa no here. All right. Nana J says, by now, go see Dumelo. He faint more than 3 times. Nana Kofi Sapon says, Ayawaso West people, they do Dumelo dirty. Bengazi says, guy we cut pick plus Dumelo, we Sanso cut pick plus Mama Lydia no. You go figure, say he go vote give John Dumelo at Ayawaso and where Adamko and Dada monkey. So, interesting comments coming out there. Very soon we'll cross over to our correspondents and then get some results for you. Balloting has ended. Well, for now, it is obvious that every polling station, there has been an end of the balloting and counting has begun. We are told that there are some centers they have had to make do with generators because of power outages, and so that they'll be able to see, they have clear vision and count the figures and announce the results. Some parts of Kumasi, we are told there are also rains, and officials have had to find a safer place to get more, to be able to get the results for the people and count. Still on some comments coming from John Dumelo, says on John Dumelo's throw on social media, Cypher David says Dumelo Padie, Corona Corona iduam yawa like Legon Hall. Okay, I guess I'll skip that. It's not that clear. This one is coming from Jude. Jude says, John Dumelo for go take the items he gave out all. We stress this. Oh God says, I'm sad for Dumelo safe. Kwame, the paparazzi says, Dumelo dear, anka elections for Humben. Nungwa Ugo says, if Dumelo loses, it should tell you that elections are not won on Twitter. This reminds me of some comments that the foreign minister and Honorable Ayokoboche made, and that actually brought a whole conversation. Some of the people in the industry, the creative arts industry, were saying that she had disrespected the art. She said on a political platform that politics is not about someone who is going to do a movie and become popular, and so people should vote for Madam Lydia Al-Hassan. And people who, John Dumelo is an actor, well, is general knowledge, and people who were in the arts, a section of them thought that it was a comment that sought to cast a slur on the creative industry, because they thought, well, elections are mostly in Ghana based on popularity. Of course, they look at who is popular. So if she actually wanted to say Dumelo is not fit because he has exposed his ignorance in terms of what governance is about in the country, then she shouldn't have mentioned the movie aspect, because there are some MPs in parliament, or there are some MPs who have in a way demonstrated that they don't understand issues, and so people need to be popular before they get voted to parliament. And so the way and manner the minister put her message, they were not so happy about that, and so they criticized her. Later on, she defended her actions. She said she actually didn't mean to insult the creative arts because she is someone who has the interest of the creative arts at heart. And of course, we had Marco Kumante, who is the president of the Creative Arts Council, come to tell us that Madam Ayoko Boche was actually the one in charge of the committee that sat to draw the NPP's Creative Arts Manifesto. We cross over to speak with John Dumelo, who is a parliamentary candidate of the NDC at Ayawaso West Wogon constituency. Mr. Dumelo, thanks for joining us. Welcome. Right, okay, so right, I am told that it's not an interview, but it's a tape that we have of him, and so we'll take that and we'll return right after that.
Finally, the day is here, the hour is here. It's a bit of anxiety, but I know that at the end of the day, I will be made victorious. Like I always say, God crown kings, and what God wants is not what Superman wants. And so, I know at the end of the day, in as much as they say this is a strong MPC, and I always vehemently disagree. I'm sure that today that will be manifested here. The results are collated and I'm declared the winner. Finally, the day is here, the hour is here. It's a bit of anxiety, but I know that at the end of the day, I will be made victorious. Like I always say, God.
Right, welcome back. It's the election desk GhanaWeb's coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. Just gone by was John Dumelo. Now, John Dumelo is contesting in the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency, trying to unseat Madam Lydia Al-Hassan. And if you heard his voice, he said there is some level of anxiety. Of course, if it gets to this particular time, that's when you have butterflies in your belly, because this is where you get to know whether or not what you did during the campaign season has actually paid off, because we'll be counting the results and announcing. And if you are someone who has actually contested for an election before, be it in the university days or the senior high school or assembly level, if you have been contesting for assemblyman or whichever position, you get to know that at this instance, you just want to remain calm and see how the counting will go and see whether or not the people would vote for you. Now, like I was saying earlier, John Dumelo's decision to contest actually came with a whole lot of controversies, and there have been some concerns or some comments that he seemed not to be on top of issues, and some say it's really problematic. It started when he began to dredge some gutters in the Ayawaso West constituency. It actually had to take the assembly to stop him because they said he did not seek permission from them before taking up the responsibility to dredge. But John Dumelo said, well, they had also seen that the people in the constituency were suffering. Whenever it rains, the place is flooded, and so he took it upon himself to save the people from the mess. Well, he paused, and we're hoping that, well, he said he was going to seek permission and see how best he can solve the issue. He also said on live TV that the MPP never sold the Ghana Film Corporation, which indeed the NDC did. And so some said, well, for him to have sat on live TV and spewed what they say is total ignorance, he's not fit to be an MP. And so the campaign against his election continued. Then it came to the disagreement that ensued between him and Lydia Al-Hassan during the parliamentary debate, where Lydia Al-Hassan described him as someone that is shallow-minded. Well, says if John Dumelo is someone that thinks deeply, there were some actions that he wouldn't have taken if he really thought about it. And she pointed out the dredging of the gutters, which John Dumelo did not find interesting, and he had to rebut, because for him, Madam Lydia Hassan had attended or showed up at the parliamentary debate very, very late, like 2 hours behind schedule, only to come and then utter some derogatory remarks. So we put John Dumelo's issue on hold and then go to Abuaje. I understand we had our correspondent Abuaje on. Abuaje, good evening. Can you hear me wherever you are?
Good evening. I can hear you loud and clear.
Right. So, Abuaje, where are you reporting from?
Currently, I'm in the Tewamantin constituency in the Bono East region.
What is happening? I'm sure counting has begun. Has there been any announcement of results?
Yeah, as I speak to you, we have done with counting most of the polling stations. Sorting is ongoing about, I think, 12 or 15 other polling stations. Counting has begun and the results have been declared at the polling station level.
Let's hear the results if you have them on record.
Okay, now, if I take you to the Anglican Primary A polling station, at the Anglican Primary A polling station, hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead. Frank, do we have you? Well, hello, Frank. Okay, so it appears we've lost Frank on the line. We'll try and reconnect, as well as reconnect with our other reporters and bring you some results. Already, provisional results is trending on Twitter. That's because some results are coming in, and it's actually very, very interesting. Well, okay, so whilst we wait, I'm sure we can pick some of the results from our partners. Yes, so let's go to Odan constituency, Akwemuhne, and then the NPP has 271. NDC has 51, GUM has 2, rejected ballot is 1. Parliamentary, NPP has 281, NDC has 39, GUM has 3, rejected ballot is 2. The Odan constituency, Domantin polling center, presidential, NPP 266, NDC has 58, GUM has 2, rejected is 5. Parliamentary, NDC has 45, GUM has 3, NPP has 279, rejected is 4. So those are some results coming in. Bupe Clinic presidential, there's a total of 438. The turnout is 304. NPP had 63. NDC has 230. GUM has 1, rejected ballot is 10. So those are some of the results coming in. Like I said, these are provisional results, and provisional results are actually trending on media. Let's do this from Obri Preparatory B presidential. The MPP has 165, NDC has 94, GUM has 3, rejected ballot is 3. Preparatory B, Obri Preparatory B, NPP has 158, NDC has 102. PPP has 1. It's the first time I'm seeing PPP's results, and the rejected is 4. Provisional results for Pentecost Church Asebu, in the Asebu, Ebura Asebu Kwaman Kese. The total registered is 488. Total vote cast is 401. Rejected is 2. So that's it. The breakdown: NPP had 220. NDC had 168. GUM had 9. CPP has 1. NDP also has 1. Also the first time I'm seeing NDP. Provisional results for Pentecost Church Asebu, Ebra Asebu, Kwamansi. Registered voted is 488. Vote cast is 401. Rejected is 7. NPP has 207. NDC has 181. GUM has 5. And these are parliamentary provisional results. We go to the Trobu constituency. Pokwasi Methodist Church 1. Presidential. NPP has 222. NDC has 295. GUM has 4. CPP has 1. APC, first time I'm seeing on the list, has 1. Sport ballot is 2. Rejected ballots 3. Parliamentary. NPP has 219. NDC has 294. Independent has 7. And rejected ballot is 1. Presidential, we move to the District Assembly, Bole Bamboy constituency. Out of the 371 registered, so NPP has 37. Remember, that constituency is where the former president and the flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, votes. So NPP has 37. NDC has 237. APC has 1. Independent candidate also appearing on the sheet with 1. Rejected ballot is 6. Parliamentary provisional results for Bole Bamboy NPP has 45. NDC 234. Rejected ballot is 3. The Odan constituency, St. Andrews Anglican B. Presidential, NPP has 332. NDC has 63. GUM has 2. Rejected ballots is 2. Parliamentary results at Odan constituency, St. Andrews Anglican B. NPP has 358. NDC has 39. That's 39. GUM has 2. Rejected ballots 2. We move on to Trobu constituency. Hallowed Church Afiaman 1. Presidential results: NPP 230. NDC 158. GUM has 4. PPP has 1. Rejected ballots 3. Parliamentary Trobu constituency, Hallowed Church Afiaman A1 or 1A, I beg your pardon. NPP has 216. NDC has 159. Independent candidate polling 16 votes. Quite impressive. Rejected ballot is 5. Odan constituency Akomu. Okay, so I've mentioned this. Let me go over them again. So Odan constituency Akomu presidential. NPP has 271. NDC has 5151. GUM has 2. Rejected ballot is 1. Parliamentary, it's NPP 281. NDC 39. And then GUM is 3. Right. So we pick the final one and then we show you some visuals of how the counting is going. Odan constituency Asini B. Presidential, NPP has 396. NDC has 68. GUM has 2. Rejected ballot is 3. Parliamentary, Odan constituency Asini B. NPP has 419. NDC 44. GUM has 2. And rejected ballot is 4. We pause here and we'll show you some visuals on how counting is going in some polling stations and some constituencies. It's still your election desk on GhanaWeb TV.
So after about 10 very grueling hours, voting has come to an end at the St. Anthony's 1 and 2 primary school, the polling center in Okankwe North constituency. There were no incidents. The voting was very smooth, predominantly in most of the constituencies that I went, in most of the polling stations, and of course in most of the constituencies that I went to 2 other constituencies apart from the Okankwe North, which is Okankwe Central and Okankwe South. In all of these constituencies, there were the elections went on very smoothly. There were no incidents. Outside, you see that some voters are gathered to witness the counting as well. There are going to be 2 main counting processes here for the polling station A and polling station B. The agents of the 2 main political parties are also very well represented here. I see the NDC, I saw the NDC polling agent and then the MPP polling agent. So yeah.
All right, welcome back. It's the GhanaWeb's coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. And we are bringing you reports from various polling stations and constituencies as to how the counting is going, the results, and all. Our correspondents are scattered at various polling stations. Lord Iduasare joins me again. This time he is with Honorable Esla Owusu, who is an incumbent MP. Lord, can you hear me? Hello, Lord. Okay, so we don't have Lord currently. When he reported earlier, he was telling us that counting was going on smoothly, and of course he saw visuals from their officials counting, and they were hoping that we will hear the announcement of the results very soon. Counting is ongoing at various centers, various polling stations. For now, it appears there is all eyes on the parliamentary elections. Later on, I'm sure that's when the interest in the presidential will increase. So now the concentration is on the parliamentary, and that's also because it's various constituencies, and so it's easy to get to know who has won at what point in time when you do your own mathematics and get to know that we have this number of figures coming in for this candidate. You are able to tell and give your own provisional results, and if you want to do your own projections, but the final declaration will have to come from the Electoral Commission. You're still watching GhanaWeb Election Desk. A lot more happening on social media. People are still commenting. Of course, before the break, I was giving you some results from various polling stations that we have had or received from our affiliates, our partners across the country. The Adaklu constituency in the Volta region. Right. So, okay. So I understand that Lord is ready with Honorable Esla Owusu. Lord, welcome back. And what more can you report? What's new?
Okay, I'm still at the home care school polling center here at Dansuman at the Ablekuma West constituency, where incumbent member of parliament, Honorable Esla Owusu, is also here. But the counting is finally over in this polling center, and the final, the provisional results, I must say. I have for presidential MP got 358, MDC had 172, PPP had 1, Boom also had 1. There were 4 rejected ballot sheets, and then 5.
Lord,
say again.
Are you able to repeat the figures for us?
For presidential polling center A, NPP had 358. NDC got 172, PPP had 1, Boom also had 1, 4 were rejected, while 5 were spoiled. When you come to the parliamentary, NPP got 340, NDC had 189, Boom had 2, PNC had 1, there was 1 rejected, and then 1 was also spoiled. There were 2 more polling centers, B and C. Under B for presidential, there were MPP had 299, NDC had 227. There were 5 rejected ballots. While for parliamentary, NPP had 282, NDC had 237, had 1, LPG had 2, PNC also had 2, and 4 were rejected. For the final polling center C, under presidential, MPP had 273, and NDC had 140. The remaining parties got nothing. For parliamentary, NPP got 171, NDC had 148. All rejected. Now, Abanfa, I must say that
with honorable
currently seated. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Lord. Let's hear your interaction with Honorable Esla Owusu.
Yes. Honorable Esla, good evening again. You seem tired but calm all the same. How is that?
It's been a grueling campaign, work hard. So, of course, yes, you feel it in your bones. But the provisional results coming in vindicate the confidence that we had that we will win this seat and Nana would take the presidential election as well. It's early days yet, but I'm hopeful that the trend will continue and we will end up victorious in this election. Put in a lot of hard work in the campaigning, and it's beginning to look like it's paying off. So we're quietly confident that our projections will come to pass and will retain both the presidency and the majority of seats in parliament.
Earlier when we spoke to you, you were very confident that you were going to sweep the results, but some of the results were seemingly close, I must say, for some of the polling centers. How did that make you feel?
You're looking at only one polling.
All right, so we have lost. Okay. So Lord is back. We are told.
Pretty well, yeah, because on the other side of the road, there are quite a few people who vote NDC down there. In the estates, we vote MPP. I believe even in 2008, we won this polling station, like we always do, but with a slim margin. And when the results were being declared, they flipped it. And so officially, the NDC won this polling station. It's never happened before. And that was a very clear mistake, but it was never challenged. And so it was never corrected. So on the record, the NDC won home care polling station, which never happened. So I'm not too surprised at that. Surprised that the NDC candidate did surprisingly well here, better than I expected him to. But in the other parts of the constituency, it's going as we expected. In the special voting, the MPP got 190 for presidential, and the NDC got 95. GUM 1, PPP 1. In parliamentary, MPP got 193 for parliamentary, and NDC got 91. So those are the kinds of margins that are coming in. At the Nightingale polling station, at least from what I've been sent, MPP got 120, NDC got 75 for the parliamentary, and the presidential was 126-29. In other results as well, let me see what I have here.
Even before you go to the other results, many classify this polling as your home base. You indicated that you were a bit surprised at the results that your opponents got. Do you think it indicates that you are losing ground here?
Here in home care.
Here in home
No,
care.
for the parliamentary, even one vote makes a difference. So it doesn't make any difference. We would have to compare what the results were in 2012 and 2016 to what we got here today to make that assumption. I don't have those results of that. So let's just hold our horses. Maybe they just show a similar trend and nothing much has changed. And so it's an indication of the actual strength of both parties in this part of the constituency. But in St. Bernadette's polling station, the MPP got 202, the NDC got 80. For the presidential, for the parliamentary, MPP got 203, NDC got 80. That for 1A. And for 1B, it was 194.94 for presidential and 192.96. So that should just give you an idea that the NPP is getting about twice what the NDC is getting at various polling centers. And that's there are 1 or 2 polling stations here that the NDC would win because we expect that based on the demographics and the dynamics of that particular place. But at the end of the day, when all the results are collated, I expect that we would increase the margin by which we won in the last election. And that's what we're focusing on. We won with 13,000 plus vote difference in the last election. We're hoping to make it at least a 20,000 vote difference this time round. So let's see how this is very, very early days yet.
A very long night because till everything is over. What's the outlook for you? How are you going to handle this in the various other places?
We'll just do what we've always done. As I indicated, we have a center where we are collating our results. So we'll go get our collated results before we go to the constituency collation center.
All right, so welcome back. We are sorry for that break, actually. So Lord was reporting, as usual, our internet failed us. And so Lord was speaking with Honorable Esla Owusu on her fortunes. Well, she seems tired, actually. She says the process has been very, very exhaustive. If you could notice from her facial expression and the way she was speaking, you notice that she was very tired. And there have been some, results that she seemed not to be, she was actually not expecting, especially the polling station where she was. The opposition seems to have garnered more votes than usual, right? So earlier I told you that someone has been shot dead. A man has been shot dead at the Ewutu Senya West constituency. We are told that he was shot dead after he attempted to snatch a ballot box at the polling station. That's an unfortunate news coming in there. The news is said, okay, so we will bring you more updates on the very unfortunate news and other things happening at various polling stations. Someone has been shot dead for attempting, allegedly attempting to snatch a ballot box at the Ewutu Senya West. Okay, right. So we cross over. Our reporter Desmond Frimpong is ready to give us an update. Desmond, thanks for joining us. Where are you reporting from?
I'm currently reporting from the Medina constituency. actually roamed a couple of polling station centers, and the last one I visited before making my way to the Collation Center is a Presec Primary School, where I'm at polling station A3B for the presidential. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, that's fine. For the presidentials, NPP had 142 votes, and the NDC had 126. GOOM had 1, and unfortunately, it was just 1 spoiled ballot. And that's for the presidential. Moving on to the parliamentary, NPP had 143, NDC had 125, and GOOM had 1. Over there too, there were one rejected ballot, and also 1 ballot got spoiled. But at that same venue, it looks like it's a very popular thing. One station could have a cluster of polling stations, and Presec basic school or Presec primary school is no different. So at the same station, Presec staff AB1 for parliamentaries, NDC had 130 votes, NPP had 160 votes, GOOM had 2 votes. At the same polling station for the presidentials, NDC had 134, NPP had 156 votes, GOOM had 1, and the CPP also had 1. So, Abrante, as I'm talking to you now, I'm making my way to the Collation Center to get a fair sense of all the votes being put together, and I'll talk to you and give our viewers updates on that very happening.
Okay, thank you, Desmond. Desmond Frimpong is our reporter. He was reporting from Medina, bringing us up to speed with respect to what is happening there, the results. So you heard it for yourself. He's moving on to the Collation Center, where the results for the constituency from various polling stations will be sent and collated, and then we can have an announcement of provisional results. It will still, where at that stage it could be certified by the officials of the Electoral Commission. Right, so whilst we wait to get some more update from our correspondents, let me take you through some figures that we are getting from our partners and affiliates. So we move to the Aguna West constituency Anglican Church polling station inside Swedro, and the presidential NPP has 234, NDC has 134, GOOM has 5, CPP has 1, GFP has 1, and the rejected ballot 8. Parliamentary, NPP has 200, NDC has 166, independent candidate coming through with 9 votes, rejected ballot 6. High Court polling station, still provisional results. Presidential elections, NPP has 279, NDC has 164, GOOM has 4, GFP, Ghana Freedom Party has 1, and then rejected ballot is 3. Parliamentary, NPP has 238, NDC has 204. Town Hall polling station, NPP has 309, NDC has 182, GOOM has 11, LPG has 1. Interestingly, it's the first time I am seeing LPG, Kofi Akpalu's political party coming on the results sheet. Parliamentary, at the Town Hall polling station, NPP has 272, NDC has 218, independent candidate had 0. Move to the Ashanti region, Bantima constituency, to the polling station, Bantima Presby Primary Lower, and the NPP has 246 votes for presidential. NDC has 5252, NDP has 1, spoiled ballot has 4, and then total is 303. Parliamentary for the Bantima constituency, Bantima Presby Primary Lower Polling Station, NPP has 252, NDC has 48, and UFP has 2. We'll move on to our correspondent in the okay, so Frank Abuaje has joined us again. Frank, which polling station are you this time around, or you are still where you were reporting from earlier?
Now, if you can hear me, I have results from Atebubu Methodist Primary JHS.
Okay, Frank,
now,
go ahead.
I'll first take you to the presidential. The presidential, the MPP 434. MPP 434. NDC had 120. NDC 120. Boom 3. Boom 3. CPP 1. And all the other parties have rejected ballots. We recorded 5 rejected ballots. Now let me take you to the parliamentary. The parliamentary, the NPP's parliamentary candidate, that had 447. 447. Then Sanja Nanja had 109. The PP's candidate, that is Senator, had 4. Sorry, had 4. Then the rejected we recorded 20. Now let me take you through Anglican Primary A. Anglican Primary A presidential. We recorded MPP 243, MPP 243, NDC 60, then PPP 0. All other parties also have 0. Parliamentary, the MPP had 258, MPP 258, NDC 45, that's NDC Sanjanaja 45, PPP, that's Inakaku had 1, sport ballot 3. So basically, this is the results we have so far. The results have started coming in, and we are trying to see whether we can get more updates that we give to our viewers and listeners.
Right. Thank you, Frank Abuaje, for giving us a report on the results. Right. So I'm sure we'll get back to you and get more results from the various polling stations and then the collation centers where we'll be having more like the final results from various polling stations. We're still taking more results. A reminder that you're watching GhanaWeb's live coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. Well, we have our correspondent in various constituencies and polling stations bringing us reports on what is actually the figures are. Voting, of course, it's 7:45. I'm sure everywhere voting has ended everywhere, and counting has begun. Results are coming in. Before we crossed over to Frank Abuaje, I was giving you some figures. So we had figures coming in from the Bantima constituency. The polling station is Bantima Presby Primary Lower. And now we move on to the Ebenezer Methodist Church presidential. NPP has 344, NDC has 60, that's 60, GUM has 1. Parliamentary candidates, NPP has 368, NDC has 3838, GUM has 1, so the total is 407. Rejected ballot is 2. Provisional results from the Western Region, Obri Preparatory, the Kwesimintim constituency, polling station A, presidential elections, NPP has 174, NDC has 110, parliamentary NPP has 163, and then the NDC has 120. Polling station B1, NPP has 165, NDC has 94. Parliamentary NPP has 158, NDC has 102. Polling station B, presidential NPP has 157, NDC has 108. Parliamentary NPP 149, NDC 116. Old Fire Service 2, presidential NPP has 364, NDC has 74. GFP has 1 rejected ballot, 4. Parliamentary, same at still at the old fire service 2. NPP has 382. NDC has 59. That's 59. Old Jabin, Akatia SHSB polling station. NPP has 314. NDC has 47. Rejected ballot is 5. Parliamentary, NPP has 325. NDC has 37. Rejected ballot is 4. Old Fire Service 1, NPP Presidential 483. And there is a huge margin because the NDC has 8080. Rejected ballot is 4. Parliamentary, NPP has 456. Another huge margin because the NDC has 65. 65. Rejected ballot is 2. Provisional results from Old Janina Akachi Aketia SHS, I beg your pardon, A. Old Janina Aketia SHS A. Presidential, NPP has 398. NDC has 49, and then GUM has 2. Parliamentary, NPP has 408. NDC has 4040. Rejected ballot is 1. Other constituency municipal assembly, NPP has 481. NDC has 109. GUM has 2. APC 1. Rejected ballot 3. Parliamentary candidates, NPP has 489. NDC has 99. And then GUM has 8. Rejected ballot 0. Ghana Apostolic Church polling station B, Okankwe Central Presidential, NPP has 185. NDC has 194. GUM has 1. Rejected ballot 5. Spoiled is 0. Total is 385. Parliamentary, still at Okankwe Central, NPP has 217. NDC has 163. Rejected ballot 2. Total is 382. And out of 512. Provisional results, we go to Tafo Pankrono, the post office polling station. Presidential elections, rejected ballot, we have 5. NPP presidential has 191. NDC has 269. I beg your pardon. NDC has 269, and then GUM has 4. Still at Tafo post office polling station, Parliamentary, NPP has 171. NDC has 296. GCPP has 3. Obi Preparatory B presidential, NDC has 94. NPP has 165. GUM has 3. Rejected ballot is 3. Obi Preparatory polling station B Parliamentary, NPP has 158. NDC has 102. PPP has 1. Rejected ballot is 4. So as it stands now, we'll be having results from various polling stations. First, before we move to the collation centers, where we have the results for the, we have all the results put together for a declaration as far as the constituencies are concerned. And so we still give you provisional results. Pong Katamanso Parliamentary results coming in from the Pong Methodist Primary 1 station. NPP has 114. NDC has 157. Aguna West Anglican polling station, Swedru NPP presidential, they have 234. NDC has 134. GUM has 5. CPP has 1. GFP has 1. Rejected ballot has 8. Right. So we'll take a few shots that we have for you, our viewers out there. If you want more news on what is happening with respect to the elections, log on to www.ghanaweb.com as the most read website in Ghana, the biggest website. We have you covered with every update that you need to know as far as the election is concerned. On our YouTube is GhanaWeb TV, social media handles. Facebook is GhanaWeb, Instagram is at the GhanaWeb, Twitter is the GhanaWeb. My name is Benefo Boabena Brantipa. I'm doing this with my colleagues Daniel Dro and Wanda Hagan, who will be joining me very soon. But before that, let's take a view, or let's watch these videos that we have for you from various centers.
Presidential, 270, NPP 110, NDC 138, Boom 14, CPP 0, GFP 1, DCPP 1, APC 1, LPG 0, PNC 0, PPP 4, NDP 1, Independent 0.
Now, Mebo, okay. Why say Argentina are rejected? No, say when you have to where we into what way we now we see the vote over there. And why can't you consider it? No. Yes, it's a question.
Why? Now it's like NBC. No. Jam. NBC. This one is MPP. Yeah.
I don't see it as a tampering. And so it's for the others to understand. It's not a tampering. This, and you see this. Would you have said that it's not school? But is this not a tampering?
It's not a tampering, and yet tampering. And yet tampering. Spencer also didn't want to come inside here.
No, wait.
You have fine, I understand. That is why they said after voting, clear your fingers. So that you can see inconvenience.
Are you aware that are you understanding the time?
And let me tell you something. See, this is an indicator. Okay? It is clearly seen. You understand? That there is and you can see clearly that. Had it not been this thing, I would have accepted it. If it were to be a minute and negligible, I would have done that. But this is obvious. I'm not talking about, you can see. No. This little thing, it's all over there. 1, 2, 3. Talking about. I'm not satisfied with this one. These are the small parts.
Listen, I'm asking my this one was small.
GhanaWeb election desk coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary election. Well, before we showed you that visual, we're talking about John Dumelo, who was being trolled on social media due to some results that were coming in from some polling stations. We understand he has won the Okponglo, and there is some jubilation out there. He's not won the constituency yet. The good results coming in from Okponglo for him, and there is wild jubilation. Let's take a look at this video. right, so those are some visuals from Okponglo, which is under the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency, where we understand that John Dumelo has won that part of the constituency, the polling station at Okponglo. And so you saw his fans or his followers jubilating to the victory. But it's early days yet. It could actually be a premature jubilation because some other polling station results are yet to be announced. And so they should be coming down, yeah, because there can be some upsets, there can be some shocking results, and so it's early days yet, of course. So keep calm and don't jubilate too much. You know, things can change. So we'll go back and show you some other visuals of counting processes that are ongoing at some various constituencies, as and when we are able to reconnect with our reporters. They will also give us what's happening wherever they find themselves.
One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 25, 26, 27.
Can you sign out, Moko?
Yeah, then finish. And the thing. Boss. Where's the machine? Presidential, 270. NPP 110. NDC 138. Boom 14. CPP 0. GFP 1. DCPP 1. APC 1. LPG 0. PNC 0. PPP 4. NDP 1. Independent 0.
Now, Mabo, okay. Why say I didn't think I rejected no say when you have to where we into what way we now we see the vote over there, and why can't you consider it? No. Yes, sir. It's a question.
Why? Now where's what? NDC. No. This one is MPP. Yeah.
I don't see it as a campaign. And so it's for the others to understand.
No, it's not a campaign.
This, and you see this. Would you have said that it's not small?
But is this not a campaign?
It's not a tampering, and yet tampering. And yet tampering. But say all four didn't want paper inside here.
No, wait.
You have obvious. Fine, I understand. That is why they said after voting, clean your fingers. So that you can see yourself. Inconvenience. Are you aware that let me tell you something. See, this is an indicator. Okay? It is clearly seen. You understand? That there is you can see clearly that. Have you not been this thing? Have you not been this thing? I would have said that. If it were to be a minute and negligible, I would have done that. But this is obvious. This is obvious. I'm not talking about. You can see. If we have put it on this little thing like one, two, three. Talking about. No, it is not. I'm not satisfied with this one. This is the sport battle.
Listen, I'm asking my this one was small.
It's a bit of anxiety, but I know that at the end of the day, I will be victorious. Like I always say, God crown kings, and what God wants is not what man wants. And so, I know at the end of the day, in as much as they say this is a strong advocacy, and I always vehemently disagree. I'm sure that today that will be manifested here. The results are collated, and I'm declared. At the end of the day, in as much as they say this is a strong advocacy, and I always vehemently disagree. I'm sure that today that will be manifested here. The results are collated, and I'm declared the winner.
So this is the very packed Immaculate Conception Catholic Church. It's the Collation Center for the Okaikwe North constituency. I am not sure who all these people are, but I can guess that they are all very interested in making sure that the polls come out fair, and then the counting and then the collation from the other parts of the other police stations in the constituencies are accurate. I hear that media men will be allowed to go in to witness the collation if it happens that they will be doing it in there. But it looks like they may have to do it outside in order that there's no confusion about who should enter and who not to enter. So as you can see, security men are very heavily represented here. Party agents, EC officials, place is really packed. The place is really packed. And as you can see, electoral, the ballot boxes are still coming in from different parts of the polling station. I mean, different polling stations, I must say, in the constituency. So that's the situation here, really packed. Immediately, some may even call it a madhouse, but of course, the security men are guiding the process, so it looks real good. So yeah, I'll keep you updated as and when.
Finally, the day is here, the hour is here. It's a bit of anxiety, but I know that at the end of the day, I will emerge victorious. Like I always say, God crown kings, and what God wants is not what man wants. And so, I know at the end of the day, in as much as they say this is a strong advocacy, and I always vehemently disagree. I'm sure that today that will be manifested here. The results are collated and I'm declared the winner.
So this is the very packed Immaculate Conception Catholic Church. It's the Collation Center for the Okaikwe North constituency. I am not sure who all these people are, but I can guess that they are all very interested in making sure that the polls come out fair, and then the counting and then the collation from the other parts of the other police stations in the constituencies are accurate. I hear that media men will be allowed to go in to witness the collation if it happens that they will be doing it in the, but it looks like they may have to do it outside in order that there's no confusion about who should enter and who not to enter. So as you can see, the security men are very heavily represented here. Party agents, EC officials, the place is really packed. The place is really packed. And as you can see, electoral, the ballot boxes are still coming in from different parts of the polling station. I mean, different polling stations, I must say, in the constituency. So that's the situation here, really packed. Immediately, some may even call it a madhouse, but of course, the security men are guiding the process, so it looks real good. So yeah, I'll keep you updated as and when.
Finally, the day is here, the hour is here. It's a bit of anxiety, but I know that at the end of the day, I will emerge victorious. Like I always say, God crown kings, and what God wants is not what man wants. And so, I know at the end of the day, in as much as they say this is a strong advocacy, and I always vehemently disagree. I'm sure that today that will be manifested here. The results are collated and I'm declared the winner.
This is the very packed Immaculate Conception Catholic Church. It's the Collation Center for the Okaigwe North constituency. I am not sure who all these people are, but I can guess that they are all very interested in making sure that the polls come out fair, and then the counting and then the collation from the other parts of the other police stations in the constituencies are accurate. I hear that media men will be allowed to go in to witness the collation if it happens that they will be doing it in there. But it looks like they may have to do it outside in order that there's no confusion about who should enter and who not to enter. So as you can see, security men are very heavily represented here. Party agents, EC officials. The place is really packed. The place is really packed. And as you can see, electoral, the ballot boxes are still coming in from different parts of the polling station. I mean, different polling stations, I must say, in the constituency. So that's the situation here, really packed. Immediately, some may even call it a madhouse, but of course, the security men are guiding the process, so it looks real good. So yeah, I'll keep you updated as and when.
Finally, the day is here, the hour is here. It's a bit of anxiety, but I know that at the end of the day, I will emerge victorious. Like I always say, God crown kings, and what God wants is not what man wants. And so, I know at the end of the day, in as much as they say this is a strong advocacy, and I always vehemently disagree. I'm sure that today that will be manifested here. The results are collated and I'm declared the winner.
So this is the very packed Immaculate Conception Catholic Church. It's the Collation Center for the Okaikwe North constituency. I am not sure who all these people are, but I can guess that they are all very interested in making sure that the polls come out fair, and then the counting and then the collation from the other parts of the other police stations in the constituencies are accurate. I hear that media men will be allowed to go in to witness the collation if it happens that they will be doing it in the, but it looks like they may have to do it outside in order that there's no confusion about who should enter and who not to enter. So as you can see, security men are very heavily represented here. Party agents, EC officials, place is really packed. The place is really packed. And as you can see, electoral, the ballot boxes are still coming in from different parts of, different polling stations, I must say, in the constituency. So that is really packed. Immediately, some may even call it a madhouse, but of course, the security men are guiding the process, so it looks real good. So yeah, I'll keep you updated as and when.
Finally, the day is here, the hour is here. It's a bit of anxiety, but I know that at the end of the day, I will emerge victorious. Like I always say, God crown kings, and what God wants is not what man wants. And so, I know at the end of the day, in as much as they say this is a strong advocacy, and I always vehemently disagree. I'm sure that today that will be manifested here. The results are collated and I'm declared the winner.
So this is the very packed Immaculate Conception Catholic Church. It's the Collation Center for the Okaigwe North constituency. I am not sure who all these people are, but I can guess that they are all very interested in making sure that the polls come out fair, and then the counting and then the collation from the other parts of the other police stations in the constituencies are accurate. I hear that media men will be allowed to go in to witness the collation if it happens that they will be doing it in the, but it looks like they may have to do it outside in order that there's no confusion about who should enter and who not to enter. So as you can see, security men are very heavily represented here. Party agents, EC officials, place is really packed. The place is really packed. And as you can see, electoral, the ballot boxes are still coming in from different parts of the polling station. I mean, different polling stations, I must say, in the constituency. So that's the situation here, really packed. Immediately, some may even call it a madhouse, but of course, the security men are guiding the process, so it looks real good. So yeah.
53.6% against 44.6%. These were the electoral results, presidential electoral results in 2016. What are the results going to be this year? Who is going to be Ghana's elected president for the next 4 years? We are yet to know. Counting is still going on. This is GhanaWeb's election desk. We've been bringing you everything you need to know about this election from morning till now, and we'll be going all the way till the election is over. So far, we've had a number of reports from the ground. We know the elections were fairly peaceful, fair, and balanced, but counting is still ongoing. We hope that we don't see any inconsistencies till the whole event is over. And we know a few inconsistencies happened at some polling stations. We recorded some gunshots at the Ewutu Senya East constituency, and we had a similar incident at the Ewutu Senya West constituency where someone was shot dead after trying to snatch a ballot box. I think that was a bit extreme, but we've fairly had a peaceful election, and we hope that continues. We've had reporters scattered all over the 275 constituencies across all 16 regions of the country. We had our political desk head, Lord Harris Edwasari, leading the team on the ground. He just returned, and we want to engage him and find out what he observed and what he's been monitoring since morning. Edwasari, welcome to Election Desk, and welcome back from the field.
Thank you.
It must have been exhausting since morning.
It was a good one, but yeah. Well, happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you very much. And so, what was it like for you on the field?
Generally, it was a good exercise. I mean, from what I observed on the ground, so I was stationed at the Ablekuma West constituency, where Honorable Esla Osekufo is seeking re-election, but she was being highly contested by other candidates as well. I was briefly at the Ablekuma West constituency, and then I also went to Ablekuma North. But when I went to Ablekuma North, there was a pretty interesting sight I saw. We went, myself and then my camera person, Sandra, we were at the Apostolic Church at Odoko, and even before the polls began, before the voting started, we realized that some military personnel came around, and then they were removing some paraphernalia which were hanging in close proximity in the voting areas.
Which party's paraphernalia?
The ones that were there were for the NPP, but then they were also, generally they were going around taking for all the other parties.
Okay. Was there a particular reason for that?
Well,
you felt it was a campaign mechanism?
Exactly. But the EC's instruction about, and the fact that the campaigning had ended, voting going on, you can't have party paraphernalia all over in people's faces. It will reduce. Exactly.
Okay. What else did you observe?
Still going around in the...
Before you move on though, we have Esla Owusu contesting who in this year's parliamentary elections?
Yes, his name is Reverend Kweku.
That's a Reverend Minister.
Yes,
That's
Reverend
an
Minister Kweku. Yeah.
He's contesting on the ticket of the
NDC. Yes.
Okay. We had ESA polling 34,376 votes, representing 56.96% in last year's parliamentary elections, against Dinah Obenewa Chu, who represented the NDC, and she polled 20,976, representing 34.76%. What does it look like this year?
Well, so I spoke to her. She normally votes at the home care polling center at Dansoman. And in the morning, just after she casted her vote, she was very confident. I mean, in her words, she stated that not in a million years will the NDC or any other party win the elections. And so, yeah, she was really confident about that. Now, this evening, after the polls, we realized that the provisional ones that were available, for one of the polling centers, the figures were quite close. The NDC managed to climb up a bit. She won by a little over 30 votes. Yes, in one of the polling centers, she polled 282, and Reverend Ado polled 237, so 30-40. And I spoke to her right afterwards, and she indeed admitted that she was surprised at the turnout or the results that her opponent got, but it still didn't change her stance on the fact that she believed that she was going to win. She indicated that for a long time, the Ablekuma West constituency has been a stronghold of the incumbent MPP, and nothing is going to change that. So she was saying that in as much as in her polling center, where it has more or less become her stronghold, if you can put it that way, the figures may seemingly have been close. For the other ones that were still trickling in, the numbers were still looking good for her, so she wasn't shaken at all.
Okay, so polling, voting is over.
Yeah.
We know counting is going on, and very soon, hopefully, the results will be announced. But what was the voting process like in your area? We know other constituencies recorded peaceful voting process. Some others had a few misunderstandings, and in two major flashpoints, there were unfortunate incidents of violence. Did you register anything like that from where you were?
For Ablekuma West, for example, there are a few flashpoints, right? So we tried to visit, we visited some of those areas to see how things were. And it was smooth. Yes, and everything was, there were no incidents there. Speaking to some of the presiding officers, they indicated that sometimes the people in the queue were a bit agitated because of the slow nature of the exercise, but by and large, it didn't get out of control, so there were no incidents per se. Because of the new developments as far as the polling centers were concerned, because they were, how should I put it, they were divided so that more people can vote in certain areas, so that they can increase the speed. Some centers had less people, whilst others had more, and so for some of the centers things were pretty fast, whilst others it was slow because of the numbers. I noticed that elderly people and persons with disabilities were given priority to vote, and so that also helped.
What special arrangements were made for such people?
I saw that immediately they came, the presiding officer escorted them straight to the place, and then there was like a different queue for them.
For the aged?
Yes, for the aged and the person with disability. So once they come, then they are catered for.
When you say the process was relatively smooth at your end, this means that there were no incidents of missing names in the register, nothing like that?
There were no reports like that in all the polling centers I went to. During the counting, however, for example, the home care polling center, in one of the polling centers, there was a recount because when they were done, they couldn't account for about 3 votes. I think it was missing, so they had to recount, and I think the conclusion was that maybe after casting the vote, the person probably didn't put it in the ballot box because it wasn't in there.
Okay, I don't know if you've been observing things outside your monitoring area, but you know there are 2 things that are trending now: the Hohoi constituency and the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency, because for the first time, it appears an NPP candidate, parliamentary candidate, is gaining some interest in that area, in the Hohoi area, which is the NDC's stronghold over the years. And this is an interesting development. It appears the energy minister is gaining ground. Is getting ground over there. What do you make of that?
I think generally the Honorable Minister Peter Jonamewu seems to be a likable person, so political or not, doesn't really matter the political divide in which you belong, because of the way he performed, especially as the lands, the way he handled the Galamsey, he sort of grew on people. People tended to appreciate him. So I think that may have helped his cause in that region. So him aspiring to be a member of parliament really helped him.
How about Lydia and John Dumelo in the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency?
That was an interesting one. Sorry, excuse me. That was an interesting one. For example, the University of Ghana, where John Dumelo went to share laptops. I'd like to take some water.
Okay, whilst you work on that, I just want to get some responses or some comments from social media as far as the issue of John Dumelo is concerned. He's trending at #1 on Twitter, and people are talking about that now. There are a few comments. It looks like people are making funny comments. We can't really tell where that is going, but a few comments. This person says, John Dumelo go come back stronger though. It be experience. Do his checks. Know where he went wrong and how to improve. I don't know what this means though, because the numbers are not compiled. They are not done compiling the numbers, but it appears people are already suggesting that the candidate for Ayawaso West Wogon may be losing his chances of winning this election. Other comments, someone says, hey, Legon students didn't vote for Dumelo. And another person says, at this stage, John Dumelo realized he was attending his own funeral. Others have memes and pictures of the parliamentary candidate suggesting he is in a very awkward situation at the moment. More comments coming in. Please update me on the Ayawaso West Wogon results. Is John Dumelo in a comfortable lead? Anna Lawu. And then there's the laughing emoji. Okay, so yeah, that's it. I don't know what it is, but it looks like Dumelo is being trolled even before the results come out.
Yeah, at the University of Ghana, people are expecting that because he distributed the laptops, he should get very good results. I mean, especially among the students, but the results are taking a different tail.
We've done it before, and we can do it again. Let us on Monday exorcise the ghost of Ayawaso West Wogon. My name is John Dramani Mahama, and I stand for peace. Let there be peace in Ghana. Let there be peace in Ghana before, during, and after the elections. God bless our dear nation, Ghana, and God bless us all.
This is the third time I've participated in this ceremony. The first two as leader of the opposition, and the third as President of the Republic. On both previous occasions, I've held to my part of the peace pact. And on this third occasion, as President of the Republic, I will do the same.
As Christians, we will continue in our God-given mandate in praying for the leaders of this nation, from the president to the opposition, the legislature, judiciary, security services, and the entire nation. More importantly, we expect our politicians and their supporters to aim for peace. Make the peace of this nation your topmost priority, as is mentioned in Hebrews 2 verse 14. Follow peace with all men, and holiness without which no man shall see the Lord. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make us great and strong.
We lift up prayer right now as we put our hand. We pray for the lady. We pray for all that are on the field, our security agents, the police, the army, our doctors, the nurses, in the name of Jesus, the Electoral Commission, the staffs. Father, we intercede. We pray for mercy, 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 divine protection, 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 protection for all. In the name of Jesus, that there will be no strange happenings doing, and after the election. Amen.
Desk, where we've been bringing you all the coverage, everything you need to know about the 2020 elections from morning till now. We've been talking about happenings on the field. We've been bringing you up to speed with events on the ground. Our field reporters have been on the ground across all 275 constituencies in the country. For now, voting is ongoing and provisional results are out. The certified results are yet to be confirmed, but for now we have a few provisional results, and I'm going to take you through a few of them, and then we speak to some of our reporters who have been on the ground to do a review of how the day went. So now we have in the Kwamang Abesua electoral area, for the presidential provisional results, we have MPP getting 710 votes, the NDC getting 38 votes, GUM got 3, independent 1, and then the rejected ballots for that area are 15. For the parliamentary results in the same area, Kwamang Abiswa electoral area, we have parliamentary NPP getting 572 votes, NDC getting 17 votes, independent 173, and rejected 5 votes. And so we are moving on. We have the Okaikwe Central Collation Center. And from there, we have the presidential provisional results, the MPP having 157, NDC polling 108, GUM got 2, CPP 1. And for the parliamentary, we have NPP getting 117 and the NDC polling 90 votes. We still have some provisional results from Ningo Pram Pram in the Greater Accra region, where voting was relatively peaceful, impressively. Today, we have provisional results, and the presidential one, we have NPP gaining 307 votes, NDC 539 votes, GUM got 9, the rest 0, and then rejected ballots 6. For the parliamentary results, provisional results in the Ningo Pram Pram constituency, we have NPP getting 351 votes, NDC 498, GUM got 8 votes, CPP 2, and the rest got 0, and rejected ballots were 5. From the few results, provisional results I have read so far, it appears that the next party, smaller party, getting some numbers which are impressive compared to the two major political parties is GUM. In previous years, we would note that it was the PPP who was being represented by Papa Kwesi Indum. He's out of the race now, and it appears that GUM is somehow taking his position because they are the next party getting some significant numbers as far as provisional results are concerned. We move to the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency in the Greater Accra region. Bawaleshi Pentecost Church A, provisional results. We have MPP for the presidential, MPP garnering 178 votes, NDC 160, GUM got 3, rejected 2, total registered people in that area 432, and the turnout was 341, which means not everyone who registered in that area turned out to vote today. For the parliamentary result, we have NPP garnering 184 votes in that area, NDC 154, and rejected ballots 2. We'll hold on to the rest of the provisional results we have for now and speak to a reporter who has been on the field. He has been covering and monitoring events from the Ashaiman constituency in the Greater Accra region. We have Charles Boating. Welcome to Election Desk. And welcome back from the field.
Thank you very much.
How has it been for you since morning?
It's been hectic. It's been hectic because the polling stations, aside the fact that they've been divided into A and B, there are a lot of polling stations in one constituency. So one
you were moving from one polling station to the other. We know that Ashaiman over the years has been reported to be a flashpoint. Was there anything interesting that happened on the ground today?
Well, aside one or two exchange of words, no altercation took place. Quite on the contrary, it was a smooth exercise right from the beginning through to the end.
Okay. And so there were no inconsistencies, no missing names, security was on point, everything was on point as far as...
Everything was on point. Roughly between 3 to 5 minutes was the duration for each electorate. So as early as 11 a.m., the line that had built up in the morning at dawn had increased to little or to none.
And did you notice any voters hovering or loitering around after voting? I mean, because from the EC's announcement, once you vote, you're supposed to leave the center and come back when when counting begins. Did you notice any anomalies as far as that was concerned?
I think it's in our nature as Ghanaians to disregard rules and regulations. There were a handful of Ghanaians who were still loitering around after they were done voting. Some actually stayed till the end of the voting exercise and
when counting
began. Some actually stayed till counting ended before they left to
and the electoral officials knew this and nothing was done about it?
Well,
or it wasn't much of a problem for them?
I think their concentration was more on the electoral process than those who were loitering around, because they didn't interfere with the electoral process. They didn't cause any misunderstanding or any disturbances. So the focus was more on the electoral process than those who were loitering around.
How many candidates are vying in that constituency, in the Ashaiman constituency?
2. That is the NPP and the NDC for the parliamentary position. And then we have the presidential positions being 12.
So who are those 2 candidates for representing the NDC and the NPP?
Okay, for the Ashaiman constituency, the NDC was Honorable Henry Nogbe. The surname is...
And Henry Nogbe.
Yeah.
Against who?
The NPP candidate is not actually that popular. The name has skipped me a bit because of the up and down.
Okay, so we'll just go through last year's figures. We had Ernest Henry Nogbe contesting for the NDC last year, and he garnered 52,400 votes, representing 58.91%, against NPP's Labaran Yakubu Bari, and who got 35,697 votes, representing 40.13%. We also had the PPP, APC, and CPP also garnering about 500 votes downwards. Okay, so aside the Ashaiman constituency, which other constituency did we get information from?
Tema Central.
And what exactly went down there?
Okay, okay, with Tema Central, I think it was similar to the same as Ashaiman constituency. Most of the electorates came as early as 2 a.m. at dawn to queue for the process, and between 3 to 5 minutes. Actually, voting started as early as 7 a.m. for both constituencies, and as early as 12 p.m. most of the polling stations had few electorates around because the voting process was very smooth and fast.
Okay, so in that area too, it was smooth. There was nothing.
There was no disturbance. There was no
to record.
And and unlike the Ashaiman constituency, once a person was done voting, the person just left. There was no loitering around. But some came back later in the evening when voting was over to observe the counting exercise.
And the COVID protocols were observed
religiously. Okay, for Tema Central, I would applaud them for the social distancing, but for Ashaiman, they didn't actually observe much social distancing. There was a bit of crowding at dawn, but as time went on, because the crowd dispersed, there was a bit of social distancing.
So as far as you're concerned, everything went on smoothly from where you were. Thank you, Charles, for giving us updates from the field.
You're welcome.
All right, so we continue with some provisional results that we are getting. And we are getting results from the Bole Bamboy constituency and the Koripe electoral area. And for the presidential results so far, provisional, out of 393, the NPP polled 57 votes. NDC polled 253 votes. GUM got 1. GFP got 1. PNC polled 1. And the independent candidates also polled 1. Rejected ballots were 6 in that area. Medina constituency at the SDA primary 1 For presidential provisional results, the NPP polled 242 votes, NDC polled 282 votes, GUM polled 4 votes, rejected ballots were 2, spoiled ballots, I beg your pardon, were 1, and the total votes cast in that Medina constituency were 530 votes. Parliamentary results in the Medina constituency, provisional results, the NPP polled 233 votes, NDC got 281, GUM 10, rejected 2, and total votes cast for the parliamentary candidates were 526. For provisional results in the whole central constituency, the GBC Revenue Office polling station, for the presidential, NDC polled 511, NPP polled 74, GUM polled 3, and there were 4 rejected ballots. Total votes cast were 592. So we'll be bringing you more updates as and when we get them. But this is GhanaWeb's election desk. We've been bringing you analysis, trends as far as election coverage and the election of a new president for the next 4 years and parliamentary members for the next parliament is concerned. We'll stick around and bring you more. Stay with us. We'll be right back. We'll take a short break.
Today my activities have been touring all the polling stations, and so far so good, very orderly. And as you are aware, in this particular place there are about 6 polling stations. We are done with it. We are just filling the remaining 2, the pink sheets. Once we are done, we'll go to Mamprobi, where the Collation Center is, and it's looking very positive, both presidential and parliamentary. Like I said, 6 polling stations. Nanado won 2, we've won 4. And this is the MPP stronghold, Kolebu. Yes. That's their stronghold. Yes. And even with their stronghold, that's the performance. Choko, Kolegono, that one, it comes boom, boom, boom. In fact, our fear was Jerry Ahmed. Jerry's personality, he blends both NDC and MPP. When I came into the constituency, I've been interviewing the young people, and they indicated to me that Jerry doesn't know NDC or MPP. He's extremely generous to them. And it appears the result is showing that.
And finally,
because in 2016, Jerry did quite well, even in this area. But today, I mean, it's overwhelming.
So welcome to GhanaWeb's continuous coverage of the election 2020. So I'm currently at the Ablikuma South constituency where voting has ended and counting has also ended, and the ballot papers have currently been moved to the Collation Center. But I'm currently standing at the Kolibu police station where there were about 4 polling stations here, and I've been able to gather the results, starting with polling station C4 for the presidential. President Akufo-Addo had 189 votes, while the NDC's John Dramani Mahama had 231. GUM had 6, and the rejected ballots were 3. In the parliamentary race, Oko van der Poel had 233, whilst Bernard Brown had 188. Rejected ballots were 3. At the polling station C3 at the Kolibu police station, in the presidential race, MPP had 172, whilst NDC had 114. Parliamentary, Oko van der Poel had 188 and Bernard Brown had 155. Rejected ballots were 3. At the polling station C2A, in the presidential race, NPP had 199 and NDC had 193. In the parliamentary, Bernard Brown had 190, whilst Oko van der Poel had 204. At the Kolibu police station, polling station C2B, in the presidential race, NPP had 177 and 205, and GUM had 2, whilst GFP had 1, and the rejected ballots were 7. In the parliamentary race, Oko van der Poel had 232 votes, whilst Bernard Brown had 160 votes. Rejected ballots were 3. And in the final one, at the Kolibu police station, polling station C1, in the presidential race, President Akufo-Addo had 284, while the NDC had 261 and GUM had 1. In the parliamentary race, Bernard Brown had 269 and Oko van der Poel had 278. So yes, that does it. I'll be moving straight to the police, to the Collation Center very soon. So that's it for now.
Today my activities has been touring all the polling stations, and so far so good, very orderly. And as you are aware, in this particular place there are about 6 polling stations. We are done with it. We are just filling the remaining 2, the pink sheets. Once we are done, we'll go to Mamprobi where the Collation Center is, and it's looking very positive, both presidential and parliamentary. Like I said, 6 polling stations. Nanado won 2, we've won 4. And this is the MPP stronghold, Kolebu.
Yes.
That's their stronghold.
Yes.
And even with their stronghold, that's the performance. Choko, Kolegono, that one, it comes boom, boom, boom. In fact, our fear was Jerry Ahmed. Jerry's personality, he blends both NDC and MPP. When I came into the constituency, I've been interviewing the young people, and they indicated to me that Jerry doesn't know NDC or MPP. He's extremely generous to them, and it appears the result is showing that.
And finally,
because in 2016, Jerry did quite well, even in this area. But today, I mean, it's overwhelming.
So welcome to GhanaWeb's continuous coverage of the election 2020. So I'm currently at the Ablikuma South constituency where voting has ended and counting has also ended, and the ballot papers have currently been moved to the Collation Center. But I'm currently standing at the Kolibu police station where there were about...
This is still GhanaWeb's continuing coverage of the election 2020. We are bringing you all the facts, figures, and analysis as and when they come in. We've been talking about what has been happening on the ground. Our reporters were on the ground, on the fields, bringing us information in between time. But we have some of them back in the newsroom, and they are joining us here to give us a review of the whole electoral process in the areas they covered. Now I have Richard Abayeta, who covered the Ayawaso constituencies. Where did you start from, Richard? Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you.
You must be tired, but it's part of the job.
It's part of the job. I'm actually not new to this. I was part of it in 2016. So, yeah.
Okay.
I know how tiring it can be.
Yeah.
I psyched myself for it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So where did you start your coverage from?
Actually started at the new town post office 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, and from there I moved to Experimental, and then the Presby Church, and quite a number of polling stations around that area. By the time I returned to the office, I had done about 8 polling stations.
And this was in which particular constituency?
Ayawaso Central.
Okay.
Yeah, and 1 polling station in Ayawaso North.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's start with Ayawaso Central. What was the situation there from start to finish?
Generally, it was okay. Except that in the morning, the post office, Experimental, and Presby Church, the electoral materials did not arrive in time. Reason being that they got to where they were supposed to take the materials, and those who were in charge were not around, so they had to wait. So some actually started voting around 8, others around 7:30, thereabout. Yeah, so there was this instance at I think Royal Academy. Royal Academy Accountancy Center.
Okay.
That particular polling station had the longest queue I've ever seen.
Okay. At what time?
That was around 8.
Okay.
Getting to 9.
How many people were expected to vote in that particular polling station?
So that particular polling station was actually partitioned into 3.
Okay.
1, 2, and 3, and then the one was expecting 457. The 2 was expecting 616, and then the 3 was expecting 454.
Okay.
Yeah, so they had a very long winding queue. So what they did was to even separate old age from the younger ones, so they had to sit on chairs somewhere.
Okay.
That was also another long queue somewhere. So I happened to speak to one guy. That was his first time of voting. So he said he was at the polling station as early as 4 a.m. But even after the time, around 9 that I spoke to him, after the time he was nowhere close to voting. So I tried finding out what motivated him. He said, well, though it's his first time, he's just determined to be part of the decision-making process in the country. So, well, we spoke to some of the old ladies. Well, some actually told me they slept there.
Wow.
Yes, because they just want to vote, and their reason was that some of them will have to go to market, others just
so they just wanted to get it done and
go home
their
and rest.
business.
Yeah.
Okay, were there instances where people had to be transferred to other polling stations because they got it wrong, their name, they didn't register at those particular stations?
There was just a single instance, just a single instance. But what happened was that it was within the same area.
Okay.
Yeah, but the person thought probably he was supposed to be at 1, but the person was rather at 3.
Okay.
Yeah, but there weren't much issues of that nature. And there was one instance where somebody came, the person, 3 names. What happened was that they searched, you know, the names are arranged alphabetically. They looked through, they didn't get find the person's name. Apparently, his English name was rather placed first.
Okay.
So the person said, no, he must vote, no matter what, whether they see his name or not, because he can't afford to pay 200 cedis to come from the north to vote only to get there. So they asked him to calm down. He did, and what happened was that, and this was at Faith Christian Academy.
Okay.
Yes. So what they did was they tried to look at all the names and then check, and then finally they got his name and he voted.
Did you happen to speak to any of the contesting candidates on the ground?
Unfortunately, I didn't meet any of them. Yes, I didn't meet any of them.
Okay,
but I was able to speak to party agents, the polling officials, and security people around.
Okay, and from that, you were able to gather that the process was smooth?
Yeah, so far, generally, my own observation and that of the what the security people told me and the polling officials, everything was smooth.
Okay, right. That was for Ayawaso Central.
Yeah.
Where next did we visit?
From there, before I got back to the studio in the afternoon, I went to Ayawaso North.
Okay.
Yes. Around just after Kotobawi, when you are heading towards Newtown, there's this MPP constituency office around. There's a polling station close by. What happened was that there was an incident where party supporters flanked the party office and caused unnecessary traffic. Cars wouldn't move and all that. So that even before I even got there, that even got me curious. I was trying to find out what exactly was happening that caused that gridlock on the road. So I happened to hold my phone like this. So the guys pounced on me, thought I was taking pictures and videos. They pulled me to a corner and then was asking me to delete my videos and pictures. I showed
which guys were those?
They were party supporters, and one even removed my accreditation card. So
So it means they knew you were a media person,
yes,
but they still went ahead.
They still went ahead to do that. One of them was a bit seen, if that is a fair word to use. Yeah. So he was engaging me. I told him, oh, these pictures and videos, I had taken them from Ayawaso Central, not even here. So he should just leave me. I have to call my office, actually my immediate boss. So when I said that, I don't know what came to their mind. Then he quickly left me and then went to one of, I'm sure one of their leaders who had to come and then beg that, oh, the guys just don't know what they are doing. So I should just relax.
So they eventually came to speak to you?
They eventually came to. So the one who took my card brought the card back and they all came to apologize. And then fortunately there was also one senior journalist with Dofopa FM.
Okay.
Yes, who also intervened and was like, if they joke, this will get to the court. So they had to beg and beg and beg and that was it.
So you were threatened in the course of your...
Actually, nearly slapped.
Okay, but you were able to handle that well. Aside that, when you got to the polling station, how were things? Was the voting process okay?
Yeah, that particular polling station was a bit chaotic. But even before my incidents and all that, military came around, so that kind of doused the whole thing. The guys went away, so voting and everything came back to normal.
If I'm getting you clearly, means that the police or the security personnel were not there at the time these party supporters were misbehaving.
Yeah, I think I saw only one. So I'm sure he was the one who called for reinforcement. So they quickly came with a car. So they were able to put that under control and everything came back to normal. Because of that incident, it actually stalled the voting process in that constituency, but everything subsequently...
But that didn't affect the closing time of the polls in that constituency?
No. Yeah, looking at the numbers and the fact that they had 2 centers within that one center, yeah, it actually restored everything and everything was moving well.
Okay, and then so you did Ayawaso Central and then North?
North, yeah.
Did you by chance go to Ayawaso West Wogon?
Yes.
That's where the real action seems to be happening. It's between Lydia Hassan and John Dumelo.
Yes.
What were your observations?
Well, by the time we got there,
a lot of people are already, I don't know what's happening, but they seem to be on John Dumelo.
Both sides are kind of already jubilating. Even those of us on the ground are confused.
Okay.
Because it is not clear. It's too close to core. University of Ghana like this is typically not a friend of the NDC. But I'm sure because of the efforts of John Dumelo and probably his personality and influence.
He's done a number of donations also.
Donations, yes. He has been able to close the gap. Though he hasn't been able to flip it, but he has been able to close the gap. And it was Portia who was out there. I was on campus taking everything.
Okay.
So on campus it's too close. And outside there, that is where the jubilation all came in, and his supporters are jubilating, and my Lydia's supporters are jubilating.
So when you say it's close, it means that as far as this year's elections are concerned, his contest with my Lydia, he has some chances. That's what it's looking like.
Yes, because the University of Ghana will normally give NPP more than it gives NDC. And one observation over there is that he has actually performed better than John Mahama. Yes. And you realize that Ma Lydia's vote has dropped as compared to Nanado. Yes. So because of that, you see that the gap has really, really closed, and anything can happen.
At what time did you leave that constituency?
Just less than 30 minutes ago.
Okay, so did you get any provisional results? And
oh yeah, I did send provisional results.
Okay.
Yes. So Volta Hall 1 and 2, Kwafo Hall 1 and 2. It actually has 3, and then Legon Hall. And other halls I got. And so, for instance, I can give you that of Legon Hall. And
provisional results,
provisional results, yes. So Legon Hall 2, presidential, for instance, Nanado got 160 as against John Mahama 76.
Okay.
Yes, and CPP got 2. If you come to parliamentary, MPP had 145 and John Dumelo went up to 91 as compared to John Mahama. Okay, so John Mahama got 76. But if you compare that to John Dumelo, he went up by 91.
Okay.
Yes. And you move to 3A, and Nanado got 169. Mahama got 128. Then you go to John Dumelo and Ma Lydia. Ma Lydia got 163. And then John Dumelo 134. So you see that the trend is the same. He's performing better than John Mahama, and Nanado is also performing better than Ma Lydia.
I see. So it's a dicey situation
It's a dicey
over
situation. Some people prefer Nanado over Mahama, and some people also prefer John Dumelo over Lydia. Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you for giving us updates from all the Ayawaso constituencies, Central, North, and West Wogon.
Yeah.
We'll thank you for doing a good job on the field.
All right.
All right. So I've been speaking to Richard Abayeta. He visited the Ayawaso Central, Ayawaso North, and Ayawaso West Wogon constituencies, and he brought us a review of how the whole event, how events panned out during the day at those constituencies. This is still GhanaWeb's election desk. We are bringing you up-to-date information from the grounds. We are waiting for the final and certified results from the Electoral Commission as it stands. Counting is still ongoing, and we'll be bringing you provisional results as and when we get them. Stay tuned. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with another reporter to give us a review.
Today my activities have been touring all the polling stations, and so far so good, very orderly. And as you are aware, in this particular place there are about 6 polling stations. We are done with it. We are just filling the remaining 2, the pink sheets. Once we are done, we'll go to Mamprobi, where the Collation Center is. And it's looking very positive, both presidential and parliamentary. Like I said, 6 polling stations. Nanado won 2, we've won 4. And this is the MPP stronghold, Kolebu.
Yes.
That's their stronghold.
Yes.
And even with their stronghold, that's the performance. Choko, Kolegono, that one, it comes boom, boom, boom. In fact, our fear was Jerry Ahmed. Jerry's personality, he blends both NDC and MPP. When I came into the constituency, I've been interviewing the young people, and they indicated to me that Jerry doesn't know NDC or MPP. He's extremely generous to them. And it appears the result is showing that.
And finally,
because in 2016, Jerry did quite well, even in this area. But today, I mean, it's overwhelming.
so welcome to GhanaWeb's continuous coverage of the election 2020. So I'm currently at the Ablikuma South constituency, where voting has ended and counting has also ended, and the ballot papers have currently been moved to the Collation Center. But I'm currently standing at the Kolebu police station, where there were about 4 polling stations here, and I've been able to gather the result. starting with polling station C4 for the presidential. President Akufo-Addo had 189 votes, while the NDC's John Dramani Mahama had 231. GUM had 6, and the rejected ballots were 3. In the parliamentary race, Oko van der Poel had 233, whilst Bernard Brown had 188. Rejected ballots were 3. At the polling station C3 at the Kolibu police station, in the presidential race, MPP had 172, whilst NDC had 114. Parliamentary, Oko van der Poel had 188 and Bernard Brown had 155. Rejected ballots were 3. At the polling station C2A, in the presidential race, NPP had 199 and NDC had 193. In the parliamentary, Bernard Brown had 190, whilst Oko van der Poel had 204. At the Kolibu police station, polling station C2B, in the presidential race, NPP had 177, NDC 205, and GUM had 2, whilst GFP had 1, and the rejected ballots were 7. In the parliamentary race, Oko van der Poel had 232 votes, whilst Bernard Brown had 160 votes. Rejected ballots were 3. And in the final one, at the Kolibu police station, polling station C1, in the presidential race, President Akufo-Addo had 284, while the NDC had 261 and GUM had 1. In the parliamentary race, Bernard Brown had 269 and Oko van der Poel had 278. So yes, that does it. I'll be moving straight to the coalition setup very soon. So that's it for now.
It's a quarter to 8:10. We are back, and it's still the 2020 presidential and parliamentary election coverage for here. For us here at GhanaWeb TV. We're getting ready to wrap up the show, but we'll still be giving you updates on our website, www.ghanaweb.com, and our social media platforms. On Twitter is at the GhanaWeb, Instagram is at the GhanaWeb, and then Facebook is GhanaWeb. Right. So if you've been following our conversations from the morning till now, we've been bringing you reports from various polling stations and constituencies across the country with respect to how the elections are going. After the results were after after the polls were over, results started coming in because the officials started counting and then announcing them. There have been reports of violence, but the police has actually said that they have brought the situation under control. The Electoral Commission earlier said they were going to have a press conference. It didn't come off, but there has been a press conference in the Ashanti region where that branch of the Electoral Commission has been addressing issues relating to the elections. So far, so good. The police has also said that they did not shoot the man who was said or reported to have been shot at Ewutu Senya. They say the incident was not as a result of, they did not mastermind the incident. There have also been reports of an arrest of a man who was said to be smoking around a polling station behind a classroom block. But there are also some interesting scenes that have come. A lot of conversations going on social media. Some of the candidates are already being trolled and all. Like I said, there are details on our website, GhanaWeb.com. My colleague Daniel Odro, who I started the program with alongside Wanda, joins me. He has actually taken a very long break. And Danny, welcome. So we are leaving.
Yeah.
So far, how would you describe the process?
I think it's been a very smooth process. Of course, there have been pockets of violence in some electoral areas and constituencies, but it doesn't take away from the fact that this has been generally a very smooth process. With only 10 minutes to hit the top of the hour 10, some of the results are coming through. And even though we have provisional results, we have already told you that it doesn't lie in our mouth to tell you the results, because the EC is the body mandated to provide the official result of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. A lot of rumors flying all over the place, but we're trying to be as cautious and bring you the most important fact and figures as far as these elections are concerned. We're hearing that some big wigs are falling already, but you know, sometimes people win one polling station and then it is interpreted as though they have won the entire constituency, which is why we want to be patient with our results. Better to get it right than to be the first to get it and get it wrong. So generally, it's been a fairly good exercise. By midnight, like we kept saying, we will know where the heads are and where the tails are. But social media has helped the entire conversation. People are enjoying themselves. They seem to be enjoying themselves. But it is refreshing to know that there haven't been major incidents. Yes, the NDC held a press conference. They talked about ballot stuffing and accused the MPP of being the perpetrators of that. The NPP has responded in equal measure and said that it's a desperate attempt by the opposition to find faults if they eventually lose that seat. And that, and there's a famous quote by Hamid Mustafa, who said that they don't need rescuing, and they are surprised that the NDC, who says it's on a rescue mission, is calling for the voter region to rescue them. The Hohoe constituency is trending, and it's because many say John Peter Amewu, who is the energy minister, appears to be in a comfortable lead. Whether that will be the case by midnight of Tuesday is something that we'll keep an eye on. But it's been an interesting day, and I'm sure that by early tomorrow morning we'll see where we're heading.
Right. So just a quick update on the incident that happened in Kaswa. Well, you remember the opposition NDC accused Honorable Howard Kumsin, the MP for that constituency, Ewutu Senya East constituency, of masterminding the shooting incident that happened there. The MP says he has nothing to do with the incident, and so all comments or comments that seek to say or suggest that she was the one who instigated that action should be treated with the contempt it deserves. So just a quick update on that. Yes, let's wrap up on this note. The police and the way of handling issues with respect to this very election. I have given my view on it. I don't know where you stand. I don't know how your observation is. What do you make of the security and then the way the police handled issues that came along the line?
We can only make pronouncements based on what we have read online. We are obviously unable to, on the ground, tell what's happening in all the 16 regions of this country. But generally, on social media, and let's not forget, social media is not the be-all, end-all of the comment of the situation on the ground. But at least it gives us a fair representation of what's happening. And if you follow the commentary on social media, it appears that many people are excited about the way the security agencies did conduct themselves. Indeed, the EC has been in the trends, and for all the right reasons. Many have praised the way that Madam Jean Mensah and her team have handled this election, and which is why when the results do come out, we hope that all the parties involved, losers and winners, will find a way to accept the result, because we have only one country.
And the NDC is asking its polling agents to open their eyes widely as counting is being done across the various polling stations. So right after the polling station count, the materials will be moved to the collation center, and then they will do the collation, and that's where there will be an official announcement. So those who are jubilating, it's early days yet, especially when you have won one or two polling stations. You should be vigilant and then be focusing on the other polling stations where the results are not yet in, so that nothing takes you by surprise. One other interesting video that has been going around has been a presiding officer who, according to reports, jumped from 19 to 100 when she was counting. There are so many school of thoughts. Some say it's because they were probably counting up to 20, so they had counted 80, and then when it got to the last 20 to make 100, when she reached 19, it had to be counted as 100 instead of the 19. I don't know, Danny, what was your reaction when you saw this? I was actually fascinated, because I was asking myself, from 19 then you move to 100. I
honestly don't know what to make of it. It's one of the things that we use to relieve tension after a long day of work, but it beggars belief why she would jump from 19 to 100 all of a sudden. But the explanation that one of our colleagues gave does make sense. Maybe they had counted up to 80 and then she was in the last 20 to complete the 100, which is why she jumped from 19 to 100. But I'm sure as time goes on, we'll get an explanation as to why that happened and whether or not there is a better explanation to that.
Okay, and Wuntumi has also spoken about the viral video where he was reportedly arrested for some ballot papers that where he was accused of staffing. Although there was a fact check earlier to discount the claim, he has come out to say that he will not be distracted by this diversionary tactics from the opposition National Democratic Congress. So that's what has been happening as far as our reporters and affiliates have given us the information that they've given us with respect to the election. Polling stations, various polling stations, the counting is still ongoing. I am sure later on, in about 2 hours or so, there will be pressure at the EC headquarters, because that's where the presidential elections will be collated. Of course, like I said, for the parliamentary, it will be done at the various collation centers, and then we'll get to know who has won and who has lost. By tomorrow morning, we'll know who is jubilating and who is celebrating. So we're wrapping up. Daniel, I don't know if you have any final words before we take leave of our viewers.
Okay, my final words is that we are grateful that you joined us for the last 17 hours. We started this at 7 a.m. We've been on, it's almost 3 minutes to 10, so we've done 17 hours. All of us are exhausted, but we promise you that we're going to be with you until the results are declared. And while we take a break for a few hours of rest, we'll be back in the morning when there's more clarity in terms of where the ballot or the results are tilting. If you are a social media freak, do know that John Dumelo is #1 on Twitter trends. Hohoi is in the trends in #2. Ayawaso is #3 in the trends. Okoboy is #4 in the trends, because there are speculations that Okoboy has lost his seat in Lejokuku. Whether that is true or not, we will find out. The EC is the only body mandated to declare the election results. And many people are coming up with all sorts of stories about how the incumbent MPP is losing a lot of seats in the Greater Accra region especially. But we'll rather wait and have the certified result. But thank you for staying with us for all these hours, and we promise that this is the first time that a news website is attempting to cover a major election in the history of this country. And we're grateful that you shared time with us, Arantepa. We're back in the morning, Arantepa, to continue what we started. We have promised them that we will be with them until.
All right, so thank you, Danny. Daniel Odro is... how should I even introduce? So I did this together with Daniel Odro and Wanda Ami Hagan, who is celebrating her birthday today. Happy birthday to her. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thanks to the crew and thanks to the team, reporters who gave us reports from the various polling stations. And thank you for watching this show, GhanaWeb's Election Desk. Thank you for reading the website. There is more news on GhanaWeb.com. GhanaWeb.com. On Instagram is at the GhanaWeb. Twitter is at the GhanaWeb, and then Facebook is GhanaWeb. Thank you for watching. We're out. Bye for now.
Benjamin can be now. Oh, la mini. Why if you do not boy when you're teaching? I want there. I'm doing one. You know?
That's why.
Price into
Yes, see.
Look, I said, I bet Tim Sa. So you're wolfing.
Yeah.
Ade we na almost say ewo ho na we fa. Wo fa na almost say ewo page ni so.
Almost a page. Ewo GhanaWeb page ni so.
That's what they were saying.
If you am call isi page why na wo be hu say we nya wo baby wo na. E wudi omo chia, we ni be go ase. Wa asamando.
Then it means that I'll see a
as far as the promises they made. Hagan and Benefo Boabeng Abrantipa. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the show. It's going to be a very long day. Are you ready?
Long day, indeed. I am. There's a lot to look forward to. There are a number of things we'll be considering. We are looking at the MPP strongholds, NDC, or what they call the umbrella regions.
Right.
We'll be looking at swing constituencies, and we'll also be getting feedback from our reporters on the ground. So it's a lot, and we hope our viewers stay tuned to our first coverage, because we will bring them a balanced coverage, and we'll bring them the best.
Anyway, it's Wanda's birthday today, and so as we do this program and bring you live updates, we'll celebrate her birthday. Happy birthday to you, Ami.
Thank you, thank you.
Benefo, you are going to be the data man for us throughout the day. Are you prepared? Are you ready? What are we looking forward to?
Well, like you said earlier, we'll be looking at the results in the previous elections,
Right.
the talk of the 2008, 2012, 2016. We'll be doing some comparative analysis, and of course there have been some changes. You know, previously we had 10 regions, now we have 16.
Right.
So we'll be looking at how things will pan out at the end of the days. There have been, I'm sure some are also expecting that some regions there will be sort of a change in the way and manner they vote.
Right.
If for nothing at all, there will be a reduction in the number of votes for one particular party. You know, the Ashanti region is the stronghold of the NPP, and the NDC is hoping to get more votes in there to close the gap or to increase their chances of winning. So these are the things that we are going to look at on the show.
Right. So the dynamics are very, very different on in this election, because the NDC is attempting to undo a 1 million vote deficit, which is the margin with which they lost the previous election. The MPP has 169 parliamentary seats in parliament, and the NDC has 106. Who is going to get more seats in parliament during this election? There are 6 new regions, which changes the dynamics of this election. But we'll bring you all the analysis. Stay tuned with us. There are hotspots and some interesting constituencies that will keep a keen interest on. The Ayawaso West Wogon is one of the those constituencies, because John Dumelo, who is standing on the ticket of the NDC, is a celebrity, if you like, and she's contesting against the MPP candidate, Madam Lydia Al-Hassan, who went to parliament only 2 years ago after the demise of her husband. Is she able to retain the seat for the MPP? Even though many say it's a swing constituency, it's predominantly an MPP seat. But can John Dumelo, with all the work he has done, unseat Madam Lydia Al-Hassan? We'll also take a keen interest at the Ododo constituency. In the last couple of days, you saw the president erroneously endorsing the NDC candidate, even though he quickly changed that. It makes it an interesting constituency to watch. Nilante Vanderpoy is the incumbent member of parliament, and he is standing against his closest rival, Nilante Bannerman. So 2 Nilantes. Of course, there are other candidates contesting in that area. We'll bring you a profile of all of them. And also, we'll go to the Collation constituency. It is interesting for us because it is the seat where the daughter of former President Jerry John Rawlings is standing. She is a first-term candidate. She won in 2016. She's hoping that she will retain the seat. That is Dr. Zenato Ajiman Rawlings. Can she retain that seat? Hohoi is also another interesting constituency. We are told that the energy minister, John Peter Amewu, is doing some incredible work there. The MPP has only 1 seat in the Volta region. They are hoping that they will increase that slot. And in the Ashanti region, the NDC has only 3 seats. The Asawasi seat is one of them. Muntaka Mubarak is seeking re-election. Is he able to get that seat? There are also a lot of interesting constituencies that we will look forward to. Wanda, do we have any of our correspondents on the line?
Yes, you rightly mentioned the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency, which is one of the key constituencies we'll be looking at. We already have our reporter on the ground, and we want to find out what's happening. Who do we have on the line from Ayawaso?
Okay, so we don't have anybody so far from Ayawaso West, but we have early morning scenes. You know, typical of election years, you see people queuing, and even in the nights before the election day, people put all manner of objects as queuing materials, so that when they return in the morning, they will not be in queue for so long. So we'll get you scenes from some of the constituencies. If we have them, may we have them on the screen right now. We saw pictures last night of people putting stools and stones. Okay.
So just take the feet.
I want
now.
everything to be done well.
Can you tell us around what time the electoral officers arrived here?
Getting to 4 to 5 that way.
Alright, and what are your expectations for the day, please?
Oh, I want everything to be done well.
Can you tell us around what time the electoral officers arrived here?
Getting to 4 to 5 that way.
Alright, and what are your expectations for the day, please?
Oh, I want everything to be done well.
Can you tell us around what time the electoral officers arrived here?
Getting to 4 to 5 that way.
Alright, and what are your expectations for the day, please?
Oh, I want everything to be done well.
Early morning voting. Voting has, in fact, is exactly 7 a.m., which means voting will start now. And we have some 17 million registered voters hoping to cast their ballot today. The voters register is up by some 2 million voters. The last election, we had only 15 million voters. This time round, we have a little over 17 million voters hoping to cast their ballot. And we'll bring you all the details and break down which age categories this 17 million forms and which region has more voters as we go into this election. Wonder, 2 million extra voters. How would that shape the dynamics of this election?
Well, that means more numbers.
Yeah.
And so we are looking at. It also depends on the regions that these numbers were recorded from. Because if you are looking at the numbers being recorded either at the NDC strongholds or the MPP, then it means that it will reflect in the numbers for both parties or even the smaller parties. And so, yeah, I think that the numbers will reflect on the voting patterns for whichever party those numbers, were recorded in.
Right.
So, for instance, if we have an increased number of voters in the Koliklote region constituency, then it means that people there who will be voting for the MPP might either increase, and if it's for the NDC, then it means that their numbers may increase. Okay.
So we'll bring you a breakdown of the dynamics in terms of the 2 million extra voters who have been added to the electoral roll. There was a lot of controversy when the EC decided that it was going to conduct or put together a new register. The NDC vehemently opposed that decision by the Electoral Commission. The MPP endorsed it after a lot of back and forth, which even went to the Supreme Court. The EC was given the all clear to conduct a new voter register, which is why we have a new voter register. How would that pan out? Who would get the advantage going into this election? Don't forget that during the last election, we had only 69.7 or so voter turnout. The pollsters, Ben Efson especially, has projected that this year we are likely to have an increased participation in the election. He's projecting that there could be more than 85% in terms of voter turnout, and he's predicting that MPP, if there's a lot of voter turnout, would win this election by more than 52
is dry before you touch the ballot paper.
Right. Benefo, the analysis suggests that if rejected ballot and sport ballot was a candidate, it would be the third force. Do you think the NCC has done enough to educate voters ahead of this election?
With the little that I saw, I think the NCC has been working.
The NCC.
The NCC has been working. I've seen adverts on TV. I've seen adverts on radio, or as a means of letting the voter know how they should, vote. Because, like you said, in time past, we've had rejected ballots actually placing third and all.
Yeah.
So, and it's actually a problem when people do not know how to fold their ballots. Some will actually vote the way they are supposed to, turn the thumb like this and vote. But when they are folding, sometimes you make a mistake and then the ink, goes into another box, and there's that idea that you voted for two people, so it had to go. So with the little that I've seen, I think this year there's been a bit of an increase in the education as far as the electoral process is concerned.
Right. We had an interview with the Greater Accra regional director of the NCC. She said that people take money from both parties and they have to swear by a deity, and because they do not want to.
They vote for two parties.
Yeah, they take the monies from two political parties, and because they've been made to swear by a deity, they end up voting for two parties, and so they've actually exercised their duties as far as the promises they made to the political parties are concerned.
When you say this, some will be asking you if you have any research to back this claim, because yes, of course, we know vote buying is an open secret,
right?
As to whether or not some people deliberately vote for two aspirants, two candidates, because they've gone for money and they want to, avert the case.
Implications.
That's I don't know whether she may have heard it in a conversation or
there's any empirical evidence to back that.
From that, I think it's just a mere hearsay.
Okay. Keep your thoughts. We'll be back with more conversation there. But Lord Edu Asare has finally joined us. Lord Edu Asare, good morning and welcome to Election Desk.
Good morning, Governor.
So which constituency are you and what's happening there?
So I'm currently at the Ablikman North constituency, specifically the Hindu monastery. And even as I speak, the Electoral Commission, the coordinators just arrived with the ballot box, and the setup is still ongoing. I doubt the process will start exactly at 7, because when we got here, a little less than an hour, we spoke to the coordinator and he said they have set up as a little after 6, but we are yet to receive the ballot box, and that was what was causing the delay. But right now, they have arrived, and behind me are the EP officials setting up.
Okay, so what's the security arrangements like? Before the elections, the police service did state a few do's and don'ts for the electorate when they arrive at the polling stations. What's happening in terms of security?
Well, here at the Hindu monastery, things are a bit quiet, but quite a number of people are here, and several security personnel are here as well. Earlier, I visited the Ablikuma West constituency. I went to the Gentleman Provisional headquarters, and because it's the headquarters, obviously the security was very, very tight. I also visited another polling station for the Most Holy Heart, where things were very serene. I didn't see a security official open there, but because it was OGR, but yeah, okay, I wouldn't call it very, very tight. I think it varies based on the so I think
Did you have incidents where electorates had put objects the night before and had returned, but it's creating confusion with those who came this morning?
Okay, so when I visited the Ablikuma West constituency, the Motoli Heart polling station, I spoke to an elected that he had been there from 9:50 p.m. yesterday. And when he got there, he went around 11 p.m. to 12 midnight, a number of the so because he was there, he and then some others decided those and that if he wanted to form the queue, they had to come in person, not unanimous to represent them. According to him, things after he said that things getting out of control, things to have understood their point. I think so in that area like that, a number of people were some also had so not so generally looking quite okay.
Okay. Before you leave us, are the electorate agitated because it's 11 minutes past the official opening time and voting hasn't started? Are they agitated?
I got only one person who was visibly agitated, an elderly man. He actually came to lodge a complaint to me that he had been here for a long time, and as at 6:45, they hadn't seen anything, and he wasn't sure that the exercise would start on time. And so, yeah, he considered it's not going to start, but we are hoping that it will start any moment from now. But as it stands, the exercise is still ongoing. They are not done. We will see how things will go.
Thank you very much, Lord Eduasare. Lord Eduasare is our head of political desk here at GhanaWeb. He's our roverman. Currently, he's at the Ablekuma North constituency, and the Ablekuma North constituency is an MPP seat, which is led by Nana Ekuya Owusu-Efriye, who during the last elections got 54,698, representing 66.84% of the vote cast. Sally Amaki Dakon Atope of the NDC got 26,813, representing 32.76% of the vote cast. And then there was CPP's Akwesi Esiama Adade, who had 324, representing 0.40% of the ballots cast in 2016. Would the NPP retain the Ablekuma North seat or not? I'm sure in the course of the day we're able to tell you that. We've got another of our correspondents on the line, and she's reporting from a constituency which is very exciting, and Wanda will go through with her. Naoyo Kote is reporting from the Ningo Pram constituency. Very interesting constituency.
Very interesting
right.
Constituency. A lot of happenings there. But Naoyo is on the ground. Naoyo, if you can hear me, what is happening? What have you observed since you got there?
Okay, I got there as early as 4:40 a.m. and we had quite a number of electorates already present. According to them, they came early to finish voting and then leave as soon as possible. But now we have the EC election officials trying to put things together. Voting hasn't started yet, but there are a number of voters. We have like 7 polling stations at the St. Joseph Anglican Primary School. Yes, so that is what is happening currently. Nothing major. Protest still queuing. Yeah, so we have some security officials as well. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
The ECs and the time the EC allocated for the starting of voting, and have you spoken to any of the officials to find out what is causing the delays?
Currently not, because I'm really busy. They said some of the items came very late, the boxes and the things they needed for the process today. It came late, so they are trying to put everything together. Yeah.
As far as security is concerned, can you bring us up to speed what is happening on the ground?
So everything is, everyone is comporting themselves. There are a number of security personnel here from the military and then the Ghana Police Service. Yeah, but the voters are really comporting themselves, I must say. Yeah, and as you can see, it's so it's calm. I don't know if you can see.
Yeah, I can see that. It means that voters are okay and are cooperating with officials despite the delays with the process.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for that update. We'll get back to you for more. But Danny, do you think that the delays with the process in a few of the constituencies we've witnessed so far is going to affect the announcement of the final results?
Hopefully not, because it's 16 minutes past 7. Usually, if it is not more than 1 hour delay, then we should be in a very good range, so that the election would be conducted within a specific period of time, and then the results declared. So the good thing also is that even after 5 p.m., if you are in the queue, you are eligible to vote. So some of these delays may not affect the process, because some of these constituencies or these polling stations have smaller numbers, and by 5 p.m. you expect that everybody would have cast their vote, and then the results could be declared in time. Right. But let's give update on the Ningo Pram constituencies. It's a predominantly NDC seat. At the last election, John Dramani Mahama in the presidential election won by 26,116, representing 69.46% of the votes. Nana Akufo-Addo, on the other hand, won by 10,000, or placed second with 10,996 votes, representing 29.24% of the ballot cast. Pakwesi Indum, who contested in 2016, had 306 votes in Ningo Pram, representing 0.81% of the ballot cast. But in the parliamentary election, Samuel George, who is the incumbent MP, won by 23,860, which is
in a number of constituencies. You can't really tell the voting, what influences the voting pattern of people, but the incidents where we have skirt and blouse, someone voting for the presidential candidate but choosing to vote a different parliamentary candidate, it may be based on a number of factors. Right. Maybe they want the presidential candidate for that particular
is the only country we have. And it will take Ghanaians to build the nation called Ghana. Leadership is service. But in service, we must be legacy-minded. Legacy-minded means that we will not always be here. We will play our part, but we will leave the scene and others will take over. I pray and hope that our
miss any news. You can visit our website www.ghanaweb.com for all the breaking news and more. We'll go back to the grounds where we have reporters scattered in all 275 constituencies dotted across the 16 regions of this country. George AEC is back on the line. He is reporting from the Dome Kwabenya constituency, and we told you the dynamics in Dome Kwabenya. Sarah Adjoa Safo is the incumbent member of parliament on the ticket of the MPP, but after winning by a slim margin in the party's primaries, she knows that it's going to be a very Herculean task to retain that seat. Abrantiba will take George AEC and his report on what's happening in the polling station he is.
Hello, George. Welcome to the show.
Abrantiba.
Yes. So, tell us what's happening where you are.
Yes, so I'm in the Provisional constituency, precisely the St. Dominic RC Catholic Church, where they have about 4 polling stations. The whole constituency, so I think everything is perfect, because we started monitoring the constituency at about 5-4 in the morning. All the constituencies visited, materials were received as early as 5 a.m. in the morning. So here in the 7 a.m. on the dot, the voting. The process is on. As you can see, voters are lined up and they are all going through the process. Indeed, you mentioned that the constituency is quite an interesting one, because since 2004 that constituency was created, the FDP has won it. But then it comes to just to represent the party, that is very, very tough. And Adjoa Safo is trying to do what has never been done. Because since 2000, was the very first person to represent the constituency was the current Speaker of Parliament, Aaron Okwe. He went 8 years and he lost. Adjoa Safo has done her 8 years. And it means it's going more than what has been done before. Here in the Dome Kwabenya constituency, so far so good. Things are okay.
In terms of security, how safe is the polling stations that you have visited?
The polling stations so far are okay. Here in Dominic, we have a couple of prison officers who are manning security over here, and so far the voters, the agents have been very cooperative. We are yet to report any form of security incident after all. So security-wise, things are okay.
Have you spotted any of the parliamentary candidates around?
Not yet, but that's definitely going to happen, because this is the election desk. We get close to the people who matter the most, and we speak to them. We get to find out what they do, what they are doing, and what is that.
All right, thank you, George AEC, for that report. And that's George AEC, our reporter, giving us a report from the Dome Kwabenya constituency. Danny?
Yeah, Dome Kwabenya constituency is a very interesting constituency. Like you said, the MPP has dominated that constituency. Michael Kwe, Senior, was the former member of parliament there. When he was leaving, he had hoped that his son was going to take over. But Adjoa Safo, at a very young age, took over from Michael Kwe Senior, who is now the Speaker of Parliament, and then has done 8 years. Even when her party was in opposition, she managed to win it, and then won it again when her party won the presidential elections in 2016. If she's able to do a third term, then she will be the longest serving member of parliament in that constituency. And it's a very big constituency, which is why it's important to look at the figures again, and I'll run you through the figures. In the presidential election in Dome Kwabenya in 2016, President Nana Akufo-Addo, then candidate for the New Patriotic Party, got 62,793, representing 67.13% of the vote. So the MPP won that constituency by 67%. John Mahama, who was then president and flag bearer of the NDC, had 30,099 of the votes, representing 32.18%. Pakwesi Indum, who was then flag bearer of the PPP, had 482 votes, representing 0.52%. And then Ivor Green Street, Edward Mahama, Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings, and then Jacob Osei Yeboah in that order. But in the parliamentary election, Sarah Adjoa Safo had 63,000. So indeed, Sarah Adwoa had more votes than Nana Akufo-Addo in Dominic. When you look at the vote count, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had 62,000, while Adwoa Safo had 63,000, also representing 67.99%. But we've got another correspondent on the ground in another region, and one that will take care of that.
Okay, so we have Castro from the Upper East region. If you can hear me, Castro, can you tell us what has been happening? We know there are a few delays in some constituencies. Is that the case in your constituency also?
I can hear you faintly. I can't hear you that much. But if what I've understood, I've heard is anything to go by, you're asking me to give you details of what is happening right now. Yes. So voting has started in most of the polling stations here in the Upper East region. I'm currently in the Navrongo Central constituency, where voting has started as well. A lot of people have gathered here to cast their vote. So far, I can count about 5 or 6 electorates who have cast their votes at the Namolo number 1, 2, 3, and 4 polling stations. Right behind me are electorates who are waiting in queues, as a matter of fact, long queues, so that they can cast their votes. Those who have finished or have gone through the process successfully tell me the experience is great. They are happy they've been able to exercise their franchise, but some of them have expressed frustrations in the process, in the sense that they said they had to wait in queues. They didn't have to where they don't vote. You know, when it comes to polling stations, some of them have been divided because a large number of numbers. There are instances where people come to queue at the wrong polling station. When they get to know that they're supposed to vote there, they are asked. Said, some voters have been expressed frustrations. It has wasted time and them back. So
if I'm getting you right, you're saying some electorates have had to move from one particular polling station to another because of the large numbers, and they are trying to maintain COVID protocols. Is that the case?
Wanda, I can hear you clearly.
I'm asking, Kasho, can you hear me now?
Yes, the line is okay now.
Okay, so I'm asking if from what you're saying, I'm gathering that you're saying some electorates have had to be moved from one polling station to another because they are trying to control the numbers and maintain the COVID protocols. Is that what it is?
No, that's not what it is. The situation is that in some area, in some facilities, let me put it that way, there are more than 2 polling stations, and the arrangement has been made by the EC to make the process quite fast and smooth. So there are instances where people come and where they know they are supposed to vote, they get there and they are told to go to another polling station. And the issue is that they've waited so long. I mean, they spent so much time at a particular polling station, and if they are arguing that if they had been told or the indication had been made on the card, they would not waste, I mean, such precious time at the wrong place. But then the observance to the COVID-19 protocols are, I mean, very high and strictly being followed. Yes, hand washing materials or facilities have been provided at each of the polling stations that are visited. And I visited about 12 polling stations, and at each of the polling stations, hand washing equipment, people are judiciously using them. Electorates are also following all preventive laws that have been enacted or put in place by the ECE. So, the issue of COVID-19 or to keep the spread of COVID-19 has been taken care of by the EC here in the Navrongo Central constituency.
About that, have you noticed people coming in without face masks, and are there provisions for such people?
Yes, Wanda. People, there are instances where people come in without face masks, like one or two persons would come in without face masks. But I'm told that there have not been any provisions made by the EC to give or supply nose masks to some of these people, and we are yet to see an instance where was turned back for failing to wear a nose mask. But or in a majority of the people who turn up to vote nose masks.
All right, and before we take leave of you, can you tell us what has been happening as far as security is concerned?
Yes, in most of the polling stations that I've visited, security is tight. You see personnel of the Ghana Police Service, Prison Service, and that of the Fire Service situated at each of the polling stations, and maintaining the calm atmosphere for the voting process.
Which candidates are we looking at in that particular constituency?
I didn't get that question correct, Wanda.
Which candidates are contesting in the Navrongo Central constituency?
Yes, in the Navrongo Central constituency, we have 3 candidates contesting, 2 female and 1 male. Samson Tango Muchragia from the NDC is contesting against Tanguba Abayare and then Susanna. Tanguba Abayare of the MPP and then Susanna of the PPP.
All right, Castro, thank you for that update. We'll get back to you for more details from the ground. That was our correspondent from the Upper East region. He's reporting from the Navrongo Central constituency, and that was some updates from the ground. But before we move on, some more things the EC wants us to know for electorates, for those who are on the ground and are going to cast their votes, just so we don't end up wasting our votes. So for the parliamentary elections, this is what you should do. You should, after getting to the official, when it's time for you to vote, they'll give you the ballot paper for the parliamentary election. Then you go to the next voting screen and again select only one candidate, following the same process as you did in the presidential election. So for the president, let me just begin with the presidential election. You go to, you form the queue. When it's your turn, you see the EC official. They give you your ballot paper. You get to the voting screen and select one candidate, your preferred candidate among the 12 contesting candidates. And then you come out of the screen area after casting your vote, of course, with the indelible ink. And then you fold your ballot paper carefully and then put it in the ballot box marked presidential. So there are 2 ballot boxes, presidential and parliamentary. The first one is the presidential. You make sure your paper is neatly folded, and then you put it in the box for the presidential. That is, if you are doing the presidential voting. And then you follow the same process for the parliamentary voting. Make sure that you put the ballot paper in the right box, just to make sure that your votes are safe.
Right. This is Election Desk. We don't only feed you with information, we also give you... he was reporting from the Navrongo Central constituency. It's an interesting constituency because Joseph Kofi Ada, who is the incumbent but the outgoing member of parliament for that constituency, was the aviation minister. Now, during the primaries for the MPP, he lost that seat to Tangoya. I think that's the name. It's a mouthful for me. But he lost in the primaries. The incumbent, who won by a huge margin in that constituency in the last election, lost the MPP primaries, and so he's not going again, which is an interesting dynamics. Again, the Navrongo Central seat is one of the skirt and blouse constituencies. So in Navrongo Central, John Dramani Mahama actually won in the presidential elections, but Joseph Kofi Adda, the parliamentary candidate for the MPP, won that constituency for the MPP. So here are the figures for you as far as Navrongo Central is concerned. In 2016, John Dramani Mahama won the seat by 18,000 votes, 18,810 votes, representing 47.19% of the vote cast. Nana Akufo-Addo got 18,759. So look at the difference. A very small margin, but still John Dramani Mahama won. He won by 18,810 votes, representing 47.19. Nana Akufo-Addo had 18,759. That's a difference of less than 100 votes. But when you come to the parliamentary candidates, Joseph Kofi Adda in Navrongo Central won by 20,000. The presidential candidate got 18,000. Both John Dramani Mahama and Nana Akufo-Addo had 18,000. Now, Joseph Kofi Adda had 20,606, representing 52.72% of the vote cast. Mark Woyongo at the time had 17,203, representing 43.89% of the vote cast. These are some of the analysis that we'll be doing. So look at it from this way. Kofi Adda wins it for the NPP in the parliamentary. John Dramani Mahama wins it for the NDC as far as the presidential elections are concerned. So we'll keep an eye there. Don't forget, President Nana Akufo-Addo will be voting in his hometown in Chebi. John Dramani Mahama will be in Wole Bamboy. We've got Vice President Mahamadou Bawumia in Wale in his hometown. So we'll follow these candidates, the major actors, the president, the vice president, the flag bearer of the NDC, and some of the key personalities in this election and where they are voting and how the voting process is going. Let's go on the ground again. Desmond Frimpong is also on our political desk. He is joining us. I don't know which constituency he's coming from. Desmond, good morning. Welcome to Election Desk. Where are you reporting from?
Hello.
Hi, Desmond. If you can hear me, Desmond, where are you reporting from? Okay. It appears that we have a challenge with Desmond's connection, but we'll come back with you to you with more updates there. Don't forget that 17 million voters expected to cast their ballots today. And we told you earlier, at the last election, there were only 69% of the 50 million voters at the time who managed to cast their vote because the experts say there was a lot of voter apathy. Would that repeat itself or not? Again, we've been told that there will be an increase in the participation, projecting 85 upwards in terms of voter turnout. Abrantipa, interesting analysis as far as Navrongo Central is concerned, where Mark Woyongo lost, but then Joseph Adda won for the MPP in parliamentary, but John Mahama won for the NDC in terms of the presidential. A skirt and blouse. Typical skirt and blouse.
That's one thing that I anticipate we are going to see in this election. Mostly some electorate will prefer a certain presidential candidate to the other, and then do, let's say, vote for party A in the presidential, vote for B in the parliamentary. There are, dynamics involved. Maybe the parliamentary candidate is a sitting MP and is not performing well, so they want to substitute him. Or there is someone that they believe, he has done a good job, they will retain him, but vote his president out. But this thing is very, for want of a better word, it's very dangerous. In one way, if you think that it will help the democracy a bit, because over the years, the conversation has been that the parliament is becoming a rubber stamp, where once the executive wants to push anything through because he has the majority in parliament, they just push the thing through. There is not rigorous analysis to, you know, scrutinize that particular policy. So one thing is, it will sort of make the country quote and unquote ungovernable when the executive doesn't have majority in parliament. Right. But then again, we will be checking the president very well when the president doesn't have the majority in parliament. Yeah. You'll also be looking at whether or not, if the president doesn't have majority in parliament, the party that does will actually be sort of victimizing his government. Yeah. So it's very interesting when we have this kind of vote. But one thing that our reporter Castro mentioned was the polling station thing, that if you go to, let's say, polling station A and it gets your turn to vote, they say you needn't have been here, you need to go to polling station B. I think that thing is a problem, because let's say you went there early in the morning to queue with a stone, a bicycle, a chair, or whatever it is, and it gets to your turn, we say go to a different polling station. I think the presiding officer or the security should find a way to, you know, go about this, either to plead with the other persons in the other queue, the polling station B, for instance, and say this person was supposed to vote, it was his turn, but due to this, at least, if not making him vote right away, just be placed like the 5th or 4th, you know, instead of going to the back. It's very frustrating. I can imagine finding myself in that situation. I wouldn't be happy.
Right. So that's the analysis there. We'll have a lot more of the analysis. Don't forget, in the course of the day, we'll bring you the major political promises of the political parties. Of course, predominantly, it will be the MPP and the NDC. You've got the NDC having the big push, the Okada legalization and regularization. You have the free primary health care, etc., etc. We'll also focus on the MPP and what they are promising. A harbour in Cape Coast, an airport in Cape Coast, a lot of employment, a lot of infrastructure they are promising to go and do, and also a continuation of the free senior high school policy. All the analysis will be here. How does 3 women contesting in this election affect the dynamics and the results of this election? And how does a female running mate for the NDC pan out for the NDC in their attempt to recapture power? We'll go to Desmond Frimpong, right?
Desmond is coming to us from the Medina constituency. Desmond, if you can hear me, can you tell us what's happening on the ground?
Yes, brilliant. I can hear you. I absolutely am enjoying your coverage so far. I've been to a couple of polling centers within the Medina constituency. On arrival, I went to the Baptist Community School, which has a cluster of polling stations. I spoke to a couple of officials who told me that everything was under control. At Faith Community School, Center A, people that are expected to cast their votes are 442. And as at the time that I was leaving that polling station, voting had already started and things were underway.
All right, Desmond, Medina has been identified as one of the flashpoints by the Ghana Police Service. What is security looking like in that area?
Okay, that's an interesting thing to look out for too. But then when you get there, everything is under control. It will barely flash to you that this could even be a flashpoint. Security on point. People are oddly in their queues and just waiting for their time for them to cast their votes.
Perfect. Do we know how many people have been able to cast their votes so far?
So before I left, I could just make a head count of about 10 people. That's from the Faith Community School, the polling center A. About 10 people had already done that. But like I earlier said, it's a cluster of polling centers, and yeah, that's what's happening.
All right. Have we had any instance where an electorate had to be moved from one polling station to another because they found themselves at the wrong polling station?
No, because upon interaction with the people who are manning the affairs of the elections over there, everything was just perfectly under control. No anomalies so far, and yeah.
That's encouraging. But how about COVID-19? What protocols are being observed over there?
that was something that I was super particular about. When I got there, boats were there displayed with various directional messages. You will be directed to go wash your hands, and then your temperature also being taken. So on that regard, protocols are being observed and elections are running smoothly.
Thank you very much, Desmond. That was Desmond coming to us from Medina, the Medina constituency. And so far, it looks like everything is moving smoothly on the ground. We hope this continues throughout the day. But just to avoid the situation where you find yourself at the wrong polling station and you may have waited since morning and you may have to be redirected, let's follow the EC's code for checking our voting details. It's *711 *2020 hash. *711 *2020 hash. So you can just dial that on your phone and you check your details before you get to the polling station. Daniel.
Right. Abokobi Medina is an interesting constituency. Again, the Greater Accra region actually is a swing region. So in 2016, when the MPP recaptured power from the NDC, it won 5 regions. At the time, we had only 10 regions, and the MPP managed to win 5 of the regions as against 5 by the NDC. But then in terms of the raw figures, you would see that the regions that the MPP won had more numbers or voters than the 5 regions that the NDC won, which is why Nana Akufo-Addo was able to edge it past John Dramani Mahama. And the Greater Accra region is one of the swing regions, so it's important to keep a close eye there. From 1996 that we have had data on the elections. We don't have data on 1992 as far as Greater Accra region is concerned, but we've had 7 elections. If you take out 1992, then you have 6 elections in that space of time between then and now. In that 6 elections, the NDC has won 3 times and the MPP has won 3 times. Anybody who wins the Greater Accra more than likely would win the elections, and so we'll keep a keen eye on that region. Abokobi Medina constituency is one of the regions. In 2016, if I run you through the numbers, Nana Akufo-Addo won it by a slim margin. He had 37,600 votes, 0.90, almost 50% of the vote cast. John Dramani Mahama had 36,688. Look at the difference. It was less than 1,000 vote difference. Nana Akufo-Addo at the time won by 37,600. John Mahama had 36,688. If you come to the parliamentary result, Abubakar Sadiq Boniface, many didn't expect him to win, but he won by 40,000 votes. So indeed, the parliamentary candidate won more votes than the presidential candidate of the MPP. That's Nana Akufo-Addo. Boniface Abubakar won by 40,283 votes, representing 54.65% of the vote. Amadou Sorogo placed second, amassing 31,650 votes, which represented 42.94% of the vote cast. Then you had PPP candidates Boafo Befi, Mensa Okpoti Kodie of the that was an independent candidate getting 493. So as you can see on your screen, these are the regions. We have 6 new regions, and as the day goes by, we would analyze how those new regions would affect the dynamics of this election. And then we'll also look at the independent candidate, the smaller parties. There's a pastor in there. Are his church members going to vote for him, which will push the election into a second round or not? The nuances are a lot, but it's our duty to break it down minimum for you, which is why we have promised to stay with you throughout the day, bring you up to the minute, if you like, updates of the election. So far, we've not had any incidents at any of the so-called flashpoints. Is it too early to be confident that nothing will happen?
Well, I might say I can't say that it might be too early,
right,
because usually later in the day.
Right.
That's when more people come to vote. But we are hopeful that this will continue through the day. We would see a free and fair election without any incidents of violence.
Okay.
It's my birthday, so that's my wish. Hopefully it happens.
Benefit, what do you make of the process so far? We've done 1 hour. It's 8:03 thereabouts, so we've done roughly 1 hour. So far, so good.
Yes, I think so far we are doing well based on the reports that we've received from our reporters and other sources. Like you mentioned, there is peace. Nobody is misbehaving. Everyone is going according to the process to cast their ballots. I think it's a good thing. Although we cannot say that it's going to go through at the end of the day just like this, we are just willing and hoping that it goes well. We are encouraging each and everyone to go out there and cast their ballot because it's your civil responsibility. I mean, you need to vote. You need to decide who to govern the country. You need to decide who you are giving your mandate to, so that you can hold them accountable because it's your right. You understand? And you mentioned if a candidate can push it to a runoff. I think it's one thing that it will actually be interesting. The last time we had a runoff, 2008, and I'm sure, yes, in as much as there is a possibility, one thing that journalists will not wish for.
We don't wish for that. That
is
makes
to have a
our job very
runoff.
tedious.
Exactly. It means that everything that you have done,
Christmas is gone.
oh, at all.
Everything is
So
gone.
you need to start from the scratch. I'm sure, but there can actually be upset if you look at the polls that came out, even though some have questioned the methodology, but there should be some of the candidates who are considered as the minority who can actually pull up some upset. Of course, you mentioned the pastor.
Yeah.
Let's assume that his congregation votes for him, or persons who have one way or the other received miracles from God through him want to go and then vote. That can actually influence their vote. There are also the ladies, even though they say ladies are their own enemies and that they will not vote, but you should not, discredit the fact that they can actually cause a surprise. So yes, the process so far so good. We hope that it continues like that. We hope that we don't record any case of violence. We hope that everyone does what is expected of them so that we avert all these. The flashpoints, like you said, so far so good. We are not hearing anything. So let's stick to it and let's have a peaceful election. Although some say that the constant call for peace is actually an irony because we are drumming, we are beating war drums when we do that. Like people, hey, Yebekon is in Ghana, but we are not fighting. But it's also imperative that we keep telling people there's the need for peace because we've seen other elections, even in Ghana, we've seen what has happened, even though the case did not escalate. But that is the reason we need to tell people that you should do what is necessary in order to protect the peace.
Exactly. And so we are asking that this is the only country that we have, and whoever rules, it's the only country. Let's not ban it because there'll be no country to govern if this country bans. Go out, go and vote peacefully and return to your homes. If you want to witness the vote count, you can return after 5 p.m. when the counting begins. We'll go back to Ablekuma's West, okay, where our head of political desk, Lord Eduasari, has sent us a video of what is happening. Let's take a look.
It's election day and we are here at the Ablekuma West constituency, specifically the Most Holy Heart School, and behind me are several electors who came very early, some as early as 9:15 yesterday, just to be able to settle down in order to cast their vote. We are going to speak to some more electors to find out from them what they expect and how generally things have been around here. My name is Lord Harisadwasari. We'll be visiting other polling stations and we'll give you all the updates. Do join us. Right, Stepper, so tell me, what time did you report to come and catch a vote?
I'm staying nearby, so I came here around 3:45.
3:45 a.m.
Yeah, AM.
Wow. What time did you wake up to get here that
I
early?
couldn't sleep.
Really?
I couldn't.
Why not?
I don't know. I can't tell.
Is that you are
I'm
anxious or something?
I'm very anxious and nervous.
Generally, what are your expectations this time around?
Okay, I would say per the two candidates,
Mm.
I'm looking at somebody who is going to bring a security,
Okay.
education wise, health, and the nation to be stable in our economy.
Maybe do animal, but down, medicam bahano, and somewhere like 10:30. But unfortunately, some coffee as I buy, but I'm buying no salad, baby dinner, maintain go into for Sabia, since I'm Mediana, my son not any good. And so far as now, I say, the better band will be able to. Be an right says will be at about 2 in year, but 20. You see, the kills the pepper, said the pepper, and man, a better. At least no where the Ghana Econoa, Ghana no young may chibim. Yes, I could there's no way say things na atwam no atwam ana this time no e pe obi a obedi o man num obebo man no na obi a obeba na obey man basa so bi ban so obebo man no na e pe.
I was here 5:16.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long have you been voting for? Do you vote around here every time?
This is my first time here.
Okay.
This is my first time here. I don't vote here. I vote at Atiku. I've moved to Dansomai, so this is my first time here. We expect a lot from the politicians and the government. Whoever comes to power and the person is doing well, we all have to support the person. And I'm here because of my children's future. That is why I came here this early.
We've been speaking to some electorates here at the Most Holy Heart School at the Ablekuma West constituency, where its Member of Parliament, Honorable Esla Owusu, is seeking re-elections. Many electorates say they are here because of the future of their children. We'll be visiting other polling stations to speak to many other voters to gauge how the exercise is going to be. It's still your election headquarters here at GhanaWeb. We'll be giving you many more updates. My name is Lord Harris Udasari. Stay with us.
I was here around 4 something. I want to join the queue so that I can cast my vote early and go home and go and rest. Then I want everything to be peace because I don't want trouble joining the queue, be fighting or be doing anything bad. So I want to cast it fast and go home because I have children to rest with my children. At the ending of the day, I want everything to be in a peaceful manner so that no fighting.
Police station. As we come this morning, even though we have not started, but everybody is comfortable waiting for the polling agents to come and start the process. So we're just here waiting for them to come. And so far, that's what and everybody, you can see everybody sitting down quietly. We're all convincing, waiting, comfortable for them to come and start the process. Actually, they said by 6 they will be started, and some of us who want to go to our workplaces and all that. That is why we decided to come early.
Kan yina zongo dafsel won yela vote to dafsel kan yina no to vote te mene yina zongo ma to bor la subdu ka to bora kan zanti subdu so do ma ko ka to bora to bor no so yina to vote kan nan zarla ai vote na ka kulayi ntu do ya bit sakal ba ka kana te zanan gum ka ba kale an bor so yidi ka nan so piale ndu zo ndu bana antam te subdu so do ka to bor dagba Ghana
updates from all the constituencies. We've gone to the Upper East region, we've been to the Greater Accra regions, and which is where we are dominant actually. We've been to Ningo Pram Pram, which is an interesting seat that we're keeping an eye on. But ahead of political desk, Lord Eduasari just wrapped up Ablekuma West, which is an interesting constituency. And I need to go through the figures with you so that you appreciate what we're looking at in this election. So in 2016, Nana Akufo-Addo in Ablekuma West had 37,343 votes, representing 61% vote cast. John Dramani Mahama had 22,528 votes, representing 37% of the vote cast. But the incumbent member of parliament, who is Esla Owusu Ekufu, now her name is Ekufu, you need to add that. Esla Owusu Ekufu, she had 34,376, representing 56.96, which means Nana Akufo-Addo actually did better in Ablekuma West than Esla Owusu in terms of the numbers. But let's go to the ground again, which is what we intend to do a lot in this coverage. Mauli Aholu Mega is one of our roving reporters. He's joined us with updates from his constituency. Mauli, good morning and welcome. Hello, Mauli, can you hear me?
Yes.
Confirm.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
All right, great. Good morning to the team. I'm currently here at the Collation constituency, precisely the Otupancha Palace. And I have here with me the presiding officer. His name is Godwin, and we'll speak to him briefly about how the... Good morning.
Good morning.
How's the process been so far?
The process is we've not had any misunderstanding. Everything is smooth.
Three canopies here. Can you...
Well, this place we have 3 police centers. The one at the far end, that is police station 1, or Chief's Palace 1. The middle one is Chief's Palace 2, and this is Center 3 or Chief's Palace 3.
Okay. So Center 3, where you are, how many people have voted at the center?
We have 32 people voting
Out of
277.
And I see the place is picking up because we know this area is quite highly contested. How are you ensuring that as they come in here?
As they come in here, first we have to check their temperature. They wash their hands, then they are sanitized, or we sanitize their hands before they come to the table. The space, you know that about it. You've been here yourself. Yeah. You've seen the process. So everything is in place. Everything is in order.
In terms of the security, I've seen some police and some personnel. How does that give you some kind of confidence that the process is?
I know personally and generally Ghanaians are peaceful. So we wouldn't get to that place where we need police personnel. Yes, they are here to help in times of difficulties. But as things stand now, I hope for a better ending.
Speak for the Electoral Commission. In terms of turnout, how many people in terms of turnout?
Well, people could be sick and could not come to vote. People could travel and have not gone through the proxy voting system. And so to say I can predict this turnout, I'm not in a position to say that.
All right, but any final words for the electorate? Not in normal.
I know we Ghanaians are peace-loving people. Let's adhere to the safety protocol. Elections will come, but Ghana will remain. One thing they should keep in mind: COVID first, election second.
Thank you very much, Godwin.
You're welcome.
All right. And so there we've been speaking to Godwin, and he's the presiding officer here at polling station 3 at the Otupancha Palace, right here in the Collation constituency. And according to him, the number of electorates that have come here this morning hasn't been that encouraging, but he's expecting that as time goes by, trickling in and becoming. And we have 3 different centers at the palace. As at the time we got here at dawn, the entire place was empty. But since we've been here, there've been some kind of movement right here. But according so far, everything is moving on smoothly. All the COVID-19 protocols are being adhered to, and
Thank you very much, Mauli Aholu Megan, who is one of our roving reporters. He is currently at Clotte Colley. I have a tendency of switching the names and saying Colley Clotte, but the actual name is Clotte Colley. It's an interesting seat or constituency because of the Rawlings factor. So Dr. Zenato Ajiman Rawlings is the incumbent member of parliament in that constituency. In 2016, she was a new candidate for the NDC, and she went up against Philip Addison. And remember Philip Addison from the 2012 election petition, where he gained popularity, and after that he decided that he would test his popularity in the parliamentary election. But Zenato Rawlings managed to beat Philip Addison, and even though Nana Akufo-Addo won that presidential seat for the MPP, the NDC won that seat as far as the parliamentary election is concerned. So the presidential results in 2016 for Clotte Colley. I have a tendency. Why do I keep mispronouncing it? But it is Clotte Colley constituency. Nana Akufo-Addo won that constituency by 34,145, representing 51.09% of the vote cast. John Dramani Mahama had 32,088, representing 48% of the vote cast. And then Pakus Indum of the PPP 426, Ivor Green Streets, Edward Mahama, in that order. And then you have Zenato getting 33,000. So Zenato had more than John Dramani Mahama, 33,609. Addison Philip Kujo Addo had 29,000, which means there is a gap of 4,000 that the MP overturn if they are to beat Dr. Zenato Ajiman Rawlings to that seat. You know, in the last couple of weeks, not to remind the family of their misfortune, but the former president, the ever vibrant former President Jerry John Rawlings, passed away a few weeks ago. Would Zenato get sympathy votes because of her father's demise, or her work as an MP is enough to take her to a second round? She's one of the female candidates many have said has potential of becoming a vice president or a president. So these are the numbers for Clotte Colley constituency in the Greater Accra region. And we told you the Greater Accra region is a swing region, as well as the Central region and the Western region. Any party that must win the election must at least win two of the swing regions, Greater Accra Central region or Greater Accra Western region, or any combination. However, what we are unable to project and predict is the 6 regions, because there's no data for the Savannah region, for the OT region, for the Northeast, and all the 6 regions that have been created. We can only hazard a guess, but these are regions where there's no data, and so we're unable to predict and project who will win that and give you a historical context in terms of the trend analysis. But over the weekend, we had an expert in the studio. Mr. Tanko is a lawyer and also a law lecturer at the Ghana Institute of Journalism. He spoke to us on how to resolve election disputes. And even though we are not hoping that there will be disputes in this election, the flag bearer of the NDC has said categorically that he is not going to accept a result of a flawed election, which means we all have to prepare for potential dispute. The lawyer, Tanko Zakaria, spoke to us about the ways we can resolve election dispute without it escalating into violence. Let's watch that interview. We'll be back with more analysis here on Election Desk. Hi, good day and welcome to Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. It's practically only a few hours before Ghanaians go to the polls to elect a president and some 275 members of parliament for the next 4 years. Over the last several weeks and months, the various political parties have been selling their ideas to the electorate who on Monday will cast their vote. And while we hope that the elections will be free and fair, it's also important to have a conversation about how election disputes will be resolved in the event of dispute after the 2020 general election. To help me with the conversation today is Zakaria Tanko Musa, who is a lawyer and a lecturer at the Ghana Institute of Journalism. Thank you, sir, and thank you for your time.
Daniel, good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. It's been so many years.
It is. Thank you for having me.
Let's start off with the perception that there will be violence in this election because of all the things that happened during the registration process. The matter even went to court, etc., which people say provides a fertile ground for disputes after the general elections.
Well, thank you very much. I think when it comes to the perception of violence in our election architecture, it isn't really something that the clock started ticking this year. It is something that the clock ticks almost every time we're going to go to the polls since we were entered into the Fourth Republic. Why? Because we don't seem to still come to terms with what the whole architecture of democracy is about. You know, the fact that you have to just go and cast your ballot for whoever you want, and it's a matter of choice, and it's about contestation of ideas. You choose who you want, somebody else chooses who he wants. At the end of it all, whoever becomes winner, we all accept it, and then we move on. But because there has been a lot of mistrusts with our institutions, there's always this sort of tension. But I think almost every time we're going to go to the polls, we have this sort of concerns. But this year, what probably, arguably, might have heightened it, it's not necessarily the registration period. The registration was the icing on the cake. But what really actually made matters a little bit worrying and complicated is what happened at the Ayawaso West Wogon. Okay. Now, that was something that we needed to deal with decisively. Unfortunately, the way it had been handled, the way the matter was handled, doesn't really give too much hope to people that enough warning has been sent to people who have the tendency to want to exhibit that, to do so. And I'm saying enough warning hasn't been sent out, mainly from the, if you like, the governments. But thankfully, I have heard, I have seen what the police are doing and what the security agencies are doing, and that gives me some comfort. But they can do just what they can do. Most of the thing would also depend on the political authorities giving them what? The free hand to act and perform their duties in a very professional way. Now, if we don't allow them to perform their duties in a very professional way and we interfere, then that would create some problems. But you are right. The election, the registration exercise also demonstrated another dimension of some of this worry, because we saw the deployment, arguably, of military personnel to some locations that people perceive, and it's an open secret that some of those locations are locations where the opposition party gets majority of their vote. So that made them feel they were under siege, and that made them feel, well, is it a situation that this deployment is to suppress votes coming to this area? So that raised the tension in a little bit. Unfortunately, the two main political parties, the NDC, the MPP, they didn't also, their rhetorics didn't help in mitigating or in bringing down the pressure. And there was a very interesting research that I read some time ago. You know, when the credit crunch hit Europe, and after that they did the research and to find out why did they really struggle to get out of the credit crunch, because even after the credit crunch had left them, they were still struggling. And the title of the paper is loose lips sink market. In other words, if you're not careful about your choice of words, what you say, who is saying it, where you are saying it, and when you are saying it, you may be creating a bigger problem that would cost enormous time and energy and resources to deal with. And sometimes, unfortunately, some of our political actors have their discourse has been at worst reckless.
Yeah, but yesterday, for example, or on Friday, for example, there was a peace pact from the various political parties. But of course, the biggest was between the opposition leader, John Dramani Mahama, and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, both of whom have committed that they are going to ensure that there is a peaceful election. Many have said this is a, if you like, political gimmick, and that they are not going to hold their end of the bargain. Do you believe in that?
Well, this is not the first time we've had, sort of peace pacts. It had always been part of our architecture, which itself is worrying, because if you look at how many years have we been experimenting with this whole concept of democracy?
Yeah, since 92.
Right? 1992, about 28 years. We shouldn't really. This should just be a byproduct. It shouldn't be something that is like a ceremony, that is also, if you like a blueprint in our election journey.
Part of those who believe that by even doing that, it presupposes that there will be chaos.
You see, because the psychology of communication is that when you are drawing attention to something, then it presupposes that there is something to worry about.
Okay.
My point is that it should be a byproduct. Yes, we need peace, because without peace we can't do anything. And all the political parties are supposed to commit to peace. Right. But what I'm saying is that it should be something that by now it is natural. Because what I see is more of a creation. So they are being managed to accept that we would accept the results. We would do this, we would do that. Come on, at this stage, it is, and you see, but it's symbolic. It's very important, because sometimes somebody will just see what their leaders have done, and that alone will say, well, if they said that, then that's fine. Right. So the symbolism is there. But I'm saying that, come on, by now, we should be moving away from that. But yes, I mean, maybe we are still crawling. We are crawling when we are expecting that we should be what? Galloping. But we are crawling. That's fine. The symbolism is very important. But I'm saying that it's a double-edged sword. In one breath, it would help to mitigate or bring down the tension. But in another breath, it's also making people feel, hey, if the people are signing peace pact, then does that mean that something is likely to happen? You're likely to have people not coming out to vote, or people going into that sort of, hyperactiveness and all those things. So we need to really look at that. But I'm glad that they have all demonstrated their commitment. But I think demonstrating the commitment on paper, it's not sufficient. That is why people argue that is a fanciful exercise that we see. Because you need to go beyond the rhetorics and demonstrate in practice, in real practice. Have you put in place the mechanisms that would make sure that what triggers those conflicts are not there? Because we have been told what the conflict, where the conflict spots, or where the hotspots are. What makes those places hotspots? Because before you say a place is a hotspot, you would have done your own analysis to know that this is why it is a hotspot. Now, if you have done the analysis to know why it is an hotspot, have you really put in place any mechanism, any practical, effective, efficient mechanisms to make sure that those things don't happen?
Well, the police say they have done that. But how do you reconcile this peace pact with the fact that the biggest opposition leader has maintained that he's not going to accept a flawed result? He's said that on several platforms, and I think even yesterday he made mention of the fact that the Ayawaso West Wogon, like you mentioned, was not properly dealt with, and so again he is calling on the EC and the other stakeholders to ensure that this is a peaceful election, but he will not accept a flawed election.
Yeah, so basically his declaration is contingent on whether and he has been consistent in raising that. The NDC had been consistent in raising that, and of course when you are in power you have a responsibility to send a very positive signal. So you would understand why the government would not also want to contingent it on the fact that if this doesn't happen, because we live in this country and we know that governments have lost power.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? So it doesn't mean that just because you are in opposition, you may probably not also be at the receiving end.
Right.
But when you are in government, the responsibility on you is enormous, and therefore you cannot go down that route and make it conditional. But the presidential candidate of the NDC has been consistent in saying, listen, let's have a free, fair, open and transparent election, so that it would make it easy for us all to accept the results. But if it is not, you make it very difficult for me to come and accept the results. Some would say that strategic communication wise, that it's a bit worrying, because then you are sending a signal.
Right.
But some would also say that, well, but at the end of the day, if we know we are going to run an open and transparent election, then we shouldn't worry about that. Right. But what are the parameters of judging whether an election is free, fair, and transparent?
Right.
Is it subjective? Is it objective? Now, that objectivity is what we haven't been able to agree on, and that is why, unfortunately, the failure to use IPAC to achieve that objectivity. So that when you are going to judge me based on whether or not the election has been free, fair, and transparent, it shouldn't be based on your own subjective benchmarks.
Right.
It should be based on an objective benchmark that anybody else can look at and say, no, I don't think this election was fraud.
Yeah.
But if we don't have that, then we are really likely to have these challenges. But all said and done, ultimately, for me, what I would say is that, yes, it is everybody's right to challenge results that they feel has not been done according to due process, according to the law. But the same law that you're going to use to challenge also has given you the journey, the route to challenge those results. So let's not use any route that can lead to chaos and violence. Let's make sure, if we have any concerns about any elections, what happened during the elections, we should use the appropriate and the legitimate routes to seek forward resolution.
Right.
Thankfully, I hear the judiciary, it's also alert on that.
Yes.
Now people are being a bit skeptical and cynical and saying that, well, what have they heard? What do they know? Why are they trying to prepare for a petition?
Right.
But you don't expect them to sit down and wait for it to come on them before they start putting in place mechanism. It is a responsibility of every institution to preempt.
Right.
Yeah, so what they're doing, I think it's good, although I'm glad they didn't publicize it that much, because the publication also sends a different signal. But so behind the scenes, they are also putting in place mechanisms so that when it happens, at least we make sure that we will deal with it in an effective and efficient way, so that the tensions would be brought down.
If you just join us, it's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo. I've been here with Zakaria Tanko Musa, who is a lecturer and a lawyer. He's been giving us some ideas of how we are going to, if you like, resolve election dispute that will arise after the 2020 general elections. I've been joined on the phone line by pollster Ben Efson. Good day, Mr. Ben Efson.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, and you and my fellow panelists?
Well, fine, thank you.
Big Ben. Good.
Okay, so let's start with the polls that you have done. You have predicted that Nana Akufo-Addo is going to win by some 52% or so. Has anything changed in the last maybe 48 hours or so?
No, I don't think so. I think that rather they could do better than our projections if the past 3 weeks is anything to go by.
Do you appreciate those who doubt this prediction that you have made, considering that the 2016 one didn't go as you predicted?
Oh, I do appreciate it. You know, it depends on your age. If you are 30 years, I will appreciate it, because when I started polling 20 years ago, you were maybe about 10 years. Because if over a 20-year period, I've done 5 polls, and I missed one 2016, we learn from lessons. But I must note that I was very surprised at the reaction of people. The question, why did you get it wrong on your 5th attempt? That question, why, humbly speaking, I believe is reserved for God. He is the only one, when he says something and it doesn't come true, people need to be angry. But what I did was I went back, looked at the way the work we did, compared it with the US one, and I realized that one thing we lost out was taking into account apathy, weakening your stronghold. So, for example, in the US, if 2% more of black people turned up to vote, Hillary would have won. In Ghana, we underestimated the apathy of the background ethnic group of the NDC's anger from turning out. That is for the West. So, for a voter region, for example, between 2012-2016, NDC lost 100,000 votes. Then we also found out in 2016 the 3 variables that made a lot of the swing voters vote for them. That was free institutes, nursing, teacher fees, and corruption.
Right, right. So let's focus on some of the shocks you are expecting in this election. What's the statistics saying after the polls?
How is going to turn out?
Yes, which constituencies are you expecting shocking result?
There are a few constituencies, like in Greater Accra. 2 of the constituencies I've tried and it's been too close to call. And those 2 constituencies have never had the same person come twice.
Which constituencies are these?
Lijokuku, Teshi, and Adenta.
Okay.
Either the party changes their candidate or the same person comes twice, the person loses. Now, you realize that in the last 2 weeks, both Nana and Mahama have been crisscrossing Ashanti, Eastern, and Greater Accra. Yes, I'm sure you'll be wondering, Ashanti and Eastern are strongholds of the NPP. But if the NDC gets 30-32% in Ashanti, they get 40-42 in Eastern. NPP's history. But for this year, Greater Accra is unbelievably the most dangerous region in terms of population of voters. It's unprecedented.
So you believe that that will be the game changer? You believe the one who wins Greater Accra could win this election?
Greater Accra and the swing regions. You see, Greater Accra between 2016 and 2020 had 35% increase in the voter population. And to put it in perspective, with the second largest region, Ashanti, in 2016, Greater Accra had 191,000 votes more than Ashanti.
Okay.
In 2020, it had 495,000 votes more than Ashanti.
Wow.
So you see the huge disparities. Now, if there is a higher turnout, which I expect because elections that governments change, the turnouts tend to be low. And 2016, it was 69%.
Right.
If the turnout hits 85 plus, NPP will win. Because in Greater Accra, where seats are safe for NPP, they have more voters than NDC. Let me give you a typical example. In 2016, in Ada constituency, where NDC will always win, the total number of voters in 2016 was nearly 39,000. In places like Ablekuma South and Weja, which are NPP safe seats, where NDC candidates placed second, they had more votes than the whole of Ada. So there's a high turnout. NDC, MPP will get more votes in Greater Accra, and if they get 75% in Ashanti, NDC is history.
The electoral roll is up by some 2 million voters. Did you include that in the dynamics? And the regions are from 10 to 16. Would that play any part?
You know, one of the things that we picked up arriving at our data was that the three variables on corruption. MPP did very well in terms of politicking to paint Mahama and NDC, Mahama especially, very corrupt. Even though before 2016, a former minister and a financier of the party were on trial, and as we speak, they are serving time in Zawam. MDC has failed to give MPP the same treatment in terms of making allegations of corruption sticks. Two, when we use one of the people said, oh, how many trainee teachers and trainee nurses? What people don't realize, you touch anything concerning benefits or allowances of teachers and nurses, whether trainees or not, the two professors take it as personal. 3 months to elections in 2016, Mahama was behaving like a second-term president. Because you are coming for your second term and you cancel the allowances and dare them to vote against you. And a month to elections, you change your mind and start paying cash. They didn't trust you. Because when you cry, you take it down, you will be on like last term, and the mistrust is still there. And the last one is free SHS. So the interviews we did in street areas, you could sense the person's language that, oh, I will vote for my NDC MP, but I will vote for Nana because I fear John will touch the free SHS, and I want my kids to benefit. So these are the three variables which cost NDC, and it seems it's going to cost them. Because, for example, the last minute attempt for John trying to own ownership, people are getting angry. Because if you know you bought it in 2016, you've been in opposition for 2.5 years, you know free SHS is a game changer, and you are waiting till 2 weeks to claim ownership. When there are 2016 videos of him attacking free SHS.
Right. Anyway, I'm sure after the elections we'll get back to you. But finally, before you go, how do you expect election disputes in the aftermath of this December 7 election to be handled? You don't want a repeat of 2012, do you?
Oh, I don't think so. Let me be honest. The current EC administration, they have exceeded my expectations. I've been closely involved in Ghana's elections from EC level since 1992. And I've just finished my 6th book. So when I say that the EC has exceeded my expectations, you should understand. I think that the best way to a party to lose elections, my friend, is to be reckless on election day. Now, EC says the maximum number of voters will be 700. So over 38,000, about 70 are below 500 and below. Now, if we're a political party and you don't get a committed person, you get somebody who doesn't work and you say, be my polling agent. You say you give him 100 CDs, so you give him 50 CDs, and you tell the person that at the end of the day, when you come and collect the result sheet, you will give him the remaining 50. What I'm telling you is what some of the people do. When the opposing party's agents, they start serving their agents food, they'll give it all the food. And in conversations with you, they will know how much we're expecting. Around 12 noon, 1 o'clock, they give you lunch and say, you can go and rest and double the amount you've been promised. they would ask you to sign the result sheets.
Wow.
If the polling station has 500 voters and 250 turn up, once you sign the result sheet, they will add 200 more. And once they don't exceed 500, they can't cancel the results. And if this is done for 10,000 of the 38,000 polling stations, that party will be giving its presidential candidate 200,000 free votes due to the negligence of the other main party.
Right. So you don't expect this election to go to a runoff, and you don't expect any disputes, do you?
No, for disputes, I don't think so. Runoff, I'd be very surprised. NDC would have done very well to push it to a runoff. And once it goes to a runoff, then come back into trouble.
Even if they have a lot of they have a majority in parliament, assuming it goes to a runoff.
Oh, I think that having a majority in parliament and then losing the presidency, the only occasion could have happened, it didn't happen, that was 2008. But I think that the NDC's, MPP's margin, the NDC was 34th seat in 2016. I think they will recoup some of the 34 they lost. But MPP will still have majority. I think that once there are 169 MPs, they could lose about 10 or 15 because most of the seats they won, if you analyze, you will see that there was this harmony between the NDC government and the MPP party. So quite a number of places, people went independent. A place like Antonica Bolora, he's lost it straight away.
Wow. Anyway, Uncle Ben, we'll return after December 7th. Hopefully, we'll have a more. Say again. You want to ask me a question? Mr. Tanko wants to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. Please, you should go ahead.
Senior, I just wanted to find out how this issue of backlash to democracy that we are seeing, especially these two main political parties, NDC, MPP. So you know there is a little bit of backlash to the way they are behaving and how that is going to affect their turnout. And because based on what you're saying, that the turnout might really have serious implications for the two main political parties, and we know there is this backlash. How's that going to play out?
Well, you know, in the trend analysis, there have been three changes. That is 2000, when MPP won, 2008, when NDC won, and 2016, when MPP won. These three, this is the third one, but the first two change of government, the turnout has been unusually low. So this is 69% for 2016. I expect at least 85% minimum. Because there's the test. If you look between 18 and 21, there are about 2.6 million voters. And that is those who haven't voted the last 4 years, apart from maybe referendum for new regions. But 18, 19-year-olds are the most dangerous, very young, and that's 1.3 million. So I think that there will be a higher turnout. But for COVID, I'm sure that would have hit 88 or so. But I believe we will definitely cross the 80% turnout by at least 10-12% more over 2016. And I don't think that people will shy away. I think that the reduction of the number of voters per polling station down to 700 instead of 1,000 in 2016, and there was 70% of the 38,000 having 500 voters and below, I believe we should have early results out. Counting will be smoother, and the manual nature, the issue will be taken from the regions. I'm sure early to by 7th midnight or by early 8, we should see where the heads are and where the tails are.
Okay, Mr. Tanko, are you okay?
I am most grateful, Senior. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Epson. What's the margin of error, by the way? Oh, it's gone. Mr. Van Epson is gone off the line, but he's predicting a win for Nana Akufo-Addo, the incumbent president, and the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. Mr. Tanko, let's wrap up with the election dispute. The EC's decision to announce the result within 24 hours is creating a lot of splitting heads. Many say, why are they trying to get ahead of themselves, and that they should allow the processes to, be conclusive before announcing the result. What do you make of the EC's first, their declaration that within 24 hours they will announce the result, all things being equal?
So it's a dilemma. It's a dilemma because whichever way you look at it, there is justification for it. The justification for trying to release the winner early is that it brings down the tempo, the anxiety and all those things, so that everybody knows who has won, and then we move on. But when you look at our antecedents and the way sometimes things happen, I mean, the remoteness of some of our polling stations and all those things, it makes you think that, well, if we are able to do it in 24 hours, fantastic.
Yeah.
But why don't we give ourselves sufficient time so that we get it right? So there again, it comes to the issue of communication. When you communicate and what you communicate. So if the EC wants to do 24, that could be something that they have at the back of their mind. But in their mind, they are giving themselves sufficient time. So they would then, what is the real thing? That they would not overpromise, but they would deliver.
Right.
But now you have raised hopes. And if you go beyond the 24 hours, then people start panicking. People start thinking something is happening. But it may be just a genuine and legitimate challenges that they're having. Right. Now you have the Herculean task of coming back to explain to people A, B, C, D. They were not under any obligation to come out and say, we will do it in 24 hours. If you want to do it, if it happens in 24 hours, nobody is going to say, why did you declare it in 24 hours?
Right.
But if you don't declare it in 24 hours, then now people will come and they'll be asking you questions. So for me, I think I can understand where they were coming from, but that announcement for me was needless.
Is it too late in the day to change that communication?
Then that would be, you'll be flip-flopping, and that has got its own problem. So once they've come out and announced it, they should stick to it and be consistent and make sure that now they are going to go way above themselves to make sure it happens. Because if it doesn't happen within the 24 hours, it has its own potential challenge.
When I know you're not. You're not affiliated to any political party, but in your experience, what would the political parties be doing, i.e., their legal wing or legal department, that is, if they have, preempting a potential dispute? You think the lawyers in the parties would now be brainstorming about how they will go about any dispute?
Well, I mean, as lawyers would always, if you have a client and your client is engaged in any enterprise, and that enterprise, you always have to do a risk assessment of that enterprise that your client is engaging in. And when you do the risk assessment, then you have to look at how do you mitigate that risk, how do you prevent it, and eventually, if you can't prevent it and it happens, how do you go and litigate? So definitely they will be putting in place mechanisms, but a lot of the, if you like, the oxygen would be dependent on what happens on the election day to add to whatever. But almost all the lawyers from MPP and DC would all be putting themselves in a situation where they would look at what happens if things don't go the way it's supposed to go, and it didn't go the way it's supposed to go because certain processes were not followed. But of course, by now they will be looking at what are the electoral laws, what do they say, how do we get it right in terms of going to the right forum and following the right procedures and going to court and all those things. So yes, definitely, it would be very unwise for any lawyer not to prepare to tell his client that, listen, let's prepare for the eventuality. But I would just wanted to say something just briefly on the bid about Ben Epson made very, very interesting analysis which informed the outcome. But you see, that is why this election is going to be very, 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 very interesting. And the dynamics might really surprise all of us. Because if you look at some of the things that led to people voting against the incumbent government, frankly, some of them are repeating themselves. For instance, Ben Epson talks about the fact that you refuse to pay teachers training allowance and all those things. And it's a cumulative effect.
Right.
So you deny my mother her daily bread, and I see her struggling, and my sister, it's going to... But don't forget, we also have similar situation in terms of the banking and financial services crisis. A lot of people have gone home, and a lot of people are crying, pay us our money, you're not paying us our money. Through no fault of the government, because they wanted to clear the mess. But all that they think about is that you were the ones who made me to come home. You were the one who made my uncle. So that dynamics is also very, very important there. Don't forget about the galamsey.
Yes.
Even though we all agree that it is wrong, it has to go away. The narrative is that you are denying people some their livelihood, and then you are, and you see the way the NDC is framing it, and you are taking it away from the ordinary people, but you are giving it to your own people. The MPP hasn't been able to counter that discourse very well, and that is something that would be really crucial in there. And then he mentioned the issue about the capacity and the caliber and the loyalty of the polling agents. It's crucial in these elections. It's crucial because, I mean, this is an open secret that almost all the political parties, they would try. See, 1998, I contested assembly elections.
You did?
And see, these things are things that you won't even know what your supporters are doing for you. This is the truth of the matter. Sometimes the presidential candidates, they don't even know what is going on. But somebody, out of their own enthusiasm and zeal and their willingness to see their party winning, they'll go to every extent to make sure. So sometimes somebody will go and see a polling agent of another party and try and see whether they could influence them. It is not sanctioned by the top, but they would do it. So that's why you make sure that whoever you are sending there to be a party agent is somebody who has the capacity to understand what is going on. He has and then he has the loyalty. You know, and I think both parties hasn't taken things for granted for that. You remember I hear the NDC even was saying that there was going to be every constituency there will be a lawyer and all those things. And I know the MPP had also done some training and all that. So it's going to be very interesting dynamics. And then finally, I don't think that these elections, corruption is not going to be a key issue. I don't think so. It is going to be an issue as to whether the weights that was attached to it in the 2016 elections will be the same weight as this time. It's something I haven't done an empirical study on that, so I want to give respect to those who have done empirical study on that. But for me, doing an informal discussions with people and talking to people, it's going to be very crucial. The only thing that I see is that the framing and the agenda setting, the NPP had succeeded very well in trying to set that agenda that is not going to be crucial. Because if they make it seem that corruption is going to be crucial, they are the ones who are going to suffer mainly for it.
Wow. It's been a very eye-opening conversation here on Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. I've been here with Zakaria Tanko Musa. He's a lawyer and a lecturer at the Ghana Institute of Journalism. We also had on the phone Mr. Ben Efsin, who is one of Ghana's foremost posters, who had predicted that Nana Akufo-Addo, the incumbent president, and the MPP flag bearer will win the elections by some 52%, saying that the election will not go into a runoff. This is our build-up to the election day proper. It's been an exciting conversation. I hope that you enjoyed it. We are back on Monday, the whole of the day. Stay tuned with us. We'll bring you up to the minute update from the polling grounds, and we'll be here with you until the election results are declared. Hopefully it's done within 24 hours. My name has been Daniel Ojo. We're back on Monday. Stay with us and enjoy the rest of our programs. Bye for now. I've been in the studios with my colleagues Wanda Ami Hagan and Benefo Boabing Abrantepa, and we have promised that we're going all the way until results are declared. So we'll be here for the next 24 hours, possibly 48 hours until results are officially declared by the Electoral Commission. You can get all the breaking news on our website. This is the first time a major news website is attempting to cover a major election in this country. And we have told you all the first that this election has thrown out. It's also the first time that 16 regions are voting for a president and some 275 members of parliament. We also promised you that we're following the major personalities in this election. So the president will be voting in his hometown of Chebi. Then the vice president is in Wale Wale, where he comes from. The former president and vice president, who is also the candidate for the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, is in Bole Bamboy, where he comes from. He will cast his ballot there. We also follow Jenana Opoku-Agyeman, who is the running mate for the NDC. Then there are Madam Ikea Donkor, Ivor Green Street. You've got 12 presidential aspirants. We'll follow all of them. In the meantime, though, we have footage of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia casting his ballot in Wale Wale.
Charlie, do and go back. Where do you go back? Keep moving.
Yes, exercise my constitutional duty in casting my vote here in Kiriga, my polling station, Kiriga DA Primary School. I want to encourage everybody to come out and exercise their vote. I think it is the biggest constitutional responsibility that we have. And as you can see, I came here, went through all the COVID protocols, and it has gone very smoothly. I have cast my vote, and everybody should be patient and carry out this most important constitutional duty. We want to vote very peacefully. This is the most peaceful country in West Africa. At the end of this election, we want to maintain that reputation as the most peaceful country in West Africa. We don't want to exercise this franchise in peace. So we want to wish the Electoral Commission well. We want to wish all Ghanaians well, and we should make our nation proud. And let's come out and vote, regardless of your party. Come out and vote, exercise, and do it peacefully. And then when you are done, you go home. At the end of the day, the votes will be counted, and the winners will be declared. And we will proceed with our democratic processes after that. So I want to thank all of you, members of the press, for being here. I want to thank everybody, the Electoral Commission in particular. This is a very, very tough job, but they seem to have done it very well. We want to congratulate them, but the day is not over, and they should continue working hard to make sure everybody has the opportunity of voting on time.
So you saw the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, voting in Wale Wale, where that is his constituency. 4 years ago, many had said that he was one of the game changers for the MPP. How would his influence come to bear in this 2020 general election? Don't forget that he was very critical of the John Dramani Mahama's administration, especially when it comes to the economy and at the time the depreciating cedi. He's been in government for the last 4 years and needs to account for his people. Would the Bawumia factor this year play out? How would it ensure that the MPP will retain power? That is, if they are going to retain power. We'll go to New Jabin North, which is a predominantly MPP seat, where our correspondent Mark Anthony has joined us from. Mark, good morning. What's happening in New Jabin North?
Yeah, good morning. I am specifically at the MCCU polling station in the New Jabin North. That's FDRC. And as I came here about 30 minutes ago, the queue is not so large, it's not so long. The process is going on smoothly. And I tell you, a lot of people have actually voted at the moment. So I have with me here one person who has just finished voting. And so I would wish we talk to him. Yeah, Honorable, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, we are on GhanaWeb TV. Yeah. So are you done voting? Are you done voting? Yeah. Okay. So how do you see the process? How did the process go?
Process is, as at now, the process is going on. No fight, nothing is going on. Nothing bad.
Okay. Did you experience any challenge when you're voting?
Oh, the challenge, at least today is my first time of voting and I did not face any challenge.
Oh, okay. Okay. The machine verified you without any problem?
No, no problem.
Okay. 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 What time did you come here?
I came here exactly 6:30.
Okay. 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 6:30.
6:30.
Oh, wow. 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 And you are in a queue, so you go for okay.
They gave me a number and then I followed the number and then I followed the key. Finished voting.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, God be with you. Is your candidate winning?
Is that?
Is your candidate
Yeah,
winning?
yeah, it's winning.
Are you sure?
By the God grace. Yeah, he's
So are you
winning.
continuing or you are changing?
You say?
Are you continuing or you are changing?
I'm not getting you.
Are you continuing or you are changing?
I'm continuing.
God bless you.
If only he's doing best in his party, I'm continuing voting for him.
Okay. All right. Okay. So have a nice time. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'm done with this electorate who are just finished voting, and the voting process is still ongoing here.
Okay, so Mark, if you can hear me, how many people are we expecting to vote today in New Jabin North?
Okay. Okay. I wanted us to actually talk to the presiding officer.
Okay, you can speak to him.
He's actually busy now. Yes.
You can speak to him.
Yeah, he's actually busy now. He says he will attend to me very soon. But there are party agents here. Usually we know that they will have challenges with the electoral processes when there is. I want to find out from them if they are okay with the processes going on. Good morning. Yeah, this is GhanaWeb TV.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you have been here since the morning. Yes. What time did the process start?
It started exactly at 7 a.m.
Oh, okay. Okay. And have there been any challenge so far?
For now, there's no challenge.
Yeah, okay. So you are representing which party?
NPP.
NPP. Okay, so you are happy.
I'm very
all right. So what is NDC?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So one of the polling agents says everything is going on smoothly, and so I wanted to actually get in touch with one of the NDC polling agents. Are you one? Are you an NDC polling agent? Okay. Are you an NDC polling agent? NDC polling agent. Are you an NDC polling agent?
No,
NDC. So you have been here for how is the process so far? Everything is cool. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're satisfied. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So thank you very much.
Mark Anthony, if you can hear me, I was initially asking you about the number of people or voters on the electoral roll in New Jabin North.
In New Jabin, at the moment I don't have the figures with me now, but I don't have it off head. I need to verify from the document. So I'll get back over that.
Okay, but tell us the history of New Jabin North. Which party has been dominating in the presidential and parliamentary elections in New Jabin North?
From history, in New Jabin North and even South, I'm just coming from the South, it has always been for NPP, where we have Michael Tibrefi standing in for New Jabin South, and then the Deputy Local Government Minister, Nana J. Boateng, also standing in for NPP. And they have won it since history. It has never changed. We are hoping, in fact, we are looking at it. I mean, today we don't know if things will change, but then it has always been for NPP.
So which candidates are contesting in New Jabin North in this particular election?
Yeah, the candidates contesting for New Jabin North in this particular election, we have Nana J. Boateng for NPP, and then we have Asante Emmanuel Kweku for NDC. We have Eric Japon for CPP, and then we have Dorcas Brobe for LPG. So these are the four candidates contesting in New Jabin North.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark Anthony. We'll return to you when there are major news and updates that you need to give us. And like he said, the new job in North and new job in South are very predominantly MPP seats. Even though McAnthony is in new job in North, the most interesting of the job in seats is the new job in South constituency. Why? It is because the incumbent, who is now the outgoing, was Mark Esibe-Yeboah, and Mark Esibe-Yeboah is currently the chairman of the finance committee in Parliament. Indeed, he's seen as one of the foremost finance people in the MPP. Unfortunately for him, he lost the primaries when the man from the Free Zones Board contested him, which is in 2020, and it created a bit of a dilemma for the MPP folks, because Mark Esibe-Yeboah is somebody they needed in government. However, since he was unable to unseat or beat his contestants, he is unable to go to Parliament next year. But the argument is that there's been a compromise of sorts, and that he will be given a position in government if the MPP retains power. Mr. Befi is now the new candidate for the MPP. He was the CEO for the Free Zones Board. It's a man many say has the financial wherewithal, and they say it is the reason why he was able to unseat Mark Esibe-Yeboah, who is a very strong finance person. So it's a seat that we keep an eye on, as well as the new job in North, where McAnthony reported from. So we'll bring you updates when we have it. But let's now focus our attention to other things that are happening on the African continent. Ghana is not the only African country compiling or electing a new president. In fact, during the COVID era, some countries went ahead to conduct their polls. Even though there were challenges, they managed to scale through. I've got with me an international journalist who's monitored African elections the last couple of years, and he will share some perspectives with us here on Election Desk. Ismail Akwe is my resource person for the next few minutes. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
How so far? It's 9:15, which means we've done 2 hours 15 minutes of voting in Ghana. What are you picking up? Has the process been smooth thus far?
Well, it looks very interesting because so many African countries don't get this kind of peace when elections come up. And this year, as you're saying, even with COVID, we've had over 5 elections across the continent, starting from Togo to Guinea, Malawi, Tanzania, and Cote d'Ivoire. So all these countries had issues. And the Financial Times described Ghana's election as boring in its headline, and others are saying it's inactive, because Ghana's election doesn't come with a lot of the challenges faced in other African countries. And sincerely, people are being killed. In some countries, internet is shut down, and I think we all have access to our internet connection this morning, and which is a great feat for Ghana. So Ghana has always led the way when it comes to democratic dispensation, and it's something everybody is happy about and proud about.
Right. And you say it is boring. Is it boring because now we have grown in our democracy? This is the 8th successive election under the 4th Republic. Could it be that now we understand that elections are not do and die like other African countries?
So that's the best headline that a Western media could use, boring. And if they use boring, it's not about democracy anymore. You know, it's about the fight, it's about the controversies, it's about all the insults, all the attacks that come with African elections. Right. And if they are saying boring, they are also practicing democracy. And we always say Ghana is following the West.
Yes.
So if they pick boring as their main title, then you should understand what it means. It means that it's not about democracy anymore. It's about getting it right. And getting it right is selecting a leader. Right. And that's what we are into. Right. So Ghana is getting it right. Ghana has done it. It's changed precedents over time. Since 1992, there's been no major issue. And all the issues that come up are just part of the politicking. And you find that everywhere, even in the United States. Yeah. And you could see that Donald Trump gave a lot of Americans a run for their money. Yeah. Because those things that he did, his questioning of their electoral system, his questioning of the process and everything, these are things we see in Africa. Right. So it's not really about democracy anymore.
Okay. So Ismail will be with me for the next couple of minutes. We'll juxtapose Ghana's election against other African countries. And like he said, there have been 5 other countries that have gone to the polls, even in the midst of COVID. And the EC has put in place measures to ensure that the citizenry is safe when they go to the polls. But let's go onto the ground again, where George Nyavo is joining me from Okankwe South. Mr. Nyavo, good morning and welcome. What's happening in Okankwe South?
Good morning. Danny, the election process is quite smooth here. I have been to 2 other constituencies, which is the Okankwe North and Okankwe Central. And the situation is the same. The only thing that I see that is out of place, I may say, is the social distancing protocol. Even though everybody else is in mask, it looks like the queues are quite packed. They are very close to each other. But then there is, in all the constituencies or in all the police centers that I've been to, in all the 3 constituencies, there are Veronica buckets, there's hand sanitizers, and there's soap. Make sure that in some constituencies I've seen thermometer guns being used. I haven't seen any here, but then basically it has been smooth. The process has been smooth here at Okankwe Central, precisely at the Accra Academy Police Center. There are 4 polling centers in this single place. And so far, I've been around all the place. I've spoken to some security persons and tell me that the process has been smooth. There have not been any issues at all, Danny.
We'll come back to you when there are more updates for us in Okankwe. You are roaming all the Okankwe constituencies. That's the south, the central, and the north, right?
Right.
Okay. So let us know if there are any major updates, and we'll get back to you. Historically, the Okankwe South has been a stronghold for the MPP. In 2016, Nana Akufo-Addo won that constituency by over 61% of the vote cast. He garnered 39,955 votes to beat John Dramani Mahama, who had 24,623, representing 37.81% of the vote cast. In the parliamentary election, it was Ahmed Atta of the MPP who won by 33,820, representing 58%. So again, you will see that Nana Akufo-Addo had more votes than the member of parliament. And that's one of the dynamics that we've been looking at in this election, where people vote, even if it's not skirt and blouse, the difference in the numbers show that it is not equal. So it's not everybody who votes for the president that goes on to vote for the parliamentary candidate. And we saw that in a few of the analysis that we did. If you can see on the screen, you see a breakdown of the analysis in 2016, how much President Nana Akufo-Addo got and how much John Dramani Mahama, who was then the president, got in that constituency. And then you see the member of parliament. He defeated, that's Ahmed Atta, defeated Alexander Akaku, who is the NDC candidate, or who was the NDC candidate in that year's election. So a lot of dynamics to look forward to. You can see the graph again for proper. So this is the parliamentary election, which is why we say it's a predominantly MPP seat. Are they able to retain it? That's the big question. Normally when the member of parliament is in power, it's there that the constituents will assess whether or not he has been a good representative for them in parliament, and they've got development. You know, the member of parliament is not technically the one who brings development, but it also speaks to your lobbying skills. If you are a member of parliament and you are not able to bring development to your constituency, what many interpret that to mean is that you are unable to lobby, especially when your party is in government. When your party is in opposition, then you can make a case that your lobbying is not reaching the high office that it needs to. So let's keep an eye on Ablekuma North and South, and we'll bring you updates from there. But we'll stay with Ismail on what is happening on the African continent. He said that the Western media has described Ghana's election as boring. We don't know why, but it's because there's been very few incidents, if at all, that has characterized this year's election. It's been generally peaceful, smooth, and sailing so far. And we'll see how it progressed in the days. If you go to our website, there's a story that yesterday, the former MP who is contesting now as an independent candidate had one of his men assaulted in the lead up to the election. It didn't happen today. It happened yesterday. It's a situation we're keeping an eye on. And it's one of the analysis that we will make, i.e. the number of MPs who have decided that because they lost the primaries, they will contest as independent candidates. The former MP is one of such persons. He lost the primaries, thought that the process was not free and fair, and so he's contesting as an independent candidate. The MPP has sent a strong message that any member of the party that decides to contest as an independent candidate is automatically disqualified or removed from the party. It's an interesting analysis that we'll do in the course of the day. Ismail, let's stay with the African contest a bit. So this issue of internet shutdown, the conspiracy came in Ghana. What do you think prompted that conversation?
So lately there's been some slowness of the internet, and a lot of times it comes up as a result of an overload, because everybody is looking for information, so they all go online. But if we've seen it in Togo and seen it in Cote d'Ivoire and other places closer to Ghana, why not Ghana? It can happen. And they wouldn't come out and say, yes, it's been shut down, or yes, this has happened, because it affects the international credibility of the country. So it does happen, but most of the time, people and activists put out this information and just as a form of caution to the government, so it wouldn't be shut down. Because if everybody feels and believes that it can be shut down, I'm sure those in power would also be cautious and make sure it doesn't happen. Even if it's a mistake, it shouldn't happen.
So in those countries, it is an established fact that there was a deliberate shutdown.
Yes, there's always a shutdown, especially in Francophone African countries. So what happens is they send a notice to all of the telecommunication companies, and they tell them, shut it down because we don't want fake news to spread. We don't want people to use the phone lines and the internet to spread a lot of falsehoods about the election. And this is the reason they give. But even with this reason, the same internet has helped other countries like Ghana, which has never shut down internet, to have information going across, to also check the credibility of the electoral process. So they send, official letters to these companies, and we've seen Cameroon do that. We've also seen the same even in Tanzania. In Tanzania had this election recently, and the president won by over 80% of the votes. And internet shutdown was key in that, because there was no internet shutdown. We had a correspondent in Tanzania, and our correspondent couldn't even reach out to us. They had to use VPNs, and with the VPNs, it's even still limited because you can't even send a lot of files because you're afraid of being monitored. So this is something that the government take it as a key part of their electoral process to shut down the internet.
Okay. One thing that is interesting is the time scale with which the winner is announced. In many African countries, we have realized that it takes quite a while. In Ghana, the EC says it intends to do it within 24 hours. Typically, in African countries where you followed, how long does it take for a winner to be declared?
So surprisingly, in most of these African countries that shut down the internet and do all these things, like Cameroon, like Tanzania, like Togo and other places, the results come out quickly because one person takes it all. And in Togo, for Nasimbe, who is our friend, he got 71% of the votes. Do you think that would be so hard to take a long time to declare? No. And if you go to even Cote d'Ivoire, the incumbent Alassane Ouattara, who had the constitution change for him to run a third term, got 94.27% of the votes. So it comes very early. But for Ghana, we have to go through all the constituencies. They have to be checked, rechecked, and the process is quite tedious. So mostly it takes us about between 24 and 72 hours or even more. If there's supposed to be a runoff, you won't know until the last constituency votes, and then they could decide. So it's earlier in those parts, and here it takes time because we need to check the process properly.
Okay. But what do you make of the fact that Ghana is seen as a beacon of hope for the African continent? Do you expect that Ghana will cement the gains that it has made in terms of our democratic processes the last 28 years?
I feel Ghana has already cemented that, and I think we've created a different kind of democracy that even the West and other parts of the world need to look out for. Because you won't find easily an opposition party making use of the media to put out their own policies and other things. You won't find easily the media freely operating without any problems. In 2017, I was in Congo Republic, and they had their elections. And that elections, I can tell you on authority that it was one of the most weirdest elections I've ever seen, especially coming from Ghana. So what happened was internet was shut down as usual, and everybody, I mean, public transport wasn't working. Everybody was in their homes, and it looks like there was nothing really happening. Unlike in Ghana, when I was on my way here, I can see a lot of people queuing, a lot of people moving around and, you know, eager to vote early. But in this part of the world, nobody was going out. Everybody was scared. Days before the election, people were in the market. All products were getting finished. Everything was taken off the shelf because everybody was afraid that there could be a civil war. And these countries have, in fact, faced some kind of strife in their countries. And Ghana, I mean, the last ones we faced were over 30 years ago. Since then, we've had a very clean sheet. And we've done it since 92. And I think at this time, we shouldn't be touted as maybe trying or attempting to be Africa's beacon of hope when it comes to democracy. We are there already.
But many say if we are signing peace pacts in the days leading to a major election, which is our 8th, then it presupposes that we are preempting or foreseeing chaos. And you say that we're a beacon of hope and you have cemented our democracy. So why are we signing peace pacts then?
You don't know tomorrow, and you don't know what will happen. And mostly when you are dealing with people, especially when politicians are putting out false information, politicians are trying to influence the electorates, and politicians are also, you know, they don't speak to truth. So when people are acting badly or illegally, they don't say anything because it favors them. So in that case, you can't tell when people are going to rise up and fight against anything. It could be results. It could be maybe against the security services. It could be against anything. So we need to keep preaching the peace. We don't have to say, no, we are already peaceful, so let's not say anything. There's no need for it. There's a need for it, and it should never stop.
This is Election Desk. We have promised you we'll bring you all the analysis and all the details that you know. If you are still home, we're encouraging you to go out there and cast your ballot. It is your civic responsibility to elect leaders for the next 4 years. It's important that you go out there and vote because it's a holiday, by the way. The president has ensured that people are not going to work and they must go out there and vote. The president yesterday addressed the country and said the winner of this election must receive the unalloyed support of everybody. Even if your party loses, you need to give the president your unalloyed support. Election Desk is running from now until results are declared, and this is the first time any news website is attempting this, and we are the first, and we pride ourselves in that. We'll bring you all the details from all the 275 constituencies across the 16 regions of this country. The data analysis and all will come later. Ismail, before we wrap up, which countries are in the same league, i.e. the democratic processes, as Ghana, and who are also doing very well? People mention Ghana, but which other countries do well?
So in terms of the countries that did well, we saw Malawi having the incumbent president losing the election.
Which is rare.
Yes, it's very rare. And they went for 2 rounds.
Okay.
They have the Ghana system. So the first round he won, and then they went for the second round and he lost.
He won the first round?
He won the first round. The second round, he lost to Lazarus Chakwera, and Lazarus got 59%, and the president's incumbent got about 48% or so. And that was quite a remarkable feat because people didn't expect that. So some countries are slowly getting there, but it will take the people to bring the change because the people are the ones with the power. So if the people vote and also the incumbent allow the system to go on naturally, allow the system to flow as it's supposed to, then everything will be right on track, like in Ghana. So in other countries where we have the presidency, the government, manipulating figures and working with the EC to make sure things go in their favor, it doesn't speak well for Africa's democracy. So Ghana is leading the way, others are following, and we expect it to be better. Let's watch out for Nigeria.
We watch out for Nigeria. And Nigeria is interesting because of all the tension that has come up the last couple of weeks and months. You remember, if you like, the protests that came up recently where some protesters were allegedly shot at the Lekki bridge, and which is a matter which is still under investigation. And like we said yesterday, the president addressed the country and he called for everyone to go out there and vote. Before his address, though, there was a lot of controversy whether or not he was using that as an opportunity to campaign. But the history tells us that every incumbent president has tried to address the country on the eve of election day. Let's go and listen to the president when he spoke to Ghanaians. It was a very brief sermon.
Fellow Ghanaians, good evening, and once again, thank you for having me in your homes. Tomorrow, from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., we go to the polls to elect a president and 275 members of parliament, whom we shall entrust with managing our affairs for the next 4 years. This will be the 8th time we shall be going through this important activity in the Fourth Republic. And we can safely say that each one has been an improvement on the previous one. We have had 5 presidents in the history of this Fourth Republic, with peaceful transfers of power from a governing to an opposition party on 3 separate occasions. Redress of the Supreme Court was sought, rather than recourse to street protests and agitations when there was dispute over the outcome of an election. Tomorrow, we have yet another opportunity to deepen further these excellent credentials. I am fortified in my belief that we will, if indeed the successful holding of last Tuesday's special voting exercise is the measure. The Electoral Commission has already assured the country of its readiness to deliver another successful process. And it has, to this end, compiled the most credible voters' register in our history. So it is in our collective interest to help ensure that tomorrow passes off in an orderly, peaceful, and transparent manner. At the end of the day, there should be no lingering question about the legitimacy of the election, and the winning candidate at the end of the process should receive the unalloyed support of all. That is how we can strengthen our democracy and the peace and stability of our nation. Particularly in the wake of the pandemic, let us all adhere strictly to the COVID-19 protocols put in place at all the 38,622 polling stations, so we can cast our ballots in safety. We should therefore not panic or be afraid. Many countries around the world have conducted elections within this period, and I have no doubt that Ghana will join those nations in organizing a successful general election, even in the midst of the virus. We should all remember the words of an ancient philosopher who said, and I quote, "The punishment suffered by the wise who refuse to take part in the government is to live under the government of worse men," unquote. Using your God-given and constitutional rights costs nothing, but staying home can come at a very steep price. So I entreat all eligible voters to turn out in your numbers, cast your vote, and thereby exercise your sovereign right to the making of government in the country. As President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, it is my responsibility to guarantee the peace of the nation. It is thus crucial that tomorrow's vote be conducted in an atmosphere of peace and security, devoid of intimidation and violence. The Ghanaian people are entitled to go about the exercise of their civic duties in peace and in freedom. The security services have assured me that they have made adequate preparations to protect the sanctity of the process. They have assured me of their determination to carry out their duties without fear or favor. Improper behavior by any citizen, no matter their political color, will not be tolerated. And I'm encouraged by the assurance by the Inspector General of Police, as well as by the heads of the other security services, that they will be even-handed in their response to issues. That is the only way the rule of law can be upheld. In view of the happenings on the continent, and indeed in West Africa, the entire world is looking up to us to maintain our status as a beacon of democracy, peace, and stability on the African continent. In this Fourth Republic, we've had the longest uninterrupted period of stable constitutional governance in our history, banishing the specter of instability that disfigured the early years of our nation's existence. And the benefits are showing. Together, let us continue to lay the platform for the evolution of a new Ghanaian civilization, which will give true meaning to the foundational values of freedom and justice on which our nation was conceived by its far-sighted visionary founders. Fellow Ghanaians, we can do it. So let us be up and doing, for our destiny beckons. May God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. And thank you for your attention. Have a good evening and vote safely.
The President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, addressing the country on the eve of the elections. That was last night, and even though many had criticized him that he was going to use it as a campaign platform, what he did was a rallying call, calling on Ghanaians to go out there and vote for their preferred candidate. Like we mentioned, he said whoever becomes president must receive the unalloyed support of the citizenry. Will this be Nana Addo Dankwa's last address as president because he's seeking a second term? Would he get that, or would he be a one-term president? Don't forget, John Mahama is the only president in history under the Fourth Republic to be a one-term president. He's trying to come back, but would Nana Addo face the same ignominy or not? And that is up to the electorate to decide. And we'll find out in the next 48 hours or so. Would the election be pushed into a runoff? That's a question that we would have answers to in the next couple of hours. Don't forget, we mentioned that there are some flashpoints in this country as far as the elections are concerned. We're receiving reports that there was a bit of a misunderstanding at the Ododo constituency, which is one of the constituencies we're keeping an eye on. Nilante Vanderpoel, who is the incumbent, is being challenged by Nilante Bannerman. And we mentioned earlier that the president erroneously endorsed, quote unquote, Nilante Vanderpoel during their last rally at Manchagbona a couple of days ago. He quickly corrected the mistake, but it's an interesting seed and we're going to keep a close eye on it. If you want details of that misunderstanding or chaos, you can go to our website, www.GhanaWeb.com, and all our social media channels and receive a report of that. Ismail, let's continue our conversation. So you heard a lot of chatter about why the president was addressing the country on the eve of the election. Is this common knowledge, and does it happen in other African countries?
Yes, so it does happen, and I think it's something that's done everywhere because the people have to listen to their leader. The president is still the leader of the country, and it's not politics, because I didn't hear anything political from his statement. It was just a call for peace and also encouraging people to vote, and also saying that they should support whoever comes out victorious. It means we've accepted that power could change hands anytime, any day. So we just have to hold on to the fact that we have leadership, we have a hierarchy, and respect authority.
Okay. Generally, in your experience, what are the things that tend to shape the electoral outcomes in many African countries? People have said unemployment, security. What are some of the key areas that people look at and say, this is the reason why I'm voting?
So unemployment is an issue that has bedeviled the entire world. Even if you go to the UK, they have unemployment issues. You go to the US, they even have unemployment issues, and other places. In Africa, it's more than double that degree of unemployment. And besides unemployment, there is security, there is mismanagement and corruption, which is key also when it comes to the reasons why people decide who to vote for. So unemployment is an issue, and all these things are there, but it's up to the leadership or those contesting to prove that they could change the fate of the people in terms of those issues. So in terms of unemployment, how are you going to solve unemployment? Everybody comes up with their own strategies and policies, but it's not the talking. You have to walk the talk.
Exactly.
So now to walk the talk, you need to be given the mandate to be able to do this. But how can we then know if Nana Kunedu, Ajima Rawlings could change the state of unemployment in the country? How can we know if Ivor Greenstreet can change the fate of Ghanaians when it comes to unemployment? We can't until or unless we vote for them. And right now, our hands are tied just to vote for two people. That's the only options that Ghanaians know and trust. But the others, because they've not tested them, so that's a problem. So I'm sure that will take us a long time for us to see a different leader showing us something different.
Okay. I'm here with Ismail Akwe. Ismail Akwe is an international journalist, traveled in many African countries, observed elections in African countries. He's bringing his experience to bear on the Ghanaian election. We'll do a contextualization of the issues, and then we'll just oppose that as against other African countries and see how it pans out in Ghana. Ernestina Sewa Asante is one of our correspondents on the ground. She's joining us from Krowa constituency, another interesting constituency. We hear there was a bit of misunderstanding earlier in the day. She'll bring us up to speed on that. Good morning, Ernestina. I hear you are on the move, but you were in Krowa earlier in the day. Bring us updates from Krowa when you went there.
Okay, so the MCE, Joshua Bote, was at the center, then Nongwa Anglican Center, and he parked his car by the roadside, but residents got angry because they said he's parked wrongfully. And from what the MCE said, the people are NDC members, and because he is on the ticket of the NPP, they just disagree with him. So in as much as he's coming there to, hello?
I can hear you, Ernestina. You can go on.
Yes. So in as much as he's there to observe the electoral process, though it's smooth, the people still disagree. So he had to just sit in his car and move.
Okay.
From the scene. Yes.
But did the voting start on time? We had reports from elsewhere that after 7, the process had not begun. What happened in Kroa?
Kroa started at exactly 7 a.m. There's police personnel at the scene. They are observing all the social, the safety protocols. Yes, and so far everything has been smooth, aside the confusion that hit the center when the MCE arrived.
Okay. So was the security able to, if you like, douse the tension that was rising because of the MCE and where he had parked his car?
Yeah, the security were trying their very best, but you know, the people were headstrong and they kept shouting and fighting amongst themselves. But she was able to calm them down a bit just after the MCE left.
Okay. What's the history in terms of the voting pattern of Kroa? I'm sure you picked up some information when you went there.
Yes. Kroa, Lajakuku, and Ladade Kotopon are swing areas. So if the voters think you didn't perform while you were in office, they just vote you out and try another party. So the past 4 years, the NPP took over from the NDC. So we are waiting to see who wins what in the constituency.
Okay, so where are you moving to next?
I'm moving to Mahami in the Ladade Kotopon constituency.
Okay. Stay safe and we'll get back to you. Ladade Kotopon is one of the seats that we're keenly monitoring because this is a seat that the MPP won only 4 years ago when Vincent Soa Odote, who, if you follow football, would know him as Obama. He was a former CEO of Accra Heart of Oak and then went on the ticket of the MPP and then won for the NPP. Unfortunately, when he was given a position in government, he lost the position and then also lost in the primaries. So he's become a one-term member of parliament and there's a new member of parliament there going into this election. Would the MPP manage to win that seat again? It's a swing constituency, like Ernestina mentioned. They never vote for one candidate for more than 2 terms. At most is 1 term. So we'll monitor and see how that goes. So that's the parliamentary result. Vincent Soa Odote 4 years ago won it against all odds. Nobody gave him a dog's chance, but won that seat for the MPP. It used to be an NDC seat before Vincent Soa Odote. But the manner in which he was removed from government without any explanation, and then the subsequent losing of the primaries is quite interesting. If he lost the primaries, does it presuppose that he failed as a member of parliament? If he failed as a member of parliament, would the constituents believe that the MPP is the best party for them in terms of their development? Which is why it's an interesting constituency that we will keep an eye on. So you see why we're bringing you the breakdown of the analysis here on Election Desk. We are going right now until results are declared. Stay with us as we bring you live reports from all 275 constituencies. We brought you the vice president voting in his constituency. That's Wale Wale. We're hoping to receive footage from the president's hometown in Chebi and then to Bole Bamboy, where the NDC flag bearer John Dramani Mahama, the ex-president, is trying or is going to vote at. Then we have Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman. I know we are being a bit biased when we mention only these 2 parties. There are 12 aspirants in the presidential elections. There are more than 800 members of parliament aspirants who are seeking to get a slot in the 275 constituencies available in parliament. We've got footage of the confusion that happened in Kroa a few minutes ago. Right, so that's the footage, and that's what we promised to bring you. Up to the minute, when it happens, we'll break it here on GhanaWeb TV on Election Desk. I'm in the studio with Ismail Akwe, an international journalist with a wealth of experience in African elections. It's 9:52, which means we are almost 3 hours into the election process. The polls will close at 5 p.m. If you are in queue before 5 p.m., you'll be allowed to vote. Some 17 million Ghanaians are expected to cast their ballot. But of course, traditionally, you've never had 100% voter turnout. In the last election, it was actually less than 70%. It was 69.5 or 7% voter turnout, and which is the reason why the analysis said there was a lot of voter apathy. We've got Rashid on the line. Rashid is joining us from one of the constituencies. Rashid, good morning and welcome to Election Desk. Where are you joining us from?
South, and then
Rashid, your line is breaking, but if you can hear me, where are you joining us from?
Okay, from the northern region. So I was actually making my way to Tamale South, one of the polling stations in the Tamale South constituency. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Rashid. Yes, Tamale South.
Yes, Tamale South.
Right.
Not other far from the place.
But where you have been moving around throughout the day. You are now moving to Tamale South. Where did you go earlier in the day?
I went to Tamale Central in the morning.
Okay.
And then that was when the polling, the process was just about to start. And then I was able to also go to Sanargu. Hello?
So, in all the places that you visited, what was the processes like? Were there long queues? Did people come and stones and all manner of objects as if of their queue before they broke?
There was no form of stones being used in forming queue. What I found out was that people told me they actually went there. They actually went to their various polling stations very early. Some said they went there around 4 in the morning, just to be able to vote early and then return home.
Okay, Rashid, we'll get back to you if you have any updates. Then you brief us on it. But we're getting breaking news from Sunyane. The Ghana Police Service, the official Twitter handle, is reporting that they've arrested one Daniel Tebiri Buahin, a civilian sighted during a police Nizam pickup vehicle with registration number GP3329 on the 9th of December by the youth of Sunyani, who handed him over to the police. Police say they have impounded the vehicle, which was auctioned earlier this year by the appointed auctioneers as unserviceable after going through. So this maybe has nothing to do with the election, but the police says while they are observing the elections, they are not neglecting their duties as far as protecting lives and property is concerned. So if you think that a lot of people have left home and are at the polling stations, and so it's going to be a free day for you as a criminal, you've got it wrong, and which is why the police is giving us updates on what they are doing. And this is an update coming from Sunyane. Ismail, 3 hours in, which other African countries would have elections this year or next year, early next year?
Yes, so this year we are at the end of elections.
In December.
Yes, so in January, one big election that we're expecting is Uganda.
Okay.
So Uganda is already having a whole lot of issues in terms of security. And also the opposition is being hounded by the security forces. We have the popular musician Bobby Wine.
Okay.
He's called Robert Kagulani. He is standing for a party which he formed, and he formed a party for the ghetto youth. He calls it that. So you find
and he has a lot of followers.
He has a lot of followers, and shockingly, dozens of his followers have been killed in attacks and protests. He himself has been arrested so many times, more than 5 times. He's been arrested, and his people are being, they are just being arrested.
Is it because the government feels that he's a threat to their governance?
He's indeed a threat, but he's also very vocal, and he looks more of a populist, and he has a big chance, even though the government in power is, Museveni, that's the president of Uganda. He's been in power for over 30 years, and he still wants to remain in power.
Yeah.
And
one of the few despots left.
A few of them,
yeah.
And they don't like hearing the word despots, but they are looking like it.
Yeah.
So he is one of his major threats, because he has a lot of the youth on the streets following him, and he's doing a lot more than the other opposition leaders have done. Other opposition leaders have been arrested also. They've also gathered people, but they didn't use this kind of strategic campaigning that Bobby Wine is using to get the people to support him. So in January 2021, we are going to see either a change in government, or we are going to see more people dying and losing their lives out of attacks by security forces, and then election fraud, which we know a lot of these things happen in countries where we have leaders who have been in power for too long and have some influence on the electoral system. So that's what's happening in Uganda. We are expecting that one.
So that's in January 2021.
In January,
okay.
Yes.
What does the international community say when, like you said, you paint a very graphic picture of what's happening in Uganda? What does this international bodies, what do they say to these presidents who have been in power for so long?
So most of these international bodies, yes, they report the truth, and they also report it as it is. But in these instances, like Tanzania, for instance, the international media, they were all denied visas. So they couldn't get to the country to report. So what happened was we had a lot of their correspondents reporting, but their correspondents should be foreigners, because if you're a local, you could be arrested, because there are so many laws on reporting and all these things. The media isn't free like it is in Ghana. And then for Uganda, it's the same issue, because in Uganda, there were times when some foreign media were even attacked, some lost property and other things like that. So foreign media, they are trying their best, but at the end of the day, the reporting is a bit skewed. A lot of journalists and even, Africans in general are not happy with the reportage they see. Sometimes they paint a very grim picture, and people are not really happy about that, because they feel there's always two sides to a story. So if you have this side, bring the other side. And that's why you can find a lot of Africans being so happy about the United States issue and problems during their election, because they saw a similarity and they wanted to see how the American media is going to cover that particular electoral process.
Okay, but then again, you have, if you like, observer missions, sometimes AU, sometimes other EU. Don't they observe these elections where there are voter fraud, there are suppression of votes, etc., etc.?
They do observe these elections. They bring out reports, but a lot of the time the reports are diplomatic, and Africans don't like diplomacy. If you remember when there was a protest in Nigeria, and a lot of people were calling on the AU and the UN and all the others to react to the protests and what the security forces were doing, it took a longer time for us to see a reaction. And then people were even calling out Akufo-Addo because he was in charge of ECOWAS. So they react anyway, but the reactions don't bring out any change. So people are disappointed. But of course, what are they there for? For diplomacy, because they can't throw out troops to go and kick someone out of their countries. The only time that this happened was in Gambia when, I think in the Gambia, when the ECOWAS troops were mobilized to go kick out Yahya Jammeh, because with his case, the people were all out in the streets against the government. The people wanted a change, and the people clearly showed that the results were not in his favor. And he came out to declare results and say there should be a rerun, when indeed he's not the one supposed to do that. So they mobilized the ECOWAS force to go in there to kick him out, and that happened. Even that had diplomacy in there, because at the end of the day, we had Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and some other leaders of African leaders going there to speak to him before he agreed to leave to Equatorial Guinea.
Okay, so Ismail Akwe is giving us perspective on what happens in other African countries, which is why Ghana receives a lot of commendation. We never get some of these things. The closest we have come was in 2012, but what happened was that the MPP took the legal means to challenge the results in a competent court of jurisdiction. They ended up losing that case in court, which ensured that John Dramani Mahama will stay in power until 2016, when he later lost. We told you that we'll bring you updates. The Ghana Police Service, like I mentioned, is speaking about an incident that they have recorded, which is on your screen right now. If you want to see more of it, you have to visit the official Twitter page of the Ghana Police Service, where they've confirmed the arrest of one Daniel Tedu Ibuahen, who was cited driving a police Nissan pickup. So this is a civilian who, for some reason, has in his possession a police vehicle, and we're told the car was auctioned, and there are a lot of controversy surrounding it, and we'll bring you up to the minute updates as and when we get it. We're also receiving reports that there was some skirmishes in Krowo constituency. Titus Glover, I'm told, just cast his vote, and we've got footage of that. Titus Glover is one of the key personalities. We've told you we'll bring you key personalities as and when they cast their ballot in whichever constituency that they are in. So Titus Glover is our next big personality who is cast his vote this morning.
I just came and I had opportunity to cast my ballots. So I'm not.
We'll have a challenge with the footage, but we are going to correct that and get back to you. There are 16 regions for the first time. 6 regions where there is no data, and so we cannot project and predict who is going to win. As the day goes by, if we have any analysis that projects who wins, we would attempt that. But be warned that it is only the Electoral Commission that has the sole mandate to declare election results. Let's return to Titus Glover, who is voted this morning.
I just came and I had opportunity to cast my ballots. So I'm not going to do monitoring. I'm going to move from one polling station to another in all the 10 electoral areas. This is my polling station. This is my alma mater, my primary school. I was in that corner there in 1972.
I see.
That was when I came to class 1. And this has been my polling station since 1992.
Right.
This is where I get my victory all along in the 2 elections. So far so good in the few hours that I've witnessed. I believe that it's going to continue other areas as well.
What are your expectations
I'm
after
winning
today?
big. I'm winning big. I'm winning big. I'm winning big. Together with the president.
Right. We wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Right, so you saw Titus Glover in your shot. He just voted and is one of the key personalities. We brought you the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and we've told you as the day progresses, we are going to do an analysis of the Bawumia effect and then do an analysis of the Nana Opoku Ajiman effect and how that will play out and shape out the results of this election. 4 years ago, many of those who have written extensively about the election say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was very crucial in ensuring victory for the New Patriotic Party. Indeed, even his wife, Semira Bawumia, is said to have been very crucial in the outcome of the result. 4 years in power, how would that pan out and shape out? Have they convinced people that all the things that they mentioned when they were in opposition, they've been able to correct? For the first time, though, the NDC has nominated a woman as the running mate. How would that shape out? When the Electoral Commission brought out the, if you like, the demography of the voter registration poll or the voters register, there were a lot more women than there were men on the electoral roll. If a lot more women vote for the NDC because of their running mate, how would that shape out in the election? And this is something I want to pick your thoughts on, Ismail. The woman factor. I mean, this is not the first time a woman is standing. We've had women vie for the highest office in the past. But this is a major political party, the NDC, picking a woman. How would that shape out in the results of this election?
So picking a woman indeed takes the interest of a lot of women But if you look at the way the campaigning is going, it seems the woman factor has been put aside because you are seeing women supporting the other party. It means that in Ghana, largely, people follow the issues, people follow the personalities, and they don't follow race and don't follow the gender of a candidate. You know, in the past, we had issues of who was most handsome. I remember in the elections in '96, I was a kid back then, but my grandmother was telling me about how J.J. Rawlings was more handsome than Kufuor, and you know, in terms of selection of which candidate they want. And then we had the same with just Mahama and Akufo-Addo, Atta Mills and Kufuor. Yes. So these things have been happening, and surprisingly, that one did something. You know, it changed people's minds. You saw a lot of women chasing the handsome men, but when it comes to now women chasing women, you are not seeing a lot of women coming out to say, I'm going for this party because of the woman. But maybe there might be a change when a woman is on the ballot for a major political party. Currently, we have, I think, three women, PPP, NDP, and also Ekwadonko's party, but nobody is making noise about the women being on the ballot. The women are not making noise about women being on the ballot. And it's really surprising because the country was slowly getting into the whole feminist or feminism debate, where you saw a lot of women calling out men for, you know, they call it manscaping or
manscaping
and all those things,
and all of that.
patriarchy and stuff. But we are not seeing that same passion in terms of who to vote for when it comes to these particular elections, and also the woman factor.
Right. Okay, so there are three women contesting or vying for the highest seat of the land. You've got Madam Ekwadonko, you've got Bridget Jogbanuku, and then you've got Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings, who sadly lost her husband, the former President Jerry John Rawlings, a few weeks ago. There are 12 aspirants as far as the presidential elections are concerned. Nana Akufo-Addo is number 1. John Dramani Mahama is number 2. We've got Christian Kwabena Andrews as number 3. He's popularly known as Osofo Chire Abosom. He's number 3. Ivor Greenstreet of the CPP, the man who has been recently referred to as electric shock, he's number 4. Ekwadonko is number 5. Henry Lati is number 6. We've got Hassan Ayariga, who is not a first-time contestant, in number 7. Then you've got Percival Kofi Akpalu in number 8. Then we've got David Apasera in number 9. Bridget Jogbanuku is number 10. Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings is number 11. And the last is Alfred Esiodu Walker, who is the only independent candidate contesting in this election. We'll go to the grounds again, where we've been joined by Portia Etonam Konu. She's reporting from the Ayawaso Wogon constituency, another interesting constituency because of the John Dumelo Lydia Al-Hassan fight, quote unquote. So Lydia Al-Hassan has been in parliament for only 2 years. She took over following the demise of her husband, and now she has to fight to retain that seat, but she's got a strong challenger in John Dumelo, who's a popular entrepreneur, philanthropist, and also a movie actor. Portia, good morning. What's happening in Ayawaso West Wuogon?
Hello, Daniel. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's happening in Ayawaso West Wuogon?
Okay, so far, Ayawaso West Wuogon has been, you know, quite unexpected, what people were not expecting. A lot of people were expecting, you know, a lot of tension and energy and everything like that here, but it hasn't been the case so far. Voter obedience is top notch. People vote and just turn around and go back to their various homes and whatever they are doing. So most of we met a lot of people in the morning when we came, but our second round, the number of people around have actually reduced, and the polling officers telling us that the people vote and then just go back and their various homes. Currently, we are at Pentecost Church, Collation, and the number of people have drastically reduced. This is one of the polling stations that we came here early in the morning, and there were lots of people. But now the people have, you know, the number has reduced drastically.
has it reduced because they finished voting and gone home, or people are going to turn up later in the day where they think that the numbers would have reduced?
Daniel, please come again.
I'm saying that you say the numbers have reduced. Have they reduced because people have finished casting their votes and have left, or people are going to come back or of the day to cast their vote?
Oh, actually, most of the people are telling us that the number of people we've spoken to, they have told us that the queue or the officials are quite fast with what they are doing, and the lines are moving, and they are really being cautious and all of that. So it's just a matter of fact that the people are just voting and going back.
So where you have visited so far, the polling stations, how many averagely do we have? How many number of voters do we have on the electoral roll?
Hello.
Can you hear me, Portia? I'm asking how many people are on the electoral roll in the polling stations that you have visited.
Hello, can you come again, please?
Okay, I was asking you how many people are on the voters' roll in the polling stations that you have visited.
Oh, the areas we visited, presiding officers have refused to disclose that to us, and they are not willing to even speak to us. They say that they see and they've not been given the permission to speak to us. But for confirmation and emphasis sake, we have visited Pentecost Church polling station A and B, restaurants A and B at Oponglo. We visited La Bauleshi polling station A and B, and Legon, Jubilee Hall, Nelson, Kwapon, Saba, Legon Main Hall. We've gone to UPSA, and now we are at the Pentecost Church, and they have actually, presiding officers do not want to disclose to us the number of people who have voted, those who are yet to vote, and they just don't want to tell us anything about the register and the voter roll and all of that.
But I'm told that you had a bit of a scene in Legon when you visited that place earlier in the day. What happened in Legon?
Yes. When we went to Legon Hall, Legon Main Hall, polling station A and B, people were, there was a little bit of confusion, and it was mainly because the presiding officers and the other electoral officers on the field were refusing to tell them which part, whether A or B, which exact position or place they were supposed to cast their votes. And they explained to us that it was supposed to be according to names. So from A to B are voting at polling station A, and then from C to the other alphabet are voting at polling station B. But the electoral officers did not tell them anything like that. And so they just came to join all the queues that they wanted to join. And when it got to their time to vote, they were told to move to the next queue. And they had to start the queue like all the way from the back. And that started a little bit of confusion. But the commander who was on the field there, Commander Asante from Legon Police Station, he just came right to the scene to help them settle the issue. So they had to fix some of the people in the middle of the queue somewhere to just calm them. Okay.
Tell us a bit about the history of the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. Which party has historically been winning it?
Okay, for the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, we all know that it's an MPP stronghold, and they just have a notoriety for the MPP and a leaning for the MPP. And but there's a very dramatic, move here, which is causing a lot of eyes at this area, which is particularly with regards to the parliamentary elections. With the dramatic switch of actor turned politician into the political scene, John Dumelo is hoping to unseat the incumbent member of parliament, who has only been into parliament for just about 2 years after succeeding her husband, Lydia Al-Hassan. So people are expecting that there's an overhaul or something like that. Well, as far as we are concerned, or per our conversations, a lot of people are just geared up for an overhaul here in the Ayawaso West. But the presidential, everyone is just, not, should I say nonchalant, or people don't really care about the presidential. It's just the parliamentary that they are really keen on. But For the history, Ayawaso is an MPP seat.
Okay, but you haven't recorded any incident of the breakdown of any of the machines being used for the voting process, have you?
Please come again.
I'm saying, have you encountered a situation where the machines used for the voting has broken down or not?
Oh no, as for the electoral laws and all. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, the electoral laws and everything is actually going on very smoothly. One important thing that we noted in the morning when we came here at the Pentecost polling station was that there were a number of motorbikes parked just close to the polling station, but we got assurances from the polling officers and the presiding officer in particular that they are going to move those people, ask them to move once the process starts. And indeed, they actually did that. And as it stands now, there are no motorbikes or anything like that here. One of the motorbikes was parked just right in front of the car, and one was just around the black car over there, but they have actually moved right now.
Okay, so which places are you moving to next?
Oh, we are going to Gempa next. We understand that the aspiring member of parliament on the ticket of the NDC, John Dumelo, called for a halt because there were no indelible ink available, and he expressed his disappointment in the process. So we are going there. We haven't actually gotten him to speak to, but we have had the incumbent member of parliament, Lydia Al-Hassan.
Okay. Keep safe, Portia. We'll get back to you because your constituency is one of the constituencies that many will keep an eye on. So you have an important assignment today for all of us. This is Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. I started off earlier in the day with my colleagues, Wanda Mihegan and Benefo Boabe Abrantepa. Later on, they will take over for me because we have to be switching and swapping at some point. It's going to be a long day, and you'll see me later in the day. But for now, I'm here with you, and Ismail is my guest. He's my resource person the next couple of minutes. He's bringing his experience to bear. He's covered extensively some African elections, followed it, read about it, and we'll do an analysis with what happens in Ghana and what happens elsewhere. He also focused on the Ghana elections and what he thinks could pan out as the day progresses. We are also hearing news that in Provisional, it is getting heated. We told you earlier that yesterday, the incumbent MP, who is now an independent candidate, had one of his men assaulted. That's on our website on www.ghanaweb.com. We're also hearing now that somebody actually rained curses on macho men at the center. We're unable to verify that, but we'll bring you pictures as and when we get it. This is your election plug. My name is Daniel Odro, and it's Election Desk. Ismail, we're talking about the women issue and how you say it doesn't look like it's shaping out as a major theme because there are women who are contesting and you have a running mate in the NDC as a woman, but people are more focused on the issues, they are more focused on the personalities than the gender and all of that. Let's look at the fact that there are 6 new regions. I don't know if in other African countries you've had a situation where you go into an election and all of a sudden the constituencies change or increase or the regions increase, etc., etc. If there have been, what usually is the pattern?
So there haven't been
okay
in that aspect.
Okay.
But there's not a major difference because it's the same number of constituencies. It's just that the regional, the geographic layout has been changed.
Okay.
So I don't think it changes much. You could still do your analysis from the previous figures by picking on each constituency. And then later probably they'll move to the regions. It's only when you want to do a regional analysis, that's when maybe you have to shed some numbers from some regions to the new regions that have been created. So that shouldn't really be an issue in terms of the results I'll be expecting. But what should be an issue is voter turnout. It looks like a lot of people are interested in this election, and so many people have come out to vote. And we've seen so many people in the morning joining queues, and being there so early. I also saw a lot of people on my way to this studio, and you could see that a lot of people are charged and they really want to vote. And you could see a lot of sensitization going on social media, where people are calling on others to join them to vote. And when people vote, they show evidence that they voted for others to also vote.
But why do they do that though? The AC says it's not proper for people to show evidence that they voted.
No, I mean, so
you mean the
what I mean
finger?
by evidence is just taking a picture of your finger and posting it on social media to say, oh, I voted and all that. You are seeing MPs do that. You are seeing even, candidates are also doing the same.
Right.
So this is just getting people to also go out and vote. So the turnout, I have a feeling, is going to be higher than we've always been seeing. And the higher it is, well, the more trouble for some of the aspirants who want to be president.
Okay, so the pollster, Ben Epson, says is predicting 85% turnout in terms of the voters. Last 4 years, we had only 69% thereabout voter turnout. Let's go to Odio, which is one of our interesting constituencies. Joseph Adamafio is our roving reporter there. I'm told he's got a big personality to interview. Joseph, good morning and welcome to Election Desk.
Good morning.
So who do you have? Who do you have in your...
Yeah, I have Mr. Okovandapoy, the incumbent MP currently right now. Yes, he voted at the Girls School Park in Mamprobi, and he's currently at some of the various voting centers, and he's currently at the Chimwena polling station, and I'm currently about to speak to him. But before then, we are expecting about 70,000 people to vote in this constituency. And Mr. Okovandapoy, who is the former mayor, is vying for his second term. Formerly, the MP over here, Mr. Fritz Bafwa, who had 2 terms. And prior to his coming, there was Amele Tigu, who had 3 terms. Okay, currently I have Mr. Okovandapoy with me. Good morning, sir. Yes, sir. Please, you voted very shortly. How has the process been?
Well, I'm going through the process. For me, it's very smooth, and it will be safe for everybody. So that every Ghanaian who's in the queue would without being shut.
According to the EC, 70,000 people are expected to vote. Last 4 years, you won. Yes.
This community.
Yes.
And after the out, I think we have 78,000 on the voters register.
According to the statistics, last 4 years, you won by 31,000 votes. Your opponent also came close with 26,000. This time, you are going against a different opponent. What is the challenge right now?
Well, I think by the end of the day, the NDC carried the day, and I think carried the day with everything. You know, we've worked hard, we've communicated with the people. People know. So I know that the margin will be extremely great.
So far, are you content with the electoral processes?
It appears we have a challenge with the internet connection, but Joseph Adamafio is our reporter in Ablekuma South, and you just saw him speaking with Okovandapoy. Let's reconnect with him again.
On the overall vote.
In total, how many votes are you expecting to accumulate this time? Should it be more than what you gained last 4 years?
Definitely, I'm sure it will be more than what we gained last 4 years, and the difference will also be greater than what we did last 4 years.
And lastly, before we go, John Mahama had one of his final rallies in this community. Would you say that will catapult
Okay. We still have a challenge with the internet connection, but as you can hear him, Okovan Dapoy, who is the former mayor of Accra, hoping for re-election. He won that seat in 2016 from the MPP, and so he's hoping that he will cement his place and go for another term in Parliament. Ablekuma South is one of the swing constituencies, and we'll keep an eye on it. Okovan Dapoy has been a bit off the radar since he left the AMA, but if his government wins, he probably will get another position in government. So we'll keep an eye on that constituency.
Well, my message to the electorate is that if you haven't voted, you need to come out and you need to be part of the decision making, so that your choice will reflect. But at the end of the day, I think NDC will come again.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yes, so Daniel.
Okay. So yeah, Joseph, what else can you report apart from Okovan Dapoy, who's come to vote? What else can you report from Ablekuma South, where you are?
So from where I am, I've been able to visit other polling stations, and the situation is very calm here. You know, Choco is known to be a very rowdy community, but from what I've heard, when the voting process started at 7 a.m., some of the official folks couldn't understand how it's going to be done. So the confusion that has been solved. Elsewhere, police, there was also a few controversies. When I visited that place later on, it has resolved. And at that particular stage, we are going to have about 1,000 voters over.
Okay, Joseph. So, Joseph, finally, before you go, if your internet permits, which other constituencies are you visiting from Ablekuma South?
Yeah, so I'll be going to Ablekuma Central. That is where Mr. Ebenezer Nina Nate is the MP on the ticket of the NPP, and he's vying for second term. Not coming, Mr. Tekai, 2 terms, and right now, the incumbent is Mr. Ebenezer Nina. He's going against one Latif Dan of the NPP. So I'll be visiting that and bringing you reports shortly.
Okay. If there are any breaking news that you want us to report on, Joseph Adamafio is one of our many reporters scattered across the 275 constituencies dotted across the 16 regions of this country. And we have told you, we've invested a lot in this coverage because we want to feed you accurate information and news as far as this election is concerned. It's a big deal for us here, and we'll keep you updated. We are yet to go to the Ashanti region. The Ashanti region is interesting because the NDC has vowed to increase its 3 seats in that region. So as time goes on, we'll do a regional breakdown of of this election, a regional breakdown of the previous election. The Greater Accra, Western, and then the Central region, they are key swing regions, and the experts say if you have to win as a presidential candidate or a party, you need to win at least 2 of these swing regions. Let's go back to the grounds where Tina Sewa Asante is joining us, and she's in the company of Vincent Sowa Odote, the outgoing member of parliament. Tina, welcome again. I hear you have in your company Vincent Sowa Odote.
Yes, I have with me Vincent Sowa Odote.
Okay. What's he saying? He's the outgoing member of parliament.
Yes, he said he's all poised and would want to speak on air. So, Honorable. Yeah. We are live on GhanaWeb.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Honorable, this didn't turn out to be a second term for you, but are you expecting that your party will win, or you, like you say, you are bitter and wish that they learn their lessons by not picking you?
No, that's okay. First of all, I think thanks for giving me the opportunity. I'm very hopeful that what we did in 2016 in this constituency, we are going to repeat it. 2016, no one expected us to carry the seat. but we were able to attend 17,000. So retaining it, I think, is much more easier than that, especially considering the good works of His Excellency the President, the free SHS, the one district, one factory, the way we have turned around the economy, the way NAPCO, what we have created in this, and the whole transformation. And Ghana is now being respected among the international community, and then the interventions made for the youth. So I'm very, very hopeful that at the end of the day we are going to carry the day. In the constituency, yes, I didn't get the chance, but under my tenure, the transformation we've made in this constituency, people realize that as for the MPP, when we make promises, we fulfill them. And so I'm sure that my colleague Gerald will come and continue with all the work that I've done. And people are actually very, very, very happy that that the MPP, the work that we've done here. So I'm pretty confident that we are going to carry the day. We're going to make history in Lad.
Okay.
It will be the first time an MPP will retain the seat in Ladade Kotopon.
Honorable, it was interesting that you won in 2016. Many people didn't give you a chance, but what is more intriguing is the fact that you were not retained. Beyond that, did you help Gerald after he won in the strategies with which he could win this seat again?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the effort to win 2016 was a collective effort, was a very deep strategic plan, and so the blueprint is there. So we share the blueprint, and I'm pretty confident that the blueprint will deliver the victory as it did for us in 2016.
Are you hoping to return to government if and when Nana Akufo-Addo wins?
Oh, as for government, it's the prerogative of His Excellency the President. So we just have to pray. And a lot of people make the mistake. You can support the government in many ways. You can support the government in many ways. And to me, the most gratifying thing is that under the leadership of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, the proper enabling environment that can lead to growth, that can lead to prosperity is created. That alone is that alone. I'm happy with that. That alone. That's why I'm urging everybody who's listening to me, who's not voted yet, to make sure that you vote for number one wherever you are. Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, and if you are in La, Gerald. If you are in Teshi, don't forget my good friend Dr. Okuboy. If you are in Dungwa, vote for Honorable Afole. If you are in Accra Central, vote for Neil Lante Bannerman. Vote for Neil Lante Bannerman. Also, people, if you are here, Shian Sade, vote for Shian Sade, number one. He's a fantastic guy. He will come and help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you for spending time with us. Tina, if you can hear me, what else have you picked up from? Okay, so Tina is gone, I'm told.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, Tina is back.
Yes, so I'm at La Tresby School, and there's no security personnel here at the moment. And I hear they've explained to the presiding officers that not all electoral areas will get police officers, so they are okay. But so far, the process has been smooth.
Okay. Where else are you moving to? You've been a very busy woman today.
Yes. From here, I'll be going to Mami.
Mami is in which constituency?
It's also in Ladade Kotopon.
Ladade Kotopon. Okay.
Yeah.
Bring us up to speed if and when you get anybody so that we speak to them in your journey as you crisscross the Greater Accra region. The Greater Accra region, like we have told you, is a swing region. Since data has been collected, the MPP has won 3 elections in Greater Accra, and the NDC has also won 3. We don't have data for 1992, which is why we decided to stick with the 6 elections, which is from 1996 up until now. Ladade Kotopon, you had Vincent Suodote, who surprisingly won, but was not retained by his party in the primaries, which means he's a one-term president, or a one-term member of parliament. Ismail Akwe is still here. We are having a good conversation about the election, and so far it appears no major chaos, even though we've had pockets of misunderstanding, but no major chaos. You think at 10:36 is a good indication of how the election will go?
I think it's a great indication because looking at elections in the past, everything, if there's supposed to be a major incident, it's going to be in the beginning.
Okay.
When maybe ballot boxes delay. And already the EC, I understand, has put out some, some information about the Ayawaso West Wagon delay in the starting of the voting process because of the officials. And with delayed voting, you find issues coming up in the morning. In the afternoon, it's a bit relaxed where journalists also get a time to go and eat and do other things, and nothing really happens. But later in the evening, that's where you find those who haven't voted rushing to the polling centers and polling stations to queue and then vote so that they will be counted in there, even if it's after 6 p.m.
Okay.
So I'm sure that's what we're going to see now. So for now, I think everything is good, and it's a good indication that nothing untoward will happen until the counting of the results and also the declaration gets in place.
Okay, so that's what we are hoping for, that we have a violence-free elections. But like Ismail has mentioned, when you get through the processes, that's not done. Sometimes the real chaos happens during the counting, and people have a right to call for recounting if they feel that something has not been done properly. Stick and stay with us here on Election Desk. We'll bring you up-to-the-minute updates. We'll go to voter region, which is a region considered as the World Bank of the new National Democratic Congress. We'll go there and see how they will perform. Pollster Ben Efson told us that while the voter region is a very, very important region, it's also important to see how the NDC will perform in the Ashanti region in percentage terms, because the numbers, the sheer numbers alone in the Ashanti region is more when you compare it to the voter region. In fact, the analysis tend to show that in the Greater Accra region, the NDC had more votes in numbers than the voter region. But when you bring it down to percentages, then you say that in percentage terms, the voter region is giving the NDC more as against the MPP than the Greater Accra region. But in terms of real numbers alone, the Greater Accra region, the Ashanti region, it's important. So if the NDC will win, it's important to gauge how much percentage they will get in the Greater Accra region, in the voter region, and in the Ashanti region. Mind you, the MPP has only one seat in the voter region. They are hoping to increase that seat. And John Peter Mewu, who is the energy minister, is said to be doing some good work. He is the energy minister. We'll go there and see how the processes are going. And then when you go to Ashanti region, the NDC has 3 seats, with Asawasi being one of them. Muntaka Mubarak, who is the member of parliament, is hoping to go for another term in office. Would he be lucky? Chairman Wuntumi, who is the MPP chairman in the Ashanti region, says they want to take every seat in the Ashanti region for the MPP. In another case, you have the NDC saying that they will increase their 3 seats to 7 seats, which is a very, very Herculean task for any party, especially the NDC, because the Ashanti region is known as a very stronghold, a big stronghold for the MPP. How would the free SHS shape the conversation and the outcome of this result? How would the Okada conversation shape the result of this election? The MDC says they are going to go on an infrastructure drive if and when they win the elections. That's if John Mahama is returned as president. They've got the big push. They've got the free primary health care, which is one of their major promises. They've also told us they are going to improve the free SHS, abolish the double track system, which they say is a failure on the part of the MPP. In fact, John Dramani Mahama says that he is the originator of the free senior high school policy. The MPP says that is a big lie. We'll go to the central region where Jane Nana Opukwajiman is the running mate for the NDC. She comes from that region. How would that shape the conversation and the outcome of this result, being an indigene of the central region? In 2016, the central region fell for the MPP. The western region fell for the MPP. The Greater Accra region fell for the MPP. And then the MPP won their traditional Eastern region and Ashanti region, making it 5, which is why they won the election of 2016 by over 1 million votes, or almost 1 million votes. They have 169 members of parliament, and they are hoping to increase that number to over 175. NDC has 106 members in parliament. To be able to win the election, they need to overturn the over 50 deficits that they have. Don't forget also that there are over 50 MPs who are not returning to parliament, either voluntarily or because they lost primaries. A lot of data to pour over. But Abrantepa has joined me again. I told you we'll be switching and swapping at some point. But he's joined me with some updates, major updates coming in. Abrantepa.
Presidential candidate for the opposition, NDC, John Mahama, has voted in the Bolibamboy constituency.
Right.
But there is a bit of misunderstanding or confusion because the polling center that he voted, he says he registered with his bodyguard there during the exhibition too. They went there, but the bodyguard's name is missing in the voters register.
Okay.
So he's unable to vote.
Okay.
And he finds it difficult to understand what the problem is. He doesn't know whether it's a general problem or it's something.
It's a one-off thing.
Yes. So, but he will not draw any conclusions yet. He will make sure that they get the right authorities to confirm what actually happened. So that's one thing that has been happening. We also received reports of another misunderstanding in the Ododudu constituency, one of the polling stations, where we were told that it was due to the queues that they had formed.
Okay.
So the city engineers polling station, that was it, that we heard that there was a bit of misunderstanding. We were told that some voters barged into the center despite the presence of the security, and it was a bit difficult for the security to bring the situation under control. But as it stands now, we are told that the situation has been brought to a control and people are actually voting peacefully. So that's a bit of an update for our viewers out there.
Okay, this is Election Desk. We promised that we're going to bring you updates as and when we get it. So Bolibamboy is the update coming in. The flag bearer of the NDC, former President John Dramani Mahama, that's where he votes. And we're told that he voted, but even though he registered with his bodyguard during the registration exercise, the bodyguard is unable to find his name in the register, and that has created a bit of confusion there. The EC, we're hopeful, would respond to this, whether it's a one-off event or it's a problem pervasive across the 16 regions of the country. What's social media saying, Abrantepa, so far? We are, 10:45? We've done a little over 3 hours of voting now.
Yes, exactly. So some people are showing pictures of they casting their ballot, not who they voted for. But, I can go to the center, and then when I'm voting, I give you my phone for you to take a picture and then show. There is also
which is unlawful, though.
Exactly.
It's illegal.
But well, so it's still ongoing. Some are still campaigning. Others are showing pictures of themselves at the polling station. Some there are also memes. There are people who are ridiculing. So a whole lot. The conversation has kept social media very busy. There's the talk of doom. So I don't know how it has also popped up. I don't know, but it's not like some centers are experiencing power outages. So these are some of the conversations ongoing on social media. You follow the hashtag. There are so many hashtags. There is a Ghana election today. There is an election 2020, and lots of comments going out there. We've also seen pictures of the Vice President Baumia casting his ballot. Pictures from other constituencies and polling centers where we were told that there were a bit of delays with respect to the voting materials, but it's currently the issue or the confusion and all that have been doused a bit. So that's it for social media. I don't know if I should run.
You can run through some of the comments.
Okay, so as expected, my Eagle Prophet must be bleeding by now. the rain no fall, the voting day too, the rain no follow, the voting too they go on, and I must say he the beg God on our behalf. I don't know if you remember this. The Eagle once said that on he sees 3 on the voting day there's going to be heavy rainfall. Yeah. The elections won't come off. He was seeing some things that are not actually fortunate for our elections, and some people are if you like, or for want of word, tease him because they think that as that his prophecy has failed. Because it's not
could open.
Exactly. You know how the rules are. So let's just wait and see how it goes. The rest I'm saying in their campaign, but there are others that are also these fact check websites that are asking the public to make sure that they are very careful about the things that they share, because you know there are so many fake news going on. So you need to fact check before you share.
Okay, Abantipa, hold on to your thought because we've got breaking news coming in. We've got updates from Tema East, I guess. Tema East, Buama is our correspondent in Tema. She's joined us and will bring us update on this alleged confusion in Tema. Good morning, Elsie. What's happening where you are?
Okay, Daniel, I'm currently at the Padnos Primary School at the Tema East constituency. It turns out that some members of the MPP are luring people to vote for the party against their will.
How are they doing that?
They are giving them money, so they'll approach you in the queue, they'll give you money, then they'll take your voter's ID card and lead you to where the voting process is, and then they'll force you to vote. So that's what is happening. And the NDC members are not agreeing to whatever it is that is happening, and it has resulted in chaos. The police officers had to intervene, and the situation is still persistent as I speak to you.
So let me understand this. The MPP, you allege that they approach people in the queue, give them money, and lead them to the ballot.
The people are not in the queue, okay? They are outside. They are outside where the voting is taking place. They are outside the premises.
Okay.
So they'll approach you, they'll take your voter's ID card, and then they'll give you money and direct you to where they are voting, and then you go and vote for the NPP instead of NDC.
So this is an allegation that is coming from the NDC, or this is something you have seen with your eyes yourself?
Some people I spoke to, including from both sides, NPP and NDC, have confirmed that this is what is going on. Especially the NDC members, they are very, very agitated about what is happening now. And then there are some people that they have caught, and then they've asked to go home as a result of that.
So, have they reported this incident to the polling officer or the returning officer, which is the EC officials there?
The EC speakers are still undertaking their voting process. The voting is still going on. They are not involved, but as I speak to you now, the security officers have intervened, and I think the situation is getting better now.
Okay. So why do they take the voters registered, the voters ID card from the people though? I'm saying you are alleging that when they give them the money, they take the voters ID card from them. Why do they take it from them? Because you need the voters ID to vote.
They'll take it from them because they are the ones who will go and speak to whoever it is over there so they could vote. So I think it's a matter of protocol. It has to do with protocol. Because they cannot go there on their own. Because it's not their turn. You know, you have to follow the queue. So since they went to pick them from somewhere, they have to go with them to where the votes are being casted, and then they will lead them to go and vote. That's how it's done.
Okay. So Tema East, who are the candidates in that constituency, and what's their history like? Which party usually would win that seat?
So Tema East is Titus Glover for NPP and Isaac Adamson for NDC. And since 1996, it has been dominated by the New Patriotic Party till date. So we would have to wait and see what today holds for us, whether it will continue in that suit or whether it will be broken.
Okay, but what else can you report from Tema East? What did you see apart from this confrontation or chaos that happened? What else did you witness?
So far, Titus Glover has casted his vote at the Chidiase polling station. The Greater Accra Regional Minister was also here some few minutes ago. He came here to monitor the events, and yeah, we spoke to them. So we are hoping that everything goes on smoothly. Apart from this very chaos at the St. Patmos Street School, we haven't recorded any other so far.
Okay. So how many people are you expecting to vote today? Do you have an idea? How many people are on the voters' roll in Tema East, where you are?
Hello?
I'm asking how many people are on the voters' roll in Tema East? How many people are expected to vote today? Oh, I think we lost Elsie Bubuama, who is our correspondent in Tema East, where Titus Glover, the incumbent, is hoping to win another term to represent his people in Parliament for another 4 years. Benefo Boabin Abrantepa is still here with me. He was running me through some of the social media reactions. He brought us updates from Boli Bamboy, where the former president and the flag bearer, John Dramani Mahama, is casting his vote. He, after casting his vote, realized that his bodyguard, who he registered in the same constituency with and polling station with, couldn't find his name. And that has brought a bit of an issue there. We brought you footage of Mr. Mahama casting his vote. And then there was the issue in Odododio. And then we're picking intelligence that there's an issue in Fomena. We'll also keep an eye on Infanteman. Don't forget, a few weeks ago, and then the MPP decided to replace him with the wife. How would that shape up? Would the wife gain sympathy votes in today's election? Abante, you were telling me about the social media reactions.
Yes. So this one is from Prince Tego. I'm not sure it's the Prince Tego that we know.
Not the footballer.
Make sure you vote for the person who best represents your vision, hope, and dream for the country. Now you might be mistaken, but trust you did what's best. Do what's best, not just for you, but for Ghana. This one also says, vote and return home quietly. Don't go and fall in love.
Okay.
We know some of you. I met her at the
Hold on to your thoughts there. I'm told your microphone is a bit thin. We'll go for a break shortly, and then when we return, we'll engage you. We are doing this show with you, so be our citizen reporter. If you have any updates from wherever you are voting, kindly let us know. Our phone lines are on our website. If you go beneath every story, there are numbers there you can reach us on. This show is with you. Join us on Election Desk. We are back after the break.
We've done it before, and we can do it again. Let us on Monday exorcise the ghost of Ayawaso West Logan. My name is John Dramani Mahama, and I stand for peace. Let there be peace in Ghana. Let there be peace in Ghana before, during, and after the elections. God bless our dear nation, Ghana, and God bless us all. Thank you. We've done it before, and we can do it again.
This is the third time I've participated in this ceremony. The first two as leader of the opposition, and the third as President of the Republic. On both previous occasions, I've held to my part of the peace pact. And on this third occasion, as President of the Republic, I will do the same.
As Christians, we will continue in our God-given mandate in praying for the leaders of this nation, from the president to the opposition, the legislature, judiciary, security services, and the entire nation. More importantly, we expect our politicians and their supporters to aim for peace. Make the peace of this nation your topmost priority. As is mentioned in Hebrews 2 verse 14, follow peace with all men, and holiness without which no man shall see the Lord. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make us great and strong.
We lift up prayer right now as we put our hand. We pray for the lady. We pray for all that are on the field, our security agents, the police, the army, our doctors, the nurses, in the name of Jesus, the Electoral Commission, the staffs. Father, we intercede. We pray for mercy, 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 divine protection, 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 protection for all. In the name of Jesus, that there will be no strange happenings doing, and after the election. Amen.
It's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV, and we're going all the way until elections. The results are declared by the Electoral Commission of Ghana. The EC says it will declare the results in 24 hours, which is why I'll be here throughout the day. I'll be your host with my colleagues Benefo Boabia Brantipa, Ismail Akwe, and Wanda Ami Hagan. When our reporters return, they also bring us on their field reports and what they saw when they visited all the polling stations. Don't forget, polling will end at 5 p.m. If you are in the queue before 5, though, you are going to be allowed to cast your ballot. We've visited a number of constituencies, and there are many, many more we're going to be bringing you in the course of the day. We're here to go to the Ashanti region, we're here to go to the Central region, we're here to go to the Volta region, and these are very interesting regions. And then the Western region, where our reporter Daniel Kaku will be on standby. In the meantime, though, the conversation the last few weeks has been about a slowdown of internet on election day. These are only conspiracy theories, which is why over the weekend we brought in an IT specialist, or if you like, internet security analyst. That's the proper portfolio. Internet security analyst, to brief us on how to circumvent a possible shutdown of the internet. We're not saying that the government will shut down the internet, but we're saying that due to the large volumes, it is possible and feasible that the internet will slow down or would shut down on election day, especially when the voting begins. So we're going to give you tips on how to improve your internet connectivity, on how to improve your data and cyber activities in the course of the day and the days after the election. I sat down with Emmanuel Vitus, who is an IT specialist and an internet security analyst, to have a conversation about this and how to circumvent the internet on election day. Enjoy the interview. We're back on Election Desk. Hi, good day and welcome to Election Desk. My name is Daniel Ojo, and as you may have witnessed, we have increased and intensified our build-up to the coverage of this year's 2020 general elections by providing you with crucial tips and information for the all-important assignment. One of the things that have come up for discussion is internet security. Indeed, there are conspiracy theories that the government intends to shut down the internet on election day. And while we are unable to ascertain the truth or otherwise of that, it's important to give you some information on how to stay safe as far as your cyber activities are concerned, which is why today I've been joined by an IT expert who will share all the information with us. My guest today is Emmanuel Vitus, who is an IT specialist. Emmanuel, thank you for your time and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
First of all, what do we mean when we say a government has shut down the internet of a country?
Okay, thank you very much. Internet shutdown are usually extension of, traditional censorship that we observe with traditional media, where the government try to actually muzzle the people and the citizens during crucial period, either protests, either examinations, or either, election like the one we are going to witness in Ghana. And in your introduction, you were talking about conspiracy theory, but in the reality, I think Ghanaians have enjoyed that peace so far, not been actually observing that internet shutdown. But in this year alone, we actually recorded 53 internet shutdown across the world, and especially in Africa. So we observe shutdowns in even neighboring countries like Togo. You go to Southern Africa like Burundi, Sudan, Zimbabwe. So those are actually facts, in this year alone. And since 2016, those countries have been trying to actually muzzle their people, as I said, during election period, during protests, and sometimes during even rallies. So it's no more a conspiracy theory, but governments are actually very attempted to do that, especially when we have tense period like, the election we are going to witness in Ghana in this 2020.
For those who do not know, the question is, how is government able to tell all the telcos who provide different forms of data to all agree to shut down the internet? Is that even possible?
Yes, it's possible because we have actually documented a number of cases, across the continent where we see government actually ordering telcos, either by sending them letters or putting pressure on them to shut down the internet. And we must recall that usually when telcos come to the country, before even getting the license, to operate and get the spectrums in the country, the government always have an agreement. In the agreement, they always specify that in case the national security is actually involved or is in danger, or the people's peace, is in danger, the telcos must abide by the government instruction by actually shutting down or throttling the internet. So there are two different terms. Right. Throttling meaning that the government will try to slow down, the network, or try to disrupt the network. So in those cases, what usually happens is people are not able to share certain file, let's say images, videos, from their rally, protest, or even, election polls that they are actually getting on their phone. That is throttling. But when it comes to shutdown, we also have a various type of shutdowns where the government either try to do a partial shutdown where it can target a group, let's say journalists, for example, or target activists, or target a region, like, let's say, for example, the Accra region will not be able to, get access to the internet. But we also have cases where we have a total shutdown, which is like a total blackout, and we have observed that a lot in Africa, especially this year. We observe it in Zimbabwe, we observe it in Sudan, we observe it in Cameroon, which is like the longest, 93 days, where the population of a particular region go in a total blackout, for 3 months. So yeah, those are the type of shutdown governments are always, tempted to actually do on the continent and beyond.
Okay. If you just tune in, it's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odo. We're having a conversation about internet security on election day and the days after the elections when we're expecting results to trickle in. My guest today is Emmanuel Vitus, who is an internet security expert. He's joined us for the conversation. Vitus, so why is it important for a government to keep the internet on election day?
Yeah, it's very important for the government to keep the internet on, during the election day, because, the internet has become a tool of communication today. If we were having this conversation 20 years ago, I think we'll be actually speaking about traditional media. Right. But as you know, today the internet has actually taken over the traditional media in terms of communication. So government usually must keep the internet, flowing as normal, because at every level of the election process, we actually need the internet. For the electoral, officers, they need the internet to be able to communicate, the data. The journalists need the internet to actually, communicate with their various editors and, newsroom. We also have the people, like the economy must keep growing, keep going despite the election. And, if government try, for example, to shut down the internet, it means technically a lot of, vital, sectors of the country will be affected that are not even related to the election. We have the health sector, for example, where, health practitioners are across the the country. They need the internet, election or without election, they need it, to continue giving that health care to people. Okay. And we also have, banks. We have other vital, institutions in the country. Even the security services that are shutting down the internet, they need it to be able to actually, communicate during, the election. So government had the duty to keep the internet on, before, during, and after the election.
Is it possible that because of the volume of, if you like, people trying to access the internet automatically slows down without anybody deliberately doing that to slow the internet?
I must say that if you take a country like Ghana, I think Ghana is very well prepared, we have witnesses other events that are not election related where people do use the internet. Let's say the New Year Eve, for example. Everybody wants to exchange, the text wishes and text messages, but it flows. So I don't think there's a reason.
There's a jam too, especially on Christmas Day or New Year's Eve. Yeah. Or on the night of the New Year, people sending text messages, and you see that there's a jam of sort without anybody intentionally doing this.
Yes, so this is where the government has the duty to actually make sure that the telcos are actually well prepared ahead of such events. Because if in Ghana, for example, we have, let's say, 40% of internet penetration, it means that the telcos are ready, equipped with the telecommunication equipment to actually provide such services to the people, because it's their right. If you take the UN resolution, the resolution said that the same right the citizens enjoy offline, they should be able to enjoy it online. So if the traditional media, there will not be a jam on traditional media during election day, I think it's the same process when it comes to the internet. So the government and the telcos, they have their duty to provide quality of service during the election, and I think the election should be even, the day where people really enjoy the internet.
Okay, so in the event that there is a slowdown of the internet or there's an internet shutdown, how do people circumvent the situation?
So we have observed, and during the last 4 years, most of my research have focused on such situation, especially the internet shutdown across the continent. And I can tell you for sure that anytime the activists or the right defenders try to actually bring up those circumvention tools, the government is also studying, is also working. And in the past, we used to advise people to use VPNs, which are, private networks. And those VPN can easily, bypass a certain level of shutdown. But we have observed cases in Benin, for example, where the government is even able to block VPNs. It's to tell you that African governments, especially in Africa, most governments are investing a lot, into those tools. But still, I think we still have some basic tools. So in recent years, we have advised people to use certain tools, which are mostly open source, tools to circumvent the internet. So some of the tools are, secure chatting apps. And today, during election, we advise activists, especially, and journalists, to use some of the tools like WhatsApp. They are encrypted, communication platform. If you take Signal, if you take Telegram, if you take Silence, or even iMessages, those are platform or applications that are very secure, highly secured and encrypted. So the government will not be able, to actually tempted to actually block such communication. We also advise people to use, web proxy tools, which are actually tools that actually help the people to circumvent the censorship. And in some cases, those tools are actually online free. As I said, they are usually open source. We also have some browsers that help people to circumvent, like the Tor browser. The Tor browser help people, for example, to circumvent the government, shutdowns. And we also have other tools like VPNs, as I was mentioning. We have like Siphon, we have Lantern, we have Eternal Bear, we have other, free VPNs that people can download from their phone. In Africa, we have proverbs, and we usually say that you don't wait for the war to buy your gun or your weapon. So it's very important that today is the eve of the election. This period, people have to actually download those VPNs from their phone. Just go on your App Store or, I don't know, Windows Store, or whatever phone you are using. Download the app so that you are able to get ready in case of a shutdown. Just activate the VPN. So the VPN allow you to actually, circumvent a government targeted, shutdown.
So does this work for only individuals or media organizations like websites who run websites, etc.?
Yeah.
What are some of the tools they can use?
So for websites, for example, they can also use those proxy tools where, for example, their IPs can be changed easily, so that the visitors can easily visit the website. We have cases, for example, in Cameroon where the government not just tried to shut down the internet, but also target websites, because some of the websites, for example, don't do moderation of content. They actually allow people to express themselves freely, so the government is not always happy with that. So what they try to do is they wait until the election to actually block such websites. We observe cases for even recently in Nigeria during the EndSARS protests, where government has targeted a number of websites who are actually pro protest. So it's very important for the website to also get those tools ready before the election, so that they are actually well equipped to send their content out for their readers. But also, there's one thing I want to mention which is very important. It's very important to actually probe those shutdowns. It's very important because after the election, it's important for civil society organizations to do what we call a strategic litigation, because they must hold all the people who were involved in such blockage or such shutdown accountable. So in those cases, we have tools that we use, and the most important ones or the most common ones that we use that are open source are UNI. UNI is also an app that allows the citizens to do that vigilante, around the internet shutdown. So they can easily download the UNI. The UNI is OONI. They can download the app, and the app allows them to see the number of websites that the government of Ghana, for example, has blocked during the election period, so that they can keep those data for the strategic litigations after the election. It's also important to use the NetBlock scan, which is just a link. Just click on it, and a team based in London will receive the feed from Ghana to know which network, for example, is being blocked, which website is being blocked, which chatting app or web-based app is being blocked in the country. So those tools are very important, I must say, because it helps the strategic litigation. And I will give a case like in our neighboring country, Togo. When the government of Togo shut down the internet in 2017 during the mass protest, the civil society organization, especially Amnesty International, they were able to actually probe the shutdown, and they sued the government at the ECOWAS court. And the regional court actually, condemned the government of Togo. And for the first time in the history of internet shutdown, a court of law actually state that the internet is a right to the people. And this is in our region. So I encourage civil society organizations to probe any kind of shutdown, any kind of blockage, to actually be able to serve a lesson to other governments in the region to not be tempted to actually,
But this
shut down
case
the
that you
internet.
mentioned of, aside the pronouncement by the court that it's the right of citizens, what other sanctions would a country, for instance, get if it blocks citizens from accessing the internet?
First of all, I think it's a victory. A victory for the people, a victory for civil society, and a victory for the country. Because as I said, the internet was shut down for 3 years. The government has, find any way to justify it. But for the first time, even the bad press around the condemnation from the ECOWAS court, it doesn't help the government. So it's very important for citizens to know that no government in Africa or in the world like bad press. So that is one first victory for civil society. But aside that, it's also, it is actually very important, because when you look at the partners, from the partners, I mean the Bretton Woods institutions like the World Bank or the IMF, etc. Those institutions, and include the US government, they will not invest in your country or actually keep supporting, despotic government who are actually violating their citizens' rights. So it's a victory in a short and long term. So it's very important, even if it's a small victory, it's very important for civil society to keep, the problem going, so that the government should know that aside the monetary and condemnation, because they were condemned to even pay money, to the people who actually sued them. There were 7 organizations who sued the government of Togo. And as I said, right now, civil society organizations across the world are having other strategic litigations ongoing. In Sudan, in Zimbabwe, even across, the world. We have Bangladesh, India, and other countries that are actually getting that temptation of, shutting down anytime there is a small problem in the country.
Right. We're still here on Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. And here, we don't just feed you with the news, we also educate you on how to stay safe and how to go about your duties. So we're having a conversation about internet security on the day of the election and the days after, because you expect the results to come in. In the last couple of days, there have been a lot of conversations about how slow the internet is, and people are conspiring and saying the government intends to shut down the internet on election day. We cannot ascertain the truth or otherwise of that, but better be prepared than to be sorry, which is why we have the internet security expert here to educate us on how to go about it in the event that there is a slowness or there's a shutdown of the internet. Let's wrap up our conversation. Have you seen any signs in the last few days with your expertise that the internet is a bit slower than usual? Have you seen anything like that?
Yes, I've actually observed it, but we use tools, and I personally use tools to actually check various networks to see if indeed government try to block such networks. But I haven't really actually recorded any single yet, so it may be technical.
Okay.
But yes, we still hope that the technical is not, another expertise that the government actually got to circumvent our tools that we use. And I would say that there's no absolute reason, or justification for any government in the world to shut down the internet for its people, because there's no gain either for the economy, for the government, or the people. So it's very important for the government to keep it on. It's counterproductive. It's very counterproductive, to shut down the internet, and there's no beneficial, as I said, to the economy. It's anti-constitutional, it's illegal, and it's like the last weapon for the despot. And I don't think any leader in Ghana here want to actually join that small circle of despots that we have across the country.
Shutting down the internet costs the economy a lot of money. Do you have an estimate of how much it costs?
Yeah, so over the years, since 2018, we have actually worked with other organizations such as the NetBlock and the CIPESA, which is Collaboration for International ICT and Policy in East Africa, CIPESA. We have worked with them, and today we have a tool that allows every citizen across the continent to measure the cost of a shutdown on his economy or the country's economy. And for Ghana, for example, 1 day of internet shutdown will cost the government about $22 million, which is like about 126 million if I keep the rate of 2019, and right now it will be more than that because the rate of the dollar has changed. So it's very important. If 1 day of internet shutdown can cost the government of Ghana $22 million, dollars, is very important for the government to make sure that, our gains over the years for our democracy, we should be able to keep, winning instead of, joining that small circle of, countries that are shutting down the internet for their people.
Right. So that's it for Election Desk. We're going to be here on election day throughout the day. We're going to be here until the results are declared. So you don't have to move your, you don't have to switch between websites. We're going to be live from across the 275 constituencies. We've got boots on the ground. We've got people who are going to bring in live reports, and you don't want to miss that. We're going to be here for 48 hours if need be. We're going to be here for 72 hours if need be. But that's the duty that we have assigned to ourselves, that we're going to feed you with every information that you need on election day. It's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV, and throughout our website and our social media handles, we'll feed you every information that you need. I've been here with Emmanuel Vitus, who's an internet security expert, and he's been telling us some of the things that we can do to circumvent a situation where the internet is slow or is shut down. We don't envisage that will happen. I don't think that has happened in the history of this country. This is the 8th successive election under the Fourth Republic, and nothing of that sort has happened. We don't envisage that will happen. We are hopeful that there will be a very smooth election on December 7th, and hopefully the EC has promised that it's going to declare the result 24 hours after, and hopefully they stick to their words. Emmanuel, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
Very educative, and we hope that after the elections we can sit down and have a conversation once again. That's it from us here at GhanaWeb TV. We're back on election day throughout the day. My name is Daniel Odro. I hope you had a wonderful time. I'll see you soon. Bye for now.
I'm currently at the Christian Divine Church, located closer to the Collation market, and already voters are currently lined up in queue waiting for their turn to vote. But I currently have the presiding over with me. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please, what's your name?
Daniel Ahemfo.
Okay, and please, what time is voting expected to start?
7 o'clock a.m.
Okay, and how many voters are you expecting?
We have 2 centers, but at my center I'm expecting 476 to vote this morning.
And what are the regulations that people are supposed to cooperate with?
Yes, per the COVID protocols, any voter who comes in is supposed to first of all wash their hands, sanitize, then move to the very first desk where the voter shows the ID card to the name reference officer. The name reference officer checks, then goes to the second table, that is the BVO. The officer also checks, verifies, then moves to the third desk for the presidential ballot, casts the presidential, then moves to the last, which is the parliamentary. Then finally, that ends the process for the voter. Currently, because we haven't started, most of them are outside now, and before they enter, we would enforce that they are in their nose masks. Even before they wash their hands, we ensure that they are in their nose masks before they go through the process.
Roughly 4:35 no more. Me pese me to na me ko fie na me ko home kakra. Na ehu hiam so se me to aba. Eno nti na me do antem sa.
I came here yesterday evening, 8 o'clock. Wow, so you are the first in line?
Yes. I'll be going to work.
Okay.
So we are 2. I have to come and do it early so that the other man to get a chance to also go and then vote.
I was here by 11 o'clock yesterday, yes.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, 11 o'clock.
And since then, have you been satisfied with what you are seeing?
Yes, I'll be satisfied.
So, we're currently at the Collation West JHS, where the first person has just completed casting her ballot on both the presidential and parliamentary. Mommy, good morning. Please, what time did you arrive here to cast your first vote?
Oh, 5:30.
5:30.
Yes.
And as the process, are you satisfied with the process so far?
Very well.
Oh, okay. So, what are you looking forward to in this election?
Oh, look for a successful election, peaceful election.
Good morning.
Please, what time did you arrive here?
Around 5:30 a.m.
And are you the first person to cast the ballot or your second?
Second person.
Wow. And has the process been hectic or anything?
Oh no, it's been smooth. It's been comfortable. So.
You've heard from some of the voters here at the Christian Divine Church, where there are 2 polling stations here, and in the next couple of minutes or hour, people will be casting their votes. Reporting for GhanaWeb, my name is Joseph Adamafio.
Sir.
This is my first station of, because I came to vote here and also to see what is happening. So far I'm impressed with the participation. You can see that the sun is rising, the queue is quite long, but people are patiently standing in and I haven't seen any disturbance anywhere. Again, I've asked the EC officials and they're telling me that the process is smooth. They are not encountering any challenges, technical or whatever. So I'm happy with what I've seen here. So far also, I've been monitoring the other centers on our common platform and it's going well. But for me, I'm going to go round as many polling stations, centers as possible to see what is happening. But I'm impressed so far.
You've cast your vote yourself as a citizen of Ghana. How do you feel?
I feel excited.
For after casting your vote for 2020?
I feel excited. I didn't just cast my vote. I cast my vote for His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa in Tangoba Abaya, the number 1 on the ballot. And I'm excited about it. I'm already excited about the results after 5 o'clock. Because I don't know if you are asking me, but let me just tell you that I know that after 5 o'clock I'll be declared the winner. And for the first time in the history of Labongo Central Constituency, an MPP presidential candidate will be declared the winner.
What makes you so sure?
What makes me so sure? Because I've worked very hard. You know, the end result of hard work is not just today. It's what we have done throughout the campaign period. I and my team, and when I say my team, I mean the New Patriotic Party, because we have worked very, very hard to ensure a resounding victory for another Dankwa.
Sure, say why you got?
Oh, there be na food to no na
Anya wa okuto.
Emi ame food na me jam chiama.
Am ka say ja. O keka na o mini pa za boto ba.
Oh. Say that any meaning sa ba say pe.
Oba ha che.
Oh, ba say 1 hour.
1 hour. Oh, okay. Na ka kana do so.
Yeah.
Okay. Then c'est dia ko si oba ha. Bien to tima. Yang kata
we are at Central Police Station as a police station name. The number of voters we are expecting to come and vote is 667.
But at the moment, how many people have voted?
So far, about 45 people have cast their votes for now. We are hoping the rest will come later in the afternoon. And you can see people are in the queue also waiting patiently to vote.
Okay.
So we know definitely before 5 o'clock, all the voters will come around, come and vote.
right. So is there any challenge, especially with the verification machines?
For now, we have not gotten any challenge yet.
Okay.
And we hope it will remain same till the time is due.
Okay, your name?
My name is Mahama Boatineji, the presiding officer for Central Police Station here.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Oh, we know maybe. So we will be never in Quadi, we will be mine. And the password is system.
Into to Abano.
Oh, about it, says me in the streets in the India. Because years, my affair.
Okay, and then I was expecting the next 4 years, you're out of it.
Yes, 4 years. We expect. You pay for a man who say, but you buy the open you been best council who did it one. My messenger is when I'm a sumo of Pum Kakra. No, from the one year you man, not to be more desire. Scania 10% for what we say would do 70 something, 70%, 7% of 3% of the age man. And someone in me will be a Biamotona, Cromad. Sacron, when you might cost myself, say, so go with your yeah. You decided that I'm a little so good.
Into what to say that I'm okay, a best son.
I'm about to say, put to him like, put to him, one year, put to me. And then I go back for Butu. I say, like, but we buy a book free, you'll be a book. Sana Canadian, wow, you from 50 kilometers, then put me enjoy. And the Bassana, yeah, change so back before we come at Bosso. I go for Jibosso. Would you cross me some baby? Like a Kutabu one and can be a big Naka. You're so good to be. I come in and say, Ubaku will be Pakudi, Tinibe Jim, President New York cross me some baby.
Okay, we are at Pampaman Henry Street polling station. It is A and B. Voters are busily casting their votes, except that yes, you wouldn't see queue here as we used to see at other places. There are some people who are finished voting, and we want to get them to express their view on how they've seen the process and what they actually view the whole thing. Hey, that Martin. What about you?
Oh, we are possible.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but Miss Ray machine 4 o'clock. I'm bedroom.
Okay.
The bedroom first panel to about near to the back of it.
Okay.
Okay. A ban can say, been answer line with banner. I'm for the saying, but me, I'm from my say, Metro numbers, Serrano Messino. I'm going to already got orders from A, B, A and B in 1 year, police station A, not from C to Y, police station B. It's Metro numbers, Metro 1 Metro A, Metro 1 Metro B. To buy the bill will be a show for sending, we will catch some people sending that.
I don't know your agent.
Any agent, I'm a family.
No, it's for my concern.
Oh, my
God.
I say, man,
okay. What about you?
I told you, I'm tossing me in the toy.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, and we had more of you. And what about you, man? We had more. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Look at more energy. You see, you try it.
Sir?
I can't say you man and cost papa.
Sir?
And so, Mum, and you black a cranny in your bin.
In for them.
I say, my own machine, how much we go, my in your bin.
Sir?
Sing 5 some buy a crumber the camera. No be any budget.
Sir?
You maybe we're boy 11 maybe we're boy a crumber. 550. Every moon, you be moon.
Sir?
You buy more than the more than little no much.
So, now, what do you mean, sir?
Oh, what we figure we were born for it. And the chroma figure we were born for it.
Sir. Okay. Oh, so I buy a bear who be ever.
Oh, maybe. So we will be never in quite a woman with my and the password she was staying by.
Into to a
oh, about it, says me in the streets in India. Because years, I said, my affair.
Okay. And then I was expecting the next 4 years, you're out of it.
Yes, 4 years. We expect. You pay for a man who say, but you buy the open you been best council who did it one. My messenger is when I'm a sumo of Pum Kakra. No, from the one year you man, not to be more desire. Scania 10% for what we say would do 70 something, 70%, 7% of 3% of the age man. And someone in me will be a Biamotona, Cromad. Sacron, when you might cost myself, I say, So who will be all ya? You decide that you are eminent to so go.
Into what to say? That someone okay, a best son.
I'm not sure and say put him like go to them lamb, you put on you. And then I go back for Butu. I say, like, why we buy you back.
Yankasano maybe Smiler, I will be a friend Babo soldier, an NDC party agent. And a Jumano a Kosovo area. I think everything is very perfect. And we are fine. And should be sure. Your bonfire say I really before your baby. I should be sure about we are and so. Because I have a national chief and also they are covered the peace. So we also obey the peace for the national chief this year. And once I have started without any violence, I wish say we are going to end it without any violence.
From Farouk Osman Mensah, the deputy youth organizer of constituency. And so far voting is in progress. Bibia sana isi na shisheni nyama no say bibia ko sana say nyina both parties nyina yepe. We are trying to maintain peace and order. Our polling stations, we have polling stations that I see flashy points. But this time around, we are not making it flashy because we understand ourselves and the politics may have been and so we are trying to handle things in a nice way. At the end of the day, we are not expecting that. We are expecting whoever wins has won the elections.
My name is Godbo, living love. And I'm residing at the polling station 1 at Okanpe North. And this is the polling station is St. Anthony Coaches. And I think everything has been the party agents have to check everything they have to check. And I think we're almost ready to start the process. Everything is in place. We have about 331 people who are supposed to register, who are supposed to vote. So we are expecting 331 people with I think 2 absences. So I just hoping that we have a nice day.
My name is Suleiman Seydou Abrefo. This morning, by 4 a.m., they brought the presidential and the parliamentary box. So now we are setting the center for the voting to start. You can't enter here without face mask. Somebody comes without face mask, and we have some, I'll give them. If I don't have, then they have to find one.
I just arrived at the Abeka 1 and 2 polling center at the Okaikwe Central Constituency. Some observers that I spoke to when I arrived here said that the election started exactly at 7 o'clock without any incidents. There were just a few minor issues of someone not being able to get his details verified by the biometric machines, but the EC officials tell me they are working on it. They are currently very busy. They wouldn't even want to go on camera to speak.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
You happen to be the first person to cast your ballot this morning.
Yes, please.
How's the feeling like?
Oh, very relaxed. I'm not under any pressure, under any tension. I have done the work. I have worked very, very hard. And I think that all I'm expecting this evening, by the grace of God, is a resounding and emphatic victory.
In 2016, you tried for the first time and you won the seat.
Yes, please.
In 2020, is the work too difficult as compared to 2016?
Well, I would say that the stakes are higher this time round, and as an incumbent, you have done a lot of projects, you have done a lot of things, you've done a lot of human resource development, you've done quite a lot of things, and you are going to be judged by that. And in addition to that, you need to touch base with the people, and I've done just exactly that. Safe to say that, well, if you want to put me strictly to give you a direct answer to that question, I'll tell you that I feel more relaxed now than in 2016.
You have better relaxed now than 2016.
That is obviously so.
How have people received your campaign, your messages you are giving them going into this election and possibly the prospects of their retaining you?
Well, wherever I've been, the people come out to give testimonies. In fact, it's very interesting. The rallies are normally very interesting. You go to the place and the people themselves come out in their numbers to give testimonies upon testimonies. They say they don't want to allow you to speak. You just get up and 3 minutes you are done, because they have the physical things that they have seen as far as the 4 years is concerned. So it is our record that is speaking for us. His Excellency the President's record and my record in the constituency is speaking for us big time.
What do you make of your contender from the other side?
Well, I will say that she's campaigned vigorously. She's put up her best, but that will not be enough to overturn the overwhelming support I have.
What is the margin of expectation?
I am thinking of defeating her by a minimum difference of 7,000.
7,000?
Yes, yes.
What of the president? Because oftentimes we have the presidential candidate either having a higher mark than the parliamentary candidate or vice versa. Looking at the campaign you have done.
From the education I have done and from the campaign I have made, I expect to have the same votes with the presidential candidate. And we are hoping that I will win by a 7,000 margin and the president will win by a 7,000 margin.
Will you be shocked if you lose this election?
That has not come to my mind at all.
You have never thought about it?
I've never thought about it because it can't happen and it will not happen.
Should it happen?
By the grace of God, it will be an emphatic victory.
Should it happen?
Anything that happens is to the glory of God.
All right, well, thank you.
it before, and we can do it again. Let us on Monday exorcise the ghost of Ayawaso West Logon. My name is John Dramani Mahama, and I stand for peace. Let there be peace in Ghana. Let there be peace in Ghana before, during, and after the elections. God bless our dear nation, Ghana, and God bless us all. Thank you. We've done it before.
This is the third time I've participated in this ceremony. The first two as leader of the opposition, and the third as President of the Republic. On both previous occasions, I've held to my part of the peace pact. And on this third occasion, as President of the Republic, I will do the same.
As Christians, we will continue in our God-given mandate in praying for the leaders of this nation, from the president to the opposition, the legislature, judiciary, security services, and the entire nation. More importantly, we expect our politicians and their supporters to aim for peace. Make the peace of this nation your topmost priority, as is mentioned in Hebrews 2 verse 14. Follow peace with all men, and holiness without which no man shall see the Lord. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make us great and strong.
We lift up prayer right now as we put our hand. We pray for the lady. We pray for all that are on the field, our security agents, the police, the army, our doctors, the nurses, in the name of Jesus, the Electoral Commission, the staffs. Father, we intercede. We pray for mercy, 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 divine protection, 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 protection for all, in the name of Jesus, that there will be no strange happenings during and after the election. Amen.
As Ghana heads to the polls, there is one message everyone is propagating, and that is peace. But have we done enough to protect the peace we are enjoying, or our actions and inactions are rather jeopardizing the trait? This is what we are seated to discuss on GhanaWeb's election desk. My name is Benefo Boabin. I'll return to introduce my guest. Welcome back. It's the GhanaWeb election desk, and we have a conversation with Reverend Dr. Kwabena Opuni Frimpong. He's the Executive Director for Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa and the former General Secretary of the Christian Council. Osofo Akwaba.
Thank you.
So we witnessed the Peace Pact program on Friday, where we had the flag bearers of the two major political parties, i.e. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo of the NPP and former President John Mahama of the NDC, commit to peace. Is this enough?
Yeah, Abrantipa, let me say this, that there's at the moment a national cry for peace, and this national cry is coming from faith-based organization leaders. I have seen Church of Pentecost, the chairman and his team calling for peace. I've seen the Presbyterian Church of Ghana moderator. I've seen the Catholic Church. I have seen the Methodists, and Muslim leaders. So faith-based organization leaders are calling for peace. I've seen traditional leaders also, including Asantehene and many more, calling for peace. I have seen media houses like yours, your desk, election desk, GhanaWeb, so many people within and outside are calling for peace. And we should not take that national cry for granted. And that is why what happened yesterday, the signing of the Peace Pact, to me, is timely and helpful, that the two leading presidential candidates will go public that we commit to peace. So it's very good. But we are not there yet, because now, yes, we have His Excellency Nana Addo and former President, His Excellency President Mahama, publicly committing to peace. But beyond the two, how do we also get the various members of parliament, the aspiring members of parliament, and their followers, and their foot soldiers also to commit to peace? And if anything at all, I think as we continue with this conversation, that is where we have reached. How do we get the other members, the aspiring members, and their followers, the young people who are there for the honorables, how do we also get them to commit to peace? Because for them, they may not publicly go to Kimpiski Hotel to sign any document.
Maybe I should throw the question back to you. How do we get them to commit to peace?
And that can be done as a flow from what happened yesterday. These two leading, I know we have other presidential candidates, but let us stay on NDC and MPP. They are ordinary, but they are not ordinary. If in the political history of this country, this is the first time that we are having two presidents, one former president and one sitting president, contesting for the same office that they have occupied before. Whether you call it Flagstaff House, whether you call it Jubilee House, is the same, the seat of leadership in this country. And now we pray and hope that beyond signing a peace document, that they will let their followers know that I don't want to come to power on the back of bloodshed. You see, leadership is service. So if I'm coming to serve Ghana, why should a young person, 28-year-old man, die at Banda Ahinkro? Why should some young people die at Nkrankwanta? Why should we have what happened recently at Odododiodio? Why should we experience another Abuabo and that kind of thing? So we need them to, beyond just appending a signature, to go public and privately, that I will not want to go into leadership, into service on the back of bloodshed. I will want to go to church after the election or mosque wearing white, that God has called me to serve the people of this country. And when I raise my hand to God in thanksgiving, that I have been called to serve Ghanaians, I have won the election, my hands must be clean, whether you are in the mosque or in church. We don't want leaders, our leaders, to go to church or to go to mosques after the election, knowing that they have won the election as a result of the death of an innocent young man or young lady. So these are the things that we will hope, they will let this time their followers to commit to. And I believe if they want to get us there, we will get there.
Looking at the campaign that we've seen so far and the messages that have been put across, do you see our politicians propagating the peace even before this pact was signed?
Interestingly, sometimes we wish that close to election, while we've been talking about peace, our elections must be issue-based. Sometimes, Abrantepa, we finish election before talking about the real needs, the bread and butter needs. We finish the election, then you hear people, but they are not doing our roads. They are not doing this. They are not doing that. Now, that must be the conversation before the election, so that informs who I'm voting for, why I'm voting for. But because we are aware of the stories from Ivory Coast, we are aware of the story coming from Mali, we know what is happening in DR Congo, we know other African countries having post-election challenges, and we don't want to have that experience in this country. Instead of paying greater attention to issues, bread and butter issues, our attention, especially our media friends, now is on peace. Let's get our country together. Let us hold Ghana together. But so far, like we said earlier on, the national cry for peace and what we have achieved even just yesterday, it seems to me, especially Ghanaian media and your media platform, have done very well. Now, ordinary Ghanaian can follow the issues. You realize people understand. So we should not just stay at the peace campaign. But what are the issues that we are voting for? Because if sometimes the politicians are smart, they keep us just there. Talk about peace. Don't talk about the issues. So they give us political soundbite. When I win, I'll do this. When they win and you go back to them, so you didn't hear me well, I didn't say that. What do you do? So now, yes, they are committed to the peace. But I think they must be more committed to the bread and butter issues, the developmental issues. We must hold them accountable. There must be a social contract. In fact, here I would say that our traditional leaders, our pastors, must rather demand accountability from our political leaders so they don't take us for granted. Now you find them giving bags of cement, iron sheet, some mobile phone to people to vote for them. In fact, some collect t-shirts. You vote for somebody because the person has that shoe t-shirt. But beyond t-shirt, every election is about the future. My future, my children's future. So to me, yes, they are committed to peace. And you see that from the media landscape. But beyond peace, we must also push for the development that will serve us today and tomorrow.
How significant and how binding is this peace pact? Because some, for instance, the parties have been advised that they shouldn't be just a mere public show. How significant is this?
We've done it before, and because it has worked before, we can console ourselves that it will work this year. I witnessed the 2012, I witnessed the
is GhanaWeb's election desk. We've been bringing you the full coverage of the 2020 elections from all angles, from on the ground and from our reporters, as well as updates on our site. We are sorry for cutting into that interview with my colleague, Benefo Boaben Abrantepa. We'll bring you the rest of the interview after this update. But information we are gathering from the Central Region is that there have been some gunshots incidents in the Owutu Senya East constituency of the Central Region. And Samuel Addo, who is Class FM's correspondent, is there to give us some updates. Samuel, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello, my sister. I can hear you.
Okay, so this is a hotspot that was identified by the police, the Ghana Police Service, and we are hearing of some unfortunate incidents in the area. What exactly can you report from the ground?
Yeah, I'm currently at the Step to Christ Registration Center at the Owutu Senya constituency. As I speak with you, there had been a serious incidents over here. This registration center is a center where the NDC MP, PC, that's the NDC PC, that's Phyllis Nakoyo, where she has been casting her vote. This morning, she came to cast a vote in which journalists interviewed her. After the interview, she moved with her entourage. Quickly, all of a sudden, we just saw a V8. The V8 just passed by, went straight to her house. Unknowingly, this V8 nearly knocked the vehicle, hit the vehicle of the NDC PC, but the driver was quick enough to swerve the V8. So an order came from the PC and entourage that they should follow the V8 to know who the person or who those people are. So when they were following some few meters to the registration center, the V8 stopped. And then quickly, a guy from the vehicle stepped out and then pulled that's AK-47 gun, pointed it at the vehicle. And then a command from the V8 came that I should fire. And then he started firing the vehicle. And those in the vehicle, some were able to escape. Some also sustained a very serious injury, in which they've been rushed to the hospital for treatment. So as the security agencies are here to make a survey to know what happened or what caused this incident. So they've come for the life bullets which were the remains which were found over here. Do
we know how many people were in the car, in the vehicle at the time of the incident?
Yeah, there were 3 of them. 2 sustained serious injury. One has been rushed to the hospital, and then the other 2 has been given some first aid over here. I mean, he was affected by 2 fingers. The 2 fingers were affected, seriously injured.
So the suspects involved in this criminal activity, have they been taken by the police?
No, they've not been taken, or they've not been arrested by the police. They've been at large as I speak with you.
All right. Is the parliamentary candidate for the NDC safe as we speak? Hello, Samuel, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, Samuel, I'm asking if the NDC parliamentary candidate for the area is currently safe after the whole incident.
Please, the line is very faint. I can't hear properly, so if you can come back again but loudly.
Hello, Samuel. I'm asking if Nakole, who is the parliamentary candidate for Owutu Senya East constituency, she's safe as we speak.
If I can hear you, if I was able to hear you clearly, are you asking of her whereabouts?
Yes, I'm asking where she is and if she's safe after the incident.
All right. As I speak with you, for now we don't know where she is now because we are currently at the scene. So we don't know where she is now. But information gathered is that she is very okay. She is okay because they were able to save her. They were able to save her, so she is in a safe hand right now as I speak with you.
Thank you for that update. that was Samuel Addo, who is the Class FM our sister channel, our sister station. Their correspondent, he has been giving us updates from the Ewutu Senya East constituency, which is Member of Parliament Hawa Kumsin's constituency. We know there were some incidents of violence during the voter registration, and it's unfortunate we have recorded another incident of violence which involves gunshots and unfortunately the injury of some people. But we want to we'll move away from there and have an interview with our pollster who has been working on the Ghana election poll, a poll which has featured on our channel from June to November. It started on June 1 and ended on November 30th. We will be speaking to Albert Kofi. He is a lecturer at GIMPA, and he's also the pollster who has been in charge of the Ghana election poll, which featured on GhanaWeb. Good morning, good afternoon, sorry, and welcome to GhanaWeb Selection Desk. Okay, how is the whole atmosphere for you so far since morning?
Well, it's been very calm. I was expecting to see a lot of traffic in town, but it looks like people have gone to their various polling centers to go and cast their vote. So it's been, I mean, it took me less than 30 minutes to get here. You know, so it's been very calm. It's been calm from your end. Calm from my end. Yeah.
Let's get into the conversation. Polls. You've been working on polls. We've had 4 waves of the Ghana election polls. How important are polls?
Well, polls are very important
in an election. Yeah.
In an election, polls are very important to gauge the sentiments or the views of the larger population. You know, it tells you within a certain level of confidence that certain sentiments of the people, you know, are viewed or are expressed. You know, so polls are very, very important in an election. It helps you to know what is important for the masses in the lead up to elections.
Do they really represent the views of people, and are there biases in polls?
Well, like we just saw in the just ended US elections, you know, people are beginning to think that polls really do not cut it very well. And I will say that, well, people are not wrong to say that polls give you views of people within a certain you know, margin of error. It's not, it may not be 100% exact. You know, scientifically, you always, that's why we always state the margin of error, that this poll is true within a certain level of interval, confidence interval. You know, so polls are good. You know, it helps you to at least know what is important to people, what people are thinking about, you know, in our elections especially, you know, but I would say that they might not be represent 100% what is actually on the ground.
So it's not 100%, but about which percentage are we looking at if we are talking about representation of the views of the people?
Well, yeah, so that is how come in the sampling or the methodology, you make sure that it reflects the general dynamics of the population. You know, so for example, Ghana's population, we have 51% female, we have 49% male, you know, and so on. And the age brackets are, we also have specific numbers for the age bracket. So you make sure that your sampling reflects the population characteristics, and then we can have some level of confidence in your polls.
Okay.
Yes.
The Ghana election polls, I mean, we've had a number of polls in Ghana, but is this a new one? Is this something that has been going on before now?
Well, I will say that, well, this is not a new one. We have a lot of other pollsters. We know the good old Ben Epson, you know, who runs polls. I mean, he's well known for polls. We have other media houses that also do polls.
I mean, for the Ghana election polls specifically, is this the first time you're holding?
Yeah, this is the first time.
This is the
this is the first time.
Okay.
And we started running from June to November, you know, and it's been monthly. It's been monthly. Every month we come out with the findings from starting from June. Yes.
So we know Pollster Benefson, who is quite popular. Which other popular polls do we have in Ghana?
Well, I think the University of Ghana also does polls. I think one of the departments, I think the sociology department or the psychologist department, philosophy, sorry, they also do run polls, election polls, you know. But the difference with ours is that ours has been monthly. Ours has been monthly. We have been running monthly, taking the views of people every month, and then looking at the trends, looking at what dynamics or what variables are changing. You know, so ours is different in the sense that it's not a one-off poll like the others.
It was consistent.
Yes, exactly.
In 4 waves.
Yes.
So what went into your research? How did you conduct these polls? What is the methodology? How did you get your information?
Okay, so GhanaWeb has a collaboration with MSI ACI, which is a research company in Netherlands. So it's not done locally. We use their platform, which is a data collection platform, and they have a panel of respondents, which is also interfaced with the GhanaWeb platform, where respondents can go there online and then answer the questions. And then the questions are such that they are what is called screening questions. So before you answer the polls, you have to qualify by answering a series of questions. First of all, you have to be a Ghanaian. You know, you have to be at the voting. You have to have the voting age of 18 and over before you can take part. So once you answer the series of questions, if you don't qualify, the system disqualifies you and you are not able to continue. But once you go through the series of questions, if you qualify, then you're allowed to answer the polls. Yes.
You talk about qualification. How do you know if someone is faking? Because if I should try the poll and I put in my details and I say I'm a Ghanaian and I'm not a Ghanaian, is there a way the system can identify that?
Well, unfortunately not, but we have your IP locations, and we can tell whether you are living in Ghana or you are outside of Ghana. Well, one of the questions they ask is whether you are living in Ghana or you are living outside Ghana, you know. But as to whether we can tell whether you are Ghanaian or not, we cannot. The system is not able to tell whether the person answering is a Ghanaian or not a Ghanaian, you know. But it is opening to Ghanaians. Once you go through the series of questions, then the system qualifies you to proceed to go and answer. Yes.
People will always have their issues with polls. They would always make conclusions and suggestions that they may be biased. Let's talk about biases. How authentic or how credible are these polls?
Okay, so let me start by saying that when we started, the first wave, the wave one, we had a sample of 792 responses. And then we moved on to, I think, 2024, and so on. So the sample sizes have been increasing for every wave. The last wave, we had over 3,000 responses. And there has been a lot of interest in the Ghana election poll. Remember, within the campaign period, former President Mahama put it on his social media handles. So, some of the findings, he put some of the findings on his social media handles, you know, and we've seen other references to the polls. And I think that has really, you know, caused a lot of people to be interested in the polls. So over time, we see a lot more people getting interested in the polls. But I suspect that some parties, you know, some of the parties also do mobilize their people to, you know, to take part in the polls. You know, knowing that GhanaWeb is a very vast platform which has a very wide reach, whatever comes out of GhanaWeb carries a lot of weight, you know. So I suspect that a lot of people do mobilize their members to vote on the polls.
So could there be an instance where a particular party, like you're saying, mobilizes its people to vote, and so that particular polls or results from that particular polls are skewed towards them, like it's skewed in their favor. The responses, they put the responses they want in their favor. Is that a possibility?
Okay, well, it is possible, but what we then introduced was that now we changed the questions a bit. We made sure that now we had questions identifying who you are. So we introduced the question of political affiliation. What is your political affiliation? We give options as to whether you are NDC or you lean NDC, whether you are NPP or you lean NPP, or whether you are apolitical, you don't belong to any of them, any of the political parties. So the analysis is based on some of these segments. So it's based on age group, it's based on gender, it's based on political affiliation, and so on. So then we can tell within the demographics how it plays out, how the affiliations play out in the analysis.
Okay, so let's we have 4 waves of the polls. Let's take it one by one. What were some of the things you discovered? What were some of the results you got in the first wave, which was from June 1 to June 30?
Yes. Well, so the findings do not tell you that this party is going to win or this party is going to lose. No. So we have questions as, like, if elections were held today, were to be held today, who do you think will win? Which candidate do you think will win? You know, we've had candidate Mahama winning a few times, you know, and then if elections are to be held today, which party do you think will win? You know, so we've had questions like that. We've had questions like, how will you feel if your candidate loses? Whether you be angry, whether you be disappointed, whether you know, all kinds of reactions come in. And we also do have an open-ended response, you know, that we allow the respondents to tell us what they think about the poll. And if you look at the analysis of the open-ended response, it's been generally positive. I mean, as at the time of filling in the polls, people are very, the comments coming in are very, very positive. And a lot of people give thumbs up for the work that we are doing with the GhanaWeb election polls. But the only thing is that when the results come out and it doesn't favor a certain side, then you have a lot of all kinds of reactions coming in.
Which is pretty normal.
Yeah, which is pretty normal. I mean,
it was the same trend throughout the 4 waves?
No, it's not been the same trend. For example, in the very last wave that we did, we had the finding that President Akufo-Addo is going to win Greater Accra. You know, he's going to win it by a slender margin. You know, and we've also had from wave 1 to wave 4, we've had a trend analysis of some of the key questions, as like, if elections are to be held today, who's going to win? We've had former President Mahama's electoral chances moving up and then tapering off after wave 4, you know, during the wave 4 findings. And then that of President Akufo-Addo, it's from wave 1, it's been coming down gradually, and then wave 4, it started moving up. Okay. So he has an uptick in his electoral chances. So a lot of people are saying that if elections were to be held today, by the polls, they will vote for Nana Akufo-Addo. And that of former President Mahama keeps dropping.
So then it means that similar questions were asked in all 4 waves?
Exactly, in all 4 waves. Okay. And then we did a trend projection to see how it's looking like, yes.
Okay. You've already spoken about the importance of polls, but I want to know, what is the ultimate purpose of this specific polls in this election period? What purpose was it supposed to serve?
Well, so it was supposed to serve as a guide to all political parties to look at what really is important to Ghanaians, what people. In one of the questions, we asked a question as to what are the most important issues that you consider when you are casting your ballots. So we had economy, we had employment, we had security, we had the coronavirus pandemic, you know, and a lot more people were more interested in economy, bread and butter issues, I mean, let me say, you know. So we hope that the political parties, and obviously the parties did take notice. Like I said, we had references to the polls from the candidates, you know, in the lead up to the elections, pointing to the fact that, especially when it favors them, and, you know, they refer to it and say that, this is what Ghanaians are saying, which means that, well, Ghanaians really trust that when we come, we can do...
and it can actually help them with their ground
Exactly, yes. You know, so it also serves as an education for all, how do you call it, the electorates, for people to, you know, look at it and then see what it's important in the lead up to the elections, yes.
Great.
Yeah.
This one has ended already,
yes,
because the elections are here now.
Yes.
What should we expect next?
Yeah, so we now have an exit poll.
Okay.
We have an exit poll. I'm sure it's to be put up very shortly, asking what or which candidates Ghanaians voted for and why.
Okay.
You know, and for those who have voted already, we ask you, have you voted yet? If yes, which candidate did you vote for? And why did you vote for the candidate? And there are options you select. And then for those who are yet to vote, we ask them, who would you be voting for, and why would you be voting for such a candidate? And then we hope that by the end of the day, we'll find a lot more responses to be able to put out the findings. Beyond
2020,
yeah,
what should Ghanaians look forward to? Is this going to happen again the next election?
Oh yeah, it's something that we will be pushing very strongly. We see that there's been a lot more interest, and various stakeholders have expressed interest in the polls, and we think that it's really moved the needle, and we will continue to put it out there.
And is this going to only focus on general elections or any other election?
No, already we do have polls on GhanaWeb.
Okay.
We do have polls running from time to time, and during the polls we have tried as much as possible to include things that are trending. If you look at the just ended poll, we included issues of the special prosecutor's resignation and the subsequent spats with the government. We included the Ijapa royalties deal, what people's perceptions are on them. So if you look at the polls from wave one, we have always included, aside of the politics, we have also included trending issues, things that are trending. I mean, coronavirus has always been part of the questions on coronavirus have always been part of. And looking at the final wave that we did, the findings suggest that a lot more Ghanaians want schools to reopen with social distancing and nose mask on.
Okay.
You know, others want schools to open normally, but you know, a lot more are saying that they prefer that schools open with social distancing and mask on, you know, so that the kids are safe to study. Yes.
Thank you for your time here.
Welcome.
And the education, I think it was really important for people to know what this whole Ghana election polls are about, and to clear doubts as far as authenticity and credibility is concerned. So thank you. We've been speaking to Albert Kofi. He is a lecturer with GIMPA and the pollster who is in charge of the Ghana election poll, which featured on GhanaWeb from June to November 30. This is still GhanaWeb Election Desk, where we are bringing you continuous coverage of everything happening on the ground, and we are getting information from our field reporters, our correspondents. We are also bringing you updates as far as figures are concerned. We are bringing you a balanced report and facts as events unfold. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. 2020 elections here on GhanaWeb Election Desk. A few incidents have happened to mar the morning's peaceful process, but we are hopeful that this wouldn't continue and wouldn't be a trend throughout the day. We are hoping for a peaceful, free and fair elections. And if you haven't voted yet, we are encouraging you to go and cast your votes because it is your civic responsibility. We are still getting updates from the ground, and we have on the line our correspondent, Echo, who has been monitoring events. Echo, if you can hear me, where have you been monitoring events from and what is happening on the ground?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Echo.
Hello, I can hear you.
Hello, Echo. I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you now. Where are you coming to us from, and what have you been monitoring since morning?
I'm currently at Steps to Christ polling station at Kaswa, Ewutu-Senya East constituency. There was some incident. Hello.
Continue.
Sorry, guys. There was some incidents this morning during the voting. According to the assemblyman here, Daniel, he's saying that some people came with their car, with a pickup car, and entered the aspirant Nakoyo's house. And when they went to the house, they didn't find the woman there. So they came out and they found out that there's a vehicle, Kia Soul vehicle coming to the polling station.
Okay, it appears we have lost Echo on the line, but he is at the Ewutu-Senya East constituency in the central region, and he will be updating us on the violence incidents that have happened over there. But so far, we know that the two candidates of the two major parties and their running mates have all cast their votes. We have NDC flag bearer John Dramani Mahama and casting his vote at his constituency, which is Bole. And then we have the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, also casting his vote at the Wale constituency. So we'll continue with those updates, but now let's take Echo. We have Echo back on the line. Echo, what you were giving me updates regarding the incident at the Ewutu-Senya East constituency.
No, currently we have the police presence here. The police are here to see to it that the incident is brought under control, and they will be addressing the media shortly. So I'm hanging around to know whatever they want to say.
You are saying the police will be addressing the media shortly. But what is the situation as far as other electorates are concerned?
So far, those who are standing here are some people who have gone to vote, and others who live around, who have come to the situation ground to see what is happening. So there's nothing major happening here aside people watching over and the police taking their forensic on the vehicle that was crashed by some hoodlums.
Has this in any way affected the voting process?
No. It's far from the voting center. It's about 100 meters away from the voting center. So the voting center is in a school, and the incident happened on the road leading to the school. So it's far from there.
Okay, and
people are still voting at the moment.
Sure. And have we heard anything from the incumbent member of parliament for the constituency? Hawa Kumsen?
No, at the moment, she is not here, and the aspiring parliamentary candidate too is not around. So we are just waiting for them. Unless they will be addressing the media shortly. So we are just hanging around waiting for any official statement from either the police or the NDC parliamentary candidate or the MPP parliamentary candidate.
All right, Eko, many thanks for that update from the Ewutu Senya East constituency, where some violent incidents have been recorded. Some gunshots were, I mean, some people fired gunshots and they are yet to be identified. The police will address the media on that issue shortly. But like I was saying, all candidates, I beg your pardon, of the two major political parties, the NDC and the MPP, have cast their votes together with their running mates. So I mentioned John Dramani Mahama and Vice President Dr. Baumia, who also cast his vote at the Walewale constituency. We also have running mate for the NDC, who is Jane Nana Opoku, casting her vote at Cape Coast, and then the president, Nana Akufo-Addo, who cast his vote earlier at Chebi. So we've been getting updates from the field, and for now we know that some polling stations have recorded no violent incidents, but we also know that there have been a few inconsistencies at some hotspots. The Ododo-Dio constituency recorded a few clashes or some chaos earlier in the day. We also got updates from the Ewutu Senya East constituency, where 3 persons have been injured. And then we also know that there have been some delays from some polling stations during the voting process. The EC has been updating Ghanaians as and when they get updates from their observers on the ground. So we'll be bringing you that. But for now, we just want to go over, before we take a short break, what you have to do when you get to the polling grounds. And so you join the queue. When it's your turn, you go through the biometric identification process by placing your finger on a biometric verification device, which is the BVD. And then the next step, you have a permanent ink, or the indelible ink, will be used on your little finger to mark and show that you have been verified, after which you can take your presidential ballot. And this is what you should note. You should ensure that the ballot is stamped and has a serial number. This will make sure that your vote